Shake, Rattle and Prowl by Cincinius. Chapter 1. Frosty Beginnings. Sophia had always seen the world through the rosy tint of possibility. She was, by nature, a dreamer. Each morning, as she navigated the bustling streets on her trusty scooter, she imagined herself in a parallel universe, one where she was the leading lady in a glamorous tale of intrigue and romance. But for now, in this universe, she was Sophia, the ever-smiling DairyDash delivery driver, known for her punctuality and the extra sprinkles she gave out like confetti at a parade. This particular Monday started like any other. Sophia swiped through her DairyDash app, scanning for the first delivery of the day. Her eyebrows raised slightly in curiosity when she saw the request for an Oreo shake, not a common choice for an early morning wake-me-up. Yet Sophia never judged. She knew all too well the comfort of sweet indulgence. Within minutes, the shake was secure in her delivery box, and she was zipping between the sleepy yawns of the city's morning traffic. As the concrete jungle surrendered to the quainter parts of the town, Sophia's mind began to wander. She dreamed of owning a quaint little bookstore or a cozy cafe where every patron left with a smile, a sharp contrast to the humdrum of her current reality. With each stoplight and every purring engine start, she promised herself that the mundane was just temporary, a simple stepping stone to her grand aspirations. The address took her to an older part of town, where the houses wore the charm of yesteryears and the mystery of untold stories. The house she stopped in front of was nearly concealed by foliage, and an assortment of whimsical wind chimes sang a gentle welcome as Sophia approached. She balanced the Oreo shake carefully in her hand, her knuckles rapping on the antique wood door. There was no answer, but the door was ajar, invitingly or ominously. Sophia couldn't decide. Pushing it open, she called out, announcing her presence with a cheery lilt in her voice that masked a growing unease. The interior was a marvel of disarray, a museum of collectibles and knickknacks that seemed to spill out from every corner. It all might have been quite enchanting, if not for the man in the cat costume sprawled on the floor, scarlet blooming around him. Sophia's heart lurched. The milkshake fell from her grasp, forgotten, as she scrambled to dial for help. In seconds, her world was upended. The dreamer was thrust into a nightmarish reality, one where she had to prove her innocence in a surreal crime scene. She could hear the distant siren call of arriving first responders, their urgency slicing through her shock. Sophia knew one thing. This was no longer just another delivery, and clearing her name was her only goal. Sophia's breath hitched in her throat as the distant sirens grew louder, piercing the bubble of shock that had enveloped her. She could feel the weight of every second that passed, each one sinking like lead in her stomach. The once comforting aroma of the Oreo shake, now spilled on the floor, mingled with the metallic scent of blood, creating an olfactory nightmare. Panic clawed at the edges of her mind. She was alone, with a man, or at least someone dressed like a giant cat, lying motionless in a pool of crimson. Her presence, the milkshake, the messy house full of collectibles. How would she explain this? These were the thoughts racing through her head when the flashing lights finally crested the hill and flooded the front yard with blue and red hues. The first responders crashed through the door with a haste that made Sophia jump, despite expecting them. Their eyes swiftly assessed the scene, settling with visible confusion on the man in the cat costume. Sophia raised her hands, her DairyDash polo shirt smeared with splashes of shake and blood. Her words tumbled out in a frantic stream. "I just came to deliver a milkshake, I swear, I found him like this!" A paramedic rushed to the costumed man's side, while another quickly checked Sophia for injuries. Police officers began securing the scene, with one young officer approaching Sophia. His scrutiny made her feel more like a suspect than a witness. Her heart pounded in her chest as she recounted her story, mentioning the delivery order that brought her here. She could see the skepticism in their eyes. To them, she was a stranger in a house with a bleeding man. Her trusty scooter, parked haphazardly by the front step, seemed a silent testament to her hurried arrival. The blinking screen of her DairyDash app, still waiting for a delivery confirmation, suddenly felt like the only ally in her quest to untangle herself from this macabre tableau. Sophia's aspirations, her dreams of saving up enough to start her own cafe, flickered dimly in the background of this unforeseen nightmare. Yet, she clung to them, a lifeline in a sea of doubt and fear. Sophia's gaze wandered over the chaos of the packed living room, every nook crammed with figurines and old comic book stacks, as she nervously recounted her arrival to the dubious officer. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her inner turmoil under his piercing scrutiny. I just came to deliver the shake," Sophia stammered, gesturing toward the toppled milkshake cup, its contents slowly seeping into the patterned rug. The officer nodded, jotting down notes in his small, worn notepad. His eyes, dark and unreadable, shifted between Sophia and the fading figure in the cat costume, who was being carried away on a stretcher. "You found the door open and just walked in?" the officer asked, one eyebrow cocked skeptically. Sophia nodded rapidly, swallowing hard, her palms sweating. "Yes, I thought. I thought he might have fallen or been in trouble." Her mind raced, imagining the headlines vilifying her as the milkshake murderer, her face splashed across every news site. She wanted to scream her innocence, but knew that panic was not her ally in this situation. As Sophia stood shivering slightly, despite the room's stifling warmth, the officers began to close off the scene with the bright yellow tape that screamed crime and danger. Her eyes flitted to her scooter parked haphazardly outside. Her escape from this madness, now part of a crime scene. The officer finally closed his notebook with a snap that seemed too loud in the cluttered space. "Miss Sophia, we need you to come to the station to give a more detailed account of what happened," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "It's protocol." Numbly, she nodded and followed him outside, ignoring the curious glances from the gathering crowd. As they approached the police cruiser, her mind started to spin scenarios. Could she really be a suspect? She knew her fingerprints would be on that cup. She had been in the house, alone, with a wounded man. Once seated in the back of the police car, the cold reality began to set in. She was on her way to the station, her alibi as flimsy as the crumpled receipt for an Oreo milkshake. Her stomach churned with anxiety, and for a moment, she feared she might actually be sick. She had to think. She had to remember everyone she passed on her way to the house. Anyone who might have seen her. Anyone who could testify that she had just been doing her job. As the cruiser started its engine, rumbling to life and pulling away from the suburban nightmare, Sophia realized her only salvation lay in the truth. She reached into her pocket for her phone, intent on calling her best friend, someone who knew her routine and her innocence. But her pocket was empty. A spike of panic shot through her as she recalled placing her phone on the kitchen counter back in the house. It was still there, amidst the chaos, across the yellow tape, whispering her possible doom. The cruiser's backseat wasn't built for comfort, a reminder that it wasn't designed to ferry innocent people. Sophia's hands fidgeted, her mind whirling with thoughts of her abandoned phone. It was a lifeline, cast away in the most incriminating of places. The silence of the car ride was oppressive, the officer's face obscured by the rearview mirror's reflection, his thoughts impenetrable. At the station, the stark buzz of fluorescence replaced the silence of the cruiser. Sophia was ushered into a sterile interrogation room, the furniture bolted down, as if defiance of the truth was expected here. The door closed with a definitive click, sealing her fate. An officer she hadn't seen before entered, his demeanor a mix of weary skepticism and mandatory professionalism. He introduced himself as Detective Morales. Morales arranged a recorder on the table between them. His questions started straightforward enough. Her name, her occupation, the routine nature of her DairyDash deliveries. But the routine splintered with each inquiry, veering closer to the morning's aberrance. Sophia recounted her delivery schedule, the oddness of the order, the man in the cat costume, the pool of blood. Trying to maintain focus, Sophia racked her brain for someone who would vouch for her. Colleagues, friends, the receptionist at DairyDash, perhaps? But they all seemed like distant contacts, none intimate enough to quell the rising tide of suspicion against her. Her mouth felt parched. The truth was so simple, so clear in her own mind, yet it was as though each word she uttered constructively knitted her deeper into the web of this sinister tapestry. And her phone, her precious phone, was out of reach, lying silent and unnoticed like a fallen soldier on a battlefield of domestic disarray. "I need to get my phone," Sophia blurted out, the urgency slicing through her formal recounting like a blade. "It has everything on it. My schedule, my delivery confirmations. It can prove where I was every minute of this morning." Detective Morales eyed her, his expression unreadable. "We'll discuss retrieving personal effects later. For now, I need you to tell me everything you know." Sophia leaned forward, earnest in her plea for the detective to understand. "I swear, I just deliver shakes." This morning was supposed to be like any other. Her hands were shaky, the adrenaline still coursing through her veins since she stumbled upon the ghastly scene. Detective Morales took notes without looking up, his pen scratching on the paper of his notepad. "And can you tell me why you went inside the house?" Morales's voice was calm, methodical. It felt worlds apart from the chaotic clutter and the enveloping dread of that strange living room where she'd found the man. I thought it was weird that the door was open," Sophia began. "In our policy, we leave orders on doorsteps unless otherwise stated. But," she hesitated, "there was a note. On the app, I mean. It said to bring the shake inside to the TV room." Her brow furrowed as she struggled to remember. "And so I did. That's when I saw him, laying there." The image sent a shiver down her spine. Detective Morales nodded. "I see. And you touched nothing else? Didn't move anything in the room?" His question was pointed, almost as if he were waiting for her to trip over her answer. "I didn't touch anything," Sophia exclaimed, her voice edged with panic. "I screamed, dropped the shake. I think it spilled all over the carpet. And then I called 911. Morales noted her reaction. Sophia continued to describe her every move from the scene, trying her best to recall amidst the fog of her distress the exact sequence of events. As the interrogation wore on, Morales seemed to sift through her words, looking for discrepancies or signs of deceit, but Sophia held on to the truth like a lifeline. After another glance at his notes, Detective Morales finally set his pen down. "Your phone, then," he conceded. "Given the circumstances, we'll retrieve it. But it'll need to be processed for evidence before you can have it back." Relief washed over Sophia, but it was a small comfort against the tide of worry that followed the detective's words. She grew fidgety, wondering how deep the trouble she was inadvertently plunged into might run. "Thank you," she said nonetheless, her voice small in the stark interrogation room. Detective Morales regarded her with an inscrutable expression before he rose from his seat. "I'll be back shortly," he said as he left to retrieve Sophia's phone. Sophia hunched forward, resting her elbows on her knees, as she was left alone with only the dull hum of the fluorescent lights above for company. Morales's absence gave her the dizzying freedom to reassess her morning, starting from that unusual Oreo milkshake order to the moment she was standing here in the suffocating confines of the police station. She tried to compartmentalize her thoughts, to tie each memory like string around her fingers, a technique she'd read about to improve memory recall. The order, the ride, the messy house full of collectibles. It was like a jigsaw puzzle with half the pieces flipped upside down, and that image of the man in the cat costume, the victim, seemed more bizarre the more she dwelled on it. Sophia wasn't sure what to make of it. Was it just a quirky choice of attire, or something more? Collectibles strewn about could suggest a passionate hobby, perhaps even a business. Could the costume be a part of that? Her mind spun with possibilities, each one leading down another rabbit hole of conjecture and suspicion. She scrutinized her memories, attempting to fish out any detail that seemed out of place. There were stickers of comic book characters on the fridge, stacks of vinyl records on the counter that looked untouched, and in among the chaos, a series of framed photographs showed the man smiling alongside various figures at comic cons and fan conventions. There had been joy in those pictures, a stark contrast to the grim scene that had unfolded. Her attention snapped to the door as Detective Morales returned, the sterile metallic clank reverberating through the room as he held up a plastic evidence bag with her phone inside. "It's going to take some time for processing, but you were right. We found it where you said it would be. Seeing as your story checks out so far, I'm inclined to let you go after a bit more paperwork. But don't leave town. We'll need to talk again." He placed the evidence bag on the table and slid a stack of forms toward her. "Fill out these witness statements, and then you're free to leave. Remember, Any detail you recall, however insignificant it seems, could be important. Sophia took the pen he offered, her hands surprisingly steady as she began to transcribe the morning's events onto the official documents. As she wrote, her thoughts strayed back to the man in the cat costume, and she felt an unsettling mix of empathy and fear. Who was he beneath that playful exterior, and what had led to his untimely end? With each stroke of the pen, Sophia realized that her life had been irrevocably altered by the chilling discovery. And one thing was clear. She would need to thread together the scattered pieces of the morning's puzzle if she was ever to clear her name and uncover the truth behind the tragedy that had befallen the man in the cat costume. The weight of suspicion may have been lightened for now, but the burden of curiosity, that of unearthing a mystery so deeply personal and yet so strangely foreign, rested heavily on her shoulders as Detective Morales watched her every move with hawk-like attention. Sophia's hand trembled slightly as she set down the pen, her statement an inky testimonial to the bizarre event that had upended her day. The paperwork felt mundane against the backdrop of the morning's adrenaline rush. Detective Morales gave her a thin-lipped smile, stating that she might be contacted for further questioning, handing back her driver's license, its edges frayed from years in her wallet. Stepping out of the police station, the sunlight seemed harsh, and she squinted, her eyes adjusting after the dim fluorescent glow of the interview room. Her trusty scooter, parked outside, beckoned, and she felt a whisper of normalcy as she strapped on her helmet. Once she started the engine, the familiar purr of the motor was oddly comforting. Yet as she wove through the city streets once more, the fluttering tapestry of everyday life couldn't quite mask the persistent image of the cat costume and the smell of spilt milkshake mingling with blood. Upon returning to her apartment, the hum of her refrigerator greeted her, an incongruent soundtrack to her rattled nerves. She crashed onto her second-hand couch, her thoughts spinning, mirroring the swirling pattern of the paisley throw pillow that cushioned her head. It was evident that her life, which she had always considered a prelude to something grand and adventurous, had just jolted onto a new trajectory. And yet, there was an itch at the back of her mind. Unanswered questions nagged at her. What really happened in that cluttered, collectible-filled house? Sophia's desire for a simple life delivering milkshakes was now overshadowed by an undeniable pull towards the enigmatic puzzle she had unwittingly stepped into. The decision loomed before her. Delicate and dangerous, to leave the riddle unsolved, or to delve into a case that the police were already handling. She ruminated on that choice as the evening pressed in, and the city's cacophony faded into night whispers. That night, disturbed sleep brought dreams woven out of creamy Oreo shakes and feline eyes staring blankly at her. As dawn broke, Sophia's eyes fluttered open, a determination setting within her. She couldn't let this go. It wasn't just about clearing her name anymore. It was about satisfying the gnawing curiosity within her. As she sipped on her own makeshift breakfast shake, she made a silent vow. She would find some answers for herself, even if it meant stepping into the shadows of a world she hardly knew. With a newfound resolve, Sophia pulled out her DairyDash uniform, the perky logo staring back at her. Today, she'd return to her routine deliveries, but with a keen eye open for clues and ears listening for whispers of truth. The milkshake courier was now doubling as an amateur detective, and her seemingly mundane reality of zipping through the city had just gained an unanticipated layer of intrigue. Chapter 2: Cluttered Mysteries. As Sophia approached the address on Maple Street, the disarray of lawn ornaments and a troika of faded gnome statues gave a sneak preview into the residents' eccentric tastes. Pulling her DairyDash cap down, she brushed aside a sense of unease. The job was simple: deliver the milkshake, get the signature, and ride back to the familiarity of ambient refrigeration units humming and the soft chime of the next order. A stepping-stone pathway, littered with vinyl records and vintage comic books, lead to the porch laden with potted plants straining for the sun beneath a canopy of cobwebs. As she navigated the obstacle course of collectibles, her curiosity piqued by the curious amalgam, an original The Amazing Spider-Man, a Beatles Abbey Road LP in pristine condition, and an array of oddly cute yet grotesque ceramic clowns. Standing on the threshold, she reached out to the doorbell, her finger brushing the button, just as an unsettling thud resonated from within the house. The shock of the disturbance caused her to hesitate, her finger suspended in a tremor of trepidation. Sophia's training had not prepared her for this, but the smattering of crime dramas watched on slow evenings whispered tactics of investigation. She leaned ever so slightly, trying to peer through the side window without drawing attention to herself. In the dim interior, the silhouette of precariously piled books created a menacing skyline against the diffuse light. A sudden rustle, the crack of something brittle underfoot, and then silence, remarkably more ominous than the thud that preceded it. Sophia swallowed hard, her instinct oscillating between fleeing to her moped and delving into the mystery that beckoned just beyond the aged oak door. With fingertips moist from nervousness, she pressed the doorbell, its chime sounding strangely foreboding as it echoed into the recesses of the chaotic abode. Moments passed, both interminable and fleeting. Sophia's heart hammered against her ribs, a metronome to the pending calamity she felt certain was waiting inside. The door creaked open, yet what greeted her was not the expectant face of a customer, but the puzzling void of the gloomy entrance. The peculiar stillness of the scene was a paradox, with every particle in the air laden with the potentiality of being upended by some unrevealed tumult. Tentatively, Sophia called out, "DairyDash delivery!" Her voice, usually cheery with customer service inflection, now carried an unintentional quiver. Her molars ground together, chastising her professionalism, or the lack thereof. Was it just her nerves, or did the shadows seem to flinch at her call? The toe of her sneaker nudged disjointed action figures sprawled like fallen heroes in battle, their neglected conditions a testament to the house's myriad secrets. Then Sophia froze, silenced by the carpet of shiny red liquid seeping toward her from deeper within the house. There, in a clearing of porcelain dolls and sci-fi movie memorabilia, lay a man clad in an elaborate cat costume, his stillness more unnerving than any movement could be. Sophia's breath hitched in her throat. Her fingers, still curled around the frame of the open door, had turned white with tension. The DairyDash uniform seemed to have suddenly grown tight around her neck, her cap pressing down on her as though it were made of lead, heavy with the gravity of the situation before her. The silence in the aftermath of the thud was more terrifying than the sound itself. A hollow, gaping quiet that seemed to watch Sophia with unseen eyes. With each step she took forward, the mismatched clutter swam into greater focus. There were rows of comic books in plastic sleeves, vintage action figures posed in eternal battles, and what looked like limited edition movie posters lining the walls, each fighting for space amongst the chaos. Even in the face of horror, Sophia couldn't help but marvel at the bizarre collection amassed here. Taking her delivery bag, she placed the shake on an old oak side table, a bizarrely ordinary piece amidst the sea of memorabilia, its surface scarred with ring marks where countless drinks had been carelessly set down. The mundane act felt surreal, an absurd adherence to protocol when everything else screamed for her to run or to scream for help. "Sir?" she ventured, her voice shaky. There was no response from the figure sprawled across the floor. Sophia approached, mindful not to disturb the scene more than she already had. The glisten of the red liquid turned her stomach. Was it blood or something else? She couldn't tell without getting closer. Cautiously, she edged around an elephant-sized plush giraffe blocking her path, until she was close enough to make out more details. The man's costume was meticulously crafted, complete with whiskers and a tail, though at that moment, its charm was overshadowed by the dire context. His chest rose and fell. He was alive. The relief that flooded Sophia was immediate and intense, but it also dawned on her that the situation was far from over. She looked around for the source of the thud. A toppled porcelain doll nearby, its glassy eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling, suggested it might have been the culprit. Sophia noticed a phone peeking out from under a heap of worn-out superhero capes. She reached for it, hesitating for a moment before dialing emergency services. As she waited for the call to connect, she noticed the blood more closely. The sticky sheen had a distinct consistency that was becoming more familiar by the second. It wasn't blood at all. It was grenadine syrup, a lot of it, spilled from a shattered bottle nearby. This discovery both confused and reassured her. The threat level seemed to be lower than she initially feared. But the surrealism of the situation was reaching new heights. The arrival of the emergency responders would be the beginning of a complicated dance for Sophia. Little did she know, she was about to walk a tightrope of suspicion and revelation. She needed to keep her wits about her, for her own name was now unwittingly tangled in the tapestry of this chaotic scene. Sophia stood frozen for a moment, the facts of the matter colliding like wayward atoms in the confinements of her anxious mind. The dead man was just a startled individual wearing a cat costume. The blood was nothing more than spilled grenadine from a fallen bottle amongst the many curiosities that littered the house. She released a breath she didn't realize she had been holding and quickly surveyed the room again, hoping to piece together how this scene had come to be before the authorities arrived. She noticed a dusty collection of comic books stacked in one corner, some of them seeming quite rare and in good condition despite the clutter. Action figures, still in their boxes, were everywhere, their plastic enclosures reflecting the light in a kaleidoscope of colors. Overseeing it all from the wall hung a replica sword from some fantasy franchise, its faux jewels twinkling mockingly at her predicament. Sophia was awed and overwhelmed by the owner's collection. But she was also aware that time was ticking inexorably towards the arrival of emergency services. The man in the cat costume stirred, groaning and pushing himself to a sitting position. He was middle-aged, with a perplexed look smeared across his face, like a child who had just woken from a nightmare. "What? What happened?" he mumbled, his gaze settling on the empty Oreo shake container before locking onto Sophia's worried expression. "I believe you've had quite a fall," Sophia said, her voice as calming as she could muster under the weight of her nerves. She knelt down beside him, careful to avoid the sticky grenadine as she assessed his condition. "I'm Sophia, the DairyDash delivery driver. You ordered an Oreo shake?" He blinked at her and then laughed, a sound that seemed out of place in the bizarre tableau. "Never trust a cat on two legs, eh?" He tried to make light of the situation, but winced, touching the back of his head. "That explains the headache." Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the quiet suburban afternoon, and Sophia's heart leaped in her chest. She glanced at the front door, knowing the emergency responders were about to inherit this puzzle. She rose to meet them, reminding herself to tell the truth and hoping it would be enough to keep her out of trouble. As the first responders burst through the door, Sophia's instincts were to step back, allow the professionals to take over. They rushed to the man, now trying to get to his feet, and started their quick, efficient assessment. Sophia recounted the events as clearly as she could, her hands gesturing towards the grenadine bottle, her words punctuated by the man's muffled confirmations. The medics were attentive, but Sophia could feel the gaze of the police officers on her. Their scrutiny was a tangible thing, and she felt like a specimen under a microscope, each movement and word potentially incriminating. But as the situation slowly unfolded and the chaos gave way to clarity, the truth of the accident began to overshadow the initial suspicion. "So you just delivered a shake and stumbled upon this scene?" One of the officers inquired skeptically as the medics worked. "That's exactly what happened," Sophia affirmed, sensing that this incident had only just begun to ripple into her life. As the medics deemed him stable but needing further examination, the offbeat homeowner was gingerly escorted to the waiting ambulance, the fluffy tail of his costume cutting a strange figure against the stark seriousness of the stretcher. Sophia watched, a bystander in the eye of an inexplicable storm, her next steps shrouded in a fog of uncertainty. Sophia watched with a mixture of relief and worry as the man in the cat costume was taken away. Her mind whirred with questions, but they would have to wait. The officers were approaching her now, their faces set with professional curiosity. Officer Reynolds, a stern-looking woman with sharp eyes, gestured for Sophia to follow her to the police cruiser parked by the curb. "We'll need a full statement. For the record, you understand," she said, not unkindly. Sophia nodded, following them closely, her heart thumping in her chest. "I was just making a delivery," she began, but Officer Reynolds held up a hand. "All in good time. Let's get this down properly at the station, she interrupted. The ride to the station felt surreal, the events playing back in Sophia's mind like a movie on repeat. She went over her story, ensuring every detail was accurate. At the station, Sophia sat in a small interrogation room, the silence punctuated only by the hum of the overhead light. A detective entered, introduced himself as Detective Barnes, and settled across the table from her. He had a kinder face than Officer Reynolds, and his eyes held a twinkle that seemed out of place in the sterile room. I understand this must be quite the shake-up for you, he began with a soft chuckle at his own pun. It was an attempt to lighten the mood, but Sophia's anxiety was palpable. The questions came, mundane at first, then increasingly pointed. Had she seen anyone else around the property? Did she notice anything peculiar among the collectibles? Sophia answered each question to the best of her knowledge, feeling the weight of suspicion lift with each word. Just as the detective was preparing to wrap up, Sophia remembered a detail. There was a picture, she blurted out. I saw it when I was looking for a place to set down the milkshake. A photograph of the man in the cat costume with another person, both holding some sort of award. Detective Barnes perked up. Do you recall what the award looked like? Any details could be important. Sophia closed her eyes, trying to summon the image. It was a small trophy. Something to do with science fiction, I think, she said uncertainly. Detective Barnes scribbled something in his notebook, his eyes not leaving Sophia's face. That's very helpful, he said, a note of excitement in his voice that piqued Sophia's curiosity further. However, he did not elaborate, and the remainder of the interview proceeded without event. Eventually, Sophia was told she could go, but the unease had lodged itself firmly inside her. What sort of man dresses up as a cat, surrounds himself with collectibles, and ends up in a pool of blood? Needing fresh air to clear her head, Sophia stepped out of the station and into the night. The city lights blurred as her mind raced, piecing together the fragments, searching for an answer that seemed just out of reach. She didn't notice the shadow that detached itself from the wall and trailed her at a distance as she walked. Lost in thought, the station's fluorescent lights seemed oppressive to Sophia as they faded into the darkness that now cradled her. A gust of wind whipped at her jacket, and for a moment she felt a shiver that wasn't from the cold. She chalked it up to nerves, to the adrenaline slowly seeping from her system. She tried to shake the uneasy feeling, telling herself that the day's events were over, that all she needed now was the sanctuary of her own apartment and the comfort of her bed. Lost in thought, Sophia barely noticed the street she turned down, a shortcut to her apartment she had taken many times. The familiar storefronts were closed, their windows barred, and shadows pooled in the hollows of the alleyways. Her footsteps echoed, a solitary beat against the quiet hum of the city night, when suddenly, another sound pricked at the edge of her consciousness, a soft step synchronizing with her own. She stopped abruptly, straining her ears against the silence, but the sound ceased just as suddenly as it had appeared. Paranoia, she decided, chiding herself. But as she began to walk again, slightly quicker now, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was no longer alone on the desolate street. She cast a quick glance over her shoulder and saw nothing but the empty night. It was then that realization dawned on her. The photo, the trophy, the mysterious presence. They couldn't all be unrelated. They were pieces of the same puzzle, and she was somehow a part of it. Her heart quickened, fueled by a mixture of fear and determination. She needed answers, and she needed them now. Without warning, she felt a hand on her shoulder, and she spun around with a start, ready to confront her shadow or her fears, whichever materialized before her. Sophia's nerves were electrified, her senses straining against the evening silence as she turned to face her follower. What greeted her was a strikingly familiar face, creased with concern rather than the malice she feared. It was Mr. Albrecht, the elderly neighbor from 2 doors down. His hands, always gnarled from years of carpentry, now shook slightly as one remained on Sophia's shoulder, as if he regretted the intrusion. "Sophia, I'm sorry if I startled you." Mr. Albrecht's voice was raspy, seasoned with age and urgency. "I saw you running from that house, then all the police. I just wanted to make sure you're okay. That place, well, it's got a history." His mention of the house and its history tightened the knot of unease in Sophia's stomach. Before she could ask him to elaborate, Mr. Albrecht glanced around nervously, as though fearing eavesdroppers on the empty street. "Not here," he murmured. "Can I walk you home? There are things you need to know." The air between them was thick with unsaid words as they started towards Sophia's home. Along the way, Mr. Vo Albrecht painted a picture of the past. The house littered with collectibles was once the heart of a small community circle of enthusiasts. These lovers of rare and peculiar artifacts would gather, discussing and trading their finds like treasures. But as time wore on, disputes began to stain their camaraderie. Accusations of theft, rivalry, and deep-running jealousy turned the group sour. "And the man in the cat costume?" Sophia couldn't help interrupting. Drawn deeply into the web of history Mr. Albrecht spun, he sighed, glancing at her with a mix of pity and dread. "The owner of the house, Gerald. He was one of them. A collector, eccentric, harmless at heart, but he loved to stir the pot. The costume was a mascot of sorts, but there was someone who didn't find it amusing. Someone with a grudge that grew into something dark." The sky darkened, as did the subject of their conversation. Sophia felt a chill as she considered Gerald's lifeless body, the once cheerful disguise, now a grim marker of an untold vendetta. She thought of the trophy, the photo, and the shivers weren't just from the night air. They were almost at her house, just as the last bit of sun's afterglow let go of the horizon, surrendering to the night. "You're saying Gerald was murdered by someone from the group?" Sophia's mind raced with suspicions. The pieces started to fit together, but the complete picture was still elusive. Mr. Albrecht nodded somberly. "The group fell apart years ago after a particularly nasty quarrel. I never knew the full details, but after tonight..." He trailed off, a grave look on his face as if he too was putting the pieces together. As they reached the porch of Sophia's modest home, Mr. Albrecht stopped. "I've said too much in my worry for you, but you must be careful, Sophia. Whoever did this might think you've seen something. Anything. And that makes you a threat." His warning echoed in Sophia's mind as he turned and walked away, leaving her alone with her unsettling thoughts and the growing complexity of the mystery that now engulfed her life. Sophia's steps matched the rapid drumming in her chest as she made her way back to the DairyDash vehicle parked at the curb. Despite the hum of suburbia around her, an uneasy silence seemed to weave through the once familiar streets, turning her route home into a path shadowed with the weight of suspicion and stealth. Per Mr. Albrecht's advice, Sophia's gaze flitted from house to house, seeking any unusual movement or sign of being watched. Arriving at her own doorstep, Sophia felt an odd sense of trespassing within her private sanctuary. Once inside, the details of the disheveled house replayed in her mind. The collectibles that seemed to ooze stories from their very being, the ominous thud preceding her gruesome discovery, and most disturbingly, the lifeless eyes of a man in a cat costume staring accusingly, as if silently beseeching her to unearth the truth behind the bizarre tableau. Closing the door behind her with a soft click, Sophia sank onto her couch. But restfulness eluded her, with Mr. Albrecht's words drafting icy drafts along her spine. Someone in that contentious group of enthusiasts harbored enough spite to kill Gerald. Or at least that was one theory. She had to think and devise a plan. After moments of silent contemplation, punctuated by the ticking of her wall clock, a decision took root. Sophia couldn't, leave the knot of this mystery untangled. Not when her own name was knotted within it. With a deep breath, she stood, eyes hardening with resolve. She would have to talk to the police again, perhaps look into the group's history for leads, and most critically, she needed to be aware, always, beginning by informing DairyDash about the incident, ensuring her alibi was crystal clear. Sophia could not shake the sensation that eyes might still be observing her every move, waiting to discern whether she was merely an inconvenienced delivery driver or a witness to unravel their malevolent secret. She shivered and decided that come morning, she would begin her own discreet inquiries. Yet, the impending dusk brought with it the pressing need for precaution. Tonight, she would secure her house and sleep with one eye open. Metaphorically speaking, tomorrow, the real work would begin. Chapter 3, A Grim Discovery. That night, Sophia lay in her bed, too tense to succumb to sleep's embrace. Every creak of the house sounded like a stealthy footstep. Every gust of wind against the windows felt like the probing fingers of a spectral threat. Her thoughts buzzed around the day's chilling discovery like flies to a forgotten summer picnic. Sophia's mind replayed the scene over and over again. The man in the cat costume, the blood pooling beneath him, the stale scent of spilled milkshake mixed with the metallic tinge of gore. Her heart pounded with a mixture of fear and an adrenaline-fueled resolve. She needed to find answers, not only to clear her name, but also because the image of Mr. Whiskers lying lifeless on the floor wouldn't leave her in peace. As dawn stretched its rosy fingers across the horizon, marking the end of a sleepless night, Sophia got out of bed, feeling the weight of the day ahead. After a strong cup of coffee, she called DairyDash's customer service. Her voice trembled as she recounted the previous day's events. Requesting to speak with her supervisor, she explained the urgency of distancing herself from the delivery gone wrong and voiced her need for the day off to speak with the police. The meeting with the police was terse and procedural. Detective Marin, a stocky man with a nose for details, listened intently to Sophia's account. He took notes, asked pointed questions, and assured her that they were doing everything they could to unravel the mystery. His skeptical gaze, however, suggested that Sophia's name was far from cleared. Sophia requested a copy of the police report and left, knowing her cooperation was crucial, but also feeling more than ever that she was on her own in this. With the police station behind her, Sophia decided her next step was to discreetly investigate the history of the collectibles group. She remembered the cluttered room, filled with items that now seemed like silent witnesses to a crime. She had to understand the value of those collectibles. Monetary, certainly, but perhaps they held another, more secretive worth. She made her way to the local library, a quaint building with archives that smelled of mildew and old paper, a treasure trove of information waiting to be unearthed by those with the patience to look. The library's oaken doors creaked as Sophia pushed them open, her senses immediately inundated by the scent of old books and the quiet whispers of the few patrons scattered throughout. She approached the main desk, where a woman with horn-rimmed glasses perched on her nose looked up from a stack of books. Sophia asked if they had any information or newspaper clippings on local collectibles groups. The librarian, Mrs. Patterson, nodded and guided Sophia to a section for local history and hobbies. Rows upon rows of tightly packed bookshelves towered over her, laden with tomes that had seen better days. Sophia's fingers trailed across the spines as she walked. The soft shush of her steps on the carpet, the only sound apart from the ticking of the large grandfather clock at the far end of the aisle. She pulled out a few promising titles and spread them across a nearby reading table. Hours trickled by as she flipped through page after page, the ghost of Greg, still wearing his foam feline facade, haunting the periphery of her thoughts. Sophia dug into articles about high-value collectibles stolen worldwide, dealers in rare memorabilia, and even local gatherings that seemed innocuous enough. Nothing seemed out of place until she stumbled upon a series of articles about the 9 Lives Society, a local collectors group that Greg, Mr. Whiskers, was reportedly a part of. Her interest piqued, and her concentration deepened. There was a mention of a controversial artifact, an ancient Egyptian statue rumored to be cursed, the Bastet figurine. It had been the centerpiece of the Society's annual exhibition until it mysteriously vanished last year. Whispers of theft, betrayal, and even talks of the curse causing misfortune to its holder flecked the articles. Sophia felt a shiver run down her spine. Could this missing artifact be the link to the bizarre crime scene she had witnessed? Determined to delve deeper, she took notes, jotting down names, dates, and any connections that could lead her down the rabbit hole of this enigmatic society and its high-stakes dealings. Each piece of information was like a stepping stone in a foggy marsh, and Sophia was careful not to slip. Her eyes darted across the pages of old newsletters, event pamphlets, and local newspaper clippings that had any mention of the eclectic The 9 Lives Society. The library's archive room was dimly lit, with a musty smell that seemed to complement the historical intrigue of her investigation. Sophia learned that the Society hosts an annual gala where precious collectibles are auctioned off to the highest bidder. all for the sake of expanding their private collections and raising funds for their covert operations. It was at last year's gala that the Bastet figurine was last seen publicly. According to a small article in the corner of a local newspaper, the figurine was rumoured to be cursed. Any owner of it would suffer great misfortune, or so the legend went. She scribbled down the names of the society's executive members: Donovan Stroud, the reclusive president; Marianne Locke, the secretive treasurer; and Jasper T. Conway, the extravagant event planner. Each of these individuals had a reputation for being fiercely competitive collectors, capable of going to extreme lengths to secure rare artifacts. Sifting through more files, Sophia's fingertips grazed over an unassuming envelope, tucked behind a stack of meeting minutes. She carefully opened it to reveal a series of strange correspondence between the members. The letters whispered about the true powers of the figurine and hinted at internal strife within the society. One letter, in particular, caught her eye. It was written in a rushed hand, with panicked overtones, suggesting that someone knew the figurine's whereabouts and was desperate to keep it hidden. Sophia's heart pounded. According to the letter, the figurine was last in the possession of Greg, Mr. Whiskers Mandel, before its disappearance. Could this be why he was targeted? Was the legend of the curse more than just a superstitious tale? She tucked the letter in her notes and decided it was time to pay a visit to the other execs of the Nine Lives Society. But before she could leave, she noticed the librarian watching her intently, an unreadable expression on her face. Sophia carefully placed the letter back in its folder, her mind racing with the implications. As she organized her notes, she could no longer ignore the persistent gaze of the librarian. She glanced up, meeting the librarian's eyes, which seemed to hide a mosaic of untold stories. Sophia approached the front desk, her footsteps echoing faintly in the library's hushed silence. The librarian, a middle-aged woman with hawkish eyes and a stern bun, regarded Sophia as one might inspect an interesting specimen under a microscope. "Is there something I can help you with?" Sophia asked, her tone polite but firm. The librarian's gaze softened slightly. "You seem quite interested in the Nine Lives Society. Not many look into those dusty old records these days." Sophia hesitated for a moment before replying, "Yes, I'm trying to get a clearer picture of what happened to a friend of mine." She chose her words carefully, not wanting to reveal too much. The librarian leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You should be careful, dear. The Nine Lives Society is not just a group of eccentric cat enthusiasts. There are rumors." Her eyes darted around the library, as if she expected the shelves themselves to eavesdrop. Sophia felt a chill run down her spine. "Rumors?" she prompted. But the librarian shook her head firmly, her lips pressed into a thin line. "I've said too much already. Just be careful." With that, she turned away, busying herself with the return of library books. Sophia stood there for a moment, the cryptic warning looping in her mind. She thanked the librarian and stepped out of the library, the afternoon sun doing little to warm the sudden cold that had taken residence within her. She knew her next step was to visit the execs of the Nine Lives Society, each likely a cat's cradle of secrets and lies. But they would be more forthcoming than the guarded librarian. They had to be. As she walked to her car, Sophia's determination steeled. She would unravel this mystery, thread by thread. It was time to face the Nine Lives Society, straight from the lion's den. Sophia pulled up the loose collar of her jacket as a brisk gust of wind tousled her hair. She glanced at the GPS coordinates on her DairyDash device one more time before turning off the engine. The address scribbled on the crumply notepad page was the same as the Society's headquarters indicated on the screen. A cold shiver ran down her spine as she remembered the librarian's ominous words. The headquarters of the Nine Lives Society was situated in a remodeled Victorian mansion, its facade a picturesque mask for the enigmatic goings-on within. Stained glass windows, depicting scenes of cats in various states of repose and play, cast fractured rainbows across the lush gardens. Deepening her resolve, she approached the intricate wrought-iron gate, which swung open with an almost imperceptible whisper at her arrival, as if expecting her. Inside, Sophia was greeted by a space that contradicted the exterior's austere elegance. Walls were lined with eclectic art, featuring feline figures in every style imaginable, from street art to rococo. The air was thick with the scent of old books and spiced incense, a combination that was simultaneously comforting and disquieting. A woman with silver hair cropped sharply around her face stepped forward, her eyes the unmistakable sage green of a cat's. "Miss Everhart," the woman said in a tone that managed to be both welcoming and cold. "Madame Felicity at your service. I preside over the Society's affairs. Let us not dally on formalities. You seek answers, and I understand why. But let me warn you, truths uncovered within these walls have a history of changing the seeker as much as the sought." Sophia couldn't tell whether Madame Felicity's words were a threat or a promise. She followed Madame into the heart of the mansion, toward the grand room known amongst members as the litter box, for reasons Sophia could not have fathomed, but now seemed unimportant. The room was bustling with eccentric characters, all influential members of the 9 Lives Society, each with their own tales twisting and tangling like a ball of yarn. One by one, Sophia conversed with them. An antiques dealer who whispered of cursed objects and their grasp on fate, a theatre director who lamented the lost art of cat pantomime, a clairvoyant who spoke in riddles and peered at her under heavy eyelids with an unnerving focus. They passed her from one to another, their stories weaving a complicated tapestry that held the promise of being key in solving Greg's death. Yet with each new intricacy, the figure of the man in the cat costume bleeding out on the floor became more cryptic, the reason more elusive. As the evening wore on, and shadows grew long across the parquet floor, Sophia realized that each member was careful to dance around the true nature of the Society's internal conflicts. The curse of the Bastet figurine was mentioned in hushed tones, as if the very walls had ears. Sophia watched, listened, and waited, her investigator's mind piecing together the fragments with practiced patience. It wasn't until a man with a handlebar moustache and eyes like quicksilver pulled her aside that Sophia felt a spark of breakthrough. "The answers you seek," he murmured, "might lie with the artisan who crafted the Bastet, and perhaps with who wished its curse to be most potent." His breath smelled of mint and old leather as he handed her a slip of paper with an address scribbled in the corner. Sophia pocketed the address, her heart hammering against her ribs. It felt like she had just been passed the baton in a race she didn't understand, but she was determined to run it to the finish line. The mystery of Greg Mandel, Mr. Whiskers, had taken another twist, and she had to follow the thread wherever it led. Sophia clutched the address tightly in her hand. The small script of the numbers burned into her mind. It wasn't far from the 9 Lives Society headquarters, nestled in one of the city's older, cobblestone-lined neighborhoods. She revved up the engine of her DairyDash scooter and made her way through the bustling streets, her thoughts whirring as rapidly as the wheels beneath her. Each turn she took, each stoplight she stopped at, she pondered the gravity of the situation. The fate that had befallen Greg Mandel, the weight of the cryptic clues, and the whispers of a curse had interwoven into an enigma that she was now part of. Upon arriving, she found the artisan's workshop inside a quaint brick building, aged gracefully with a marquee of ivy. The sign hanging above the entrance was a simple, weathered wooden plaque with the words "De Vries Creations" carved into it. Inside, the space was thick with the scent of polished wood and paint. Shelves upon shelves of figurines, varying from the mundane to the elaborate, festooned the room. It was clear that the creator of the Bastet figurine must have been someone possessing a remarkable gift. A soft bell chimed as she stepped deeper into the workshop, her eyes scanning for the figure that could tie all the loose ends together. An older man emerged from the back, a magnifying glass perched upon his nose, and a puzzled look dressing his features. "Can I help you?" he inquired, lifting the glass from his eyes. Sophia introduced herself and mentioned the Bastet figurine. There was a flicker of recognition in the man's eyes, followed by what seemed like a shadow of concern. "Ah, the Bastet! A peculiar piece from an equally peculiar commission," the man spoken with a blend of nostalgia and caution. "I recall the day I was approached for it. A creature of both elegance and mystery they wanted. The requester was a rather shadowy figure, face half concealed beneath a hood, voice barely above a whisper. If only I had known the trouble it would cause. His voice trailed off as if catching on to some unheard melody of the past. Sophia listened intently, noting how the man swirled his fingers in the air, as if spinning a web with his story. A web that, up until that moment, she hadn't realized she was caught in. De Vries, the man who called himself an artisan of the forgotten, had aged hands that seemed to carry stories of their own. Each line, each crease, appeared to Sophia like the meticulous etching on the Bastet figurine that lay at the heart of this mystery. His gaze then seemed to refocus on her, snapping out of the reverie. "You asked about the person who commissioned the Bastet," he said, his voice gaining strength as he delved back into the memory. "It was a peculiar sort, that one, shrouded in a hooded cloak, even indoors, as if to ward off some relentless chill. The voice was muffled, but there was a certain urgency to it. And the hands, the only part of the flesh I saw, were pristine. Not a single blemish or scrap of work. Odd for someone so interested in an artifact so steeped in antiquity." Sophia leaned in, her curiosity piquing. "Did this person say why the figurine was so important, or give any hint where it was destined?" De Vries shook his head, a frown knitting his brows. "No, my dear, but the insistence was on perfection and historical accuracy. I remember joking that the cat goddess herself would not be able to distinguish it from one of her own." His chuckle was devoid of any real humor. "And yet now I wonder if that was closer to the truth than I had realized." Sophia processed this, her mind racing. She was about to ask another question when De Vries spoke up. "There was one detail I found most odd during our exchanges. The client referred to a she who would be pleased. At the time, I chalked it up to perhaps a wife or a girlfriend who must love cats. But in hindsight, the reverence in the tone, it was like speaking of someone from a higher pedestal." With that lead, Sophia's thoughts jetted down new paths. The reverence, a she. Could it be someone from Greg's life? Or was there a more cultish aspect to these events than she realized? Someone enshrining the imagery of Bastet in their twisted narrative. She scribbled down every word De Vries said, knowing that in the jigsaw of this case, every detail could be the one to reveal the bigger picture. As De Vries continued recounting the details of the payment, cash, delivered by mail, no return address, Sophia's thoughts tumbled over one another. Who were these people? What ties did they have to Greg, the man in the cat costume now lying lifeless on his own living room floor? Sophia scribbled frantically, her hand almost cramping from the speed. "Mr. De Vries, have you ever met the commissioner in person? Or was it all remote communication?" she asked, her eyes fixed with an intensity that seemed to make the old artisan sink further into his chair. No. De Vries shook his head, cloudy eyes wandering as if to search the shadows of his memories. It was all very impersonal. But the voice on the phone, that was distinctive. It had a musical quality, soft yet commanding. It gave me, he trailed off, a visible shiver coursing down his spine. "The instructions, were there any special requests regarding the design?" Sophia urged, pressing him for every scrap of detail that might weave together the nightmarish tableau she had stumbled upon. "Ah, the eyes." De Vries suddenly perked up as if a pivotal cog had clicked into place within his artisan mind. They were very particular about the eyes, golden, with flecks of emerald. Said it would match her gaze precisely. His wrinkled hand gestured as if painting the air with the image of the described eyes. Sophia filed away the description, associating it with the glint she had noticed in the actual figurine's eyes. "And since the figurine's creation, have you noticed anything strange? Anyone asking about it? Or perhaps suspicious figures lurking around your shop?" she queried. De Vries paused, then nodded somberly. "One evening, someone lingered outside the shop after hours. Couldn't see the face, masked by the dark, but I felt a gaze, watchful and intent. I did not confront them. The next day, they were gone." With a deep sigh, Sophia folded her notepad, her mind as cluttered as the chaotic scene she'd left behind. Something about this figurine tugged at the web of mystery surrounding Greg's death, and she had a nagging hunch that whoever commissioned it was a crucial piece of the puzzle. But what role did it play in the drama that had unfolded in a house cluttered with collectibles, concluded with a man in a cat costume, and now stained with blood? Mr. De Vries. Information swirled in Sophia's mind, like the thick cream of the milkshakes she so often delivered. The Bastet figurine, with its garnet eyes, had been a specific request from someone with a mysterious aura shrouded in shadows outside the quaint little shop. A shiver traced its way down her spine as she contemplated the connection. Was it possible that Greg's costumed antics had blended into a darker narrative of ancient symbols and targeted pursuits? Scribbling down the last of her notes, Sophia glanced up at Mr. de Vries. "Thank you," she said earnestly. "You've been incredibly helpful." The elderly man gave her a nudge of assurance, though his eyes still held worried glints. Leaving the shop with more questions than answers, Sophia considered her next move. The house where she had encountered the ghastly scene flashed in her mind. Every detail might hold significance. Would a second visit reveal something overlooked in the panic of discovery? Or would Greg's circle of acquaintances shine a light on his bizarre interests connecting him to the figurine? The decision weighed heavily on her. Risking contamination of a crime scene wasn't something she took lightly, but intuition nudged her towards the house again. Perhaps the mess of collectibles concealed more than a hoarder's obsession. Resolve settled over Sophia like a mantle. She'd return to the scene, not to tamper, but to observe with fresh eyes, to find the seams in the story that seemed too neatly stitched together. She had to be cautious, though. The fact that someone might be framing her, a mere DairyDash driver, was a dot that didn't connect, yet. As Sophia approached the house once more, she could see the yellow police tape fluttering in the evening breeze, like a macabre ribbon. Taking a deep breath, she stepped under the tape, her senses heightened. The Oreo shake she had delivered earlier lay on the floor, its contents a melted mirror to the chaos around it. Her eyes moved slowly across the room, absorbing every detail, every displaced item that could whisper the secrets of that fateful delivery. Sophia's gaze methodically swept the living room, which seemed to be a shrine to the eclectic. Shelves bent under the weight of comic books, vintage figurines, and a host of gadgets and gizmos. Each ostensibly innocent, yet she felt any could harbour a clue. Something drew her to a bookshelf crammed with graphic novels. Amidst them, one had a bookmark jutting out, its end splattered with blood. She donned her latex gloves, a necessary precaution if her prints were to stay clear of evidence, and gently pulled the book from its slot. It was an issue of Catman, The 9 Lives, a collector's item. She opened it to the marked page, and a folded piece of paper fluttered to the ground. Intrigued, she picked it up, unfolding it with care, revealing a message scrawled in haste. "Meet me at midnight. The truth must come out." The writing was jagged, frantic, the product of a tremulous hand or a fearful heart. Her heart pounded as she pieced together the implications. Was this hinting at a rendezvous gone wrong? Was Greg, in his cat costume, the rendezvouser or the rendezvousee? She tucked the folded paper into her pocket, feeling the weight of a concealed clue. As she replaced the comic book, she noticed a mismatched pattern on the wallpaper behind the shelf, a deliberate imperfection. Curiosity compelled her to press against it, and to her astonishment, it swung open to reveal a hidden compartment. Inside lay an assortment of what appeared to be personal letters and photographs. Sophia wondered if these were mementos or evidence. Before she could examine them, she heard the sound of sirens approaching. The police were returning, perhaps for a follow-up investigation. Faced with the arrival of authorities, Sophia carefully closed the compartment, preserving its contents for law enforcement. As she stepped back, her foot brushed against something soft. It was a toy mouse, its faux fur matted with blood. The sirens grew louder, echoing Sophia's own urgency. With no time to consider the new discovery, she made her way swiftly to the exit, her mind racing, pondering the importance of everything she had just witnessed. The last thing she wanted was to become a suspect again for tampering with the scene. She exited the house just as an unmarked police cruiser pulled up the driveway. Sophia knew she'd have to be careful, keep what she found to herself, and conduct her investigation discreetly. A piece of the puzzle lay in her pocket, and perhaps, just perhaps, somewhere amidst the bewildering array of collectibles were the fragments needed to assemble the truth. Chapter 4. The suspect in scooter gear. Sophia tucked the toy mouse into her jacket pocket as the wail of the sirens grew louder, an oral reminder of the gravity of the situation. She glanced back at the now-closed bookcase, its innocuous presence belying the secrets hidden just moments before within its depths. As she strode swiftly towards the front of the house, she could hear the stomping boots of the police as they approached the door. Quickening her pace, she slipped out and around the corner of the house, her mind racing with the information she had just uncovered. The air was brisk, a stark contrast to the warmth of the lamp-lit study where the man with the garish cat costume and the unmoving aura of finality lay. Sophia's pulse thrummed in her ears. She was likely the last person seen entering the residence before the incident. She felt the weight of suspicion circling her like a vulture. Detective Lancer was a man of sharp angles and even sharper intuition. As he grilled her about her whereabouts before and after the delivery, she carefully navigated the questions, mindful not to disclose her recent discovery. The toy mouse nestled against her, a small and blood-stained silent witness. Sophia countered each question with the truth, her truth, that she was simply at the wrong place at the wrong time. Her assertions of innocence seemed to hit a wall of skepticism built brick by the detective's experienced gaze. "Sophia, let's not play games." Detective Lancer leaned forward, the harsh light of the interrogation room highlighting his keen eyes. "You're a DairyDash driver. A temporary gig, no doubt. A girl with bigger aspirations, I presume. But tell me, why were you at the scene for so long? Long enough for, let's say, something unfortunate to occur." Sophia inhaled sharply, but her voice was steady when she replied. "Like I said, detective, I was just delivering a milkshake. Mr. Vellum, the man in the cat suit, he's a regular customer. We talked about his collectibles. He loves showing them off, and today was no different, until the tragedy. I didn't see or hear anything unusual." Detective Lancer's eyes narrowed. "And the door? We have your prints all over it." He tapped a manila folder lying ominously on the table between them. "I knocked, he opened. That's how it works," Sophia explained, maintaining eye contact. Sophia's mind was bristling with the contents of the hidden compartment. The personal letters she skimmed were filled with escalating tension, a narrative of quarrel and disappointment. The photographs, candid, almost intimate, depicted a Mr. Vellum that was starkly different from the eccentric hermit known to the neighborhood. And the toy mouse, could it be a relic from a love turned sour, or something far more sinister? Detective Lancer leaned back in his chair, watching Sophia with hawk-like intensity. His finger traced the rim of his coffee mug, a habit that seemed to be his way of steadying his thoughts. "So you're telling me," he began, his voice teeming with a controlled skepticism, "that you, a DairyDash milkshake delivery person, just happened to walk into a potential murder scene? For an Oreo shake delivery, no less?" Sophia swallowed hard. Her throat felt like sandpaper. She had seen enough crime shows to know that anything she said could twist into a noose around her neck. "Yes, that's exactly what happened," she replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "I rang the bell, knocked on the door when there was no response. The door was ajar, so you just walked in?" Lancer interrupted, arching an eyebrow. Yes, I wanted to make sure everything was okay. It was part of our customer service policy to ensure deliveries are received personally." Sophia's memory flashed back to the hidden compartment, its secrets clawing at her conscience. She kept them buried deep, not yet ready to reveal what she feared could cast further doubt upon her. Lancer stood up abruptly, the legs of his chair scraping against the floor. He began pacing, his hands clasped behind his back. "Here's the thing, Sophia. You have no witnesses to corroborate your story. Your fingerprints are all over that crime scene, and furthermore, you didn't call the police immediately. This all looks rather incriminating. What are you not telling me?" The room seemed to close in around her, the air growing thick with accusation. "I was scared," she exclaimed. "You don't expect to see that when you're just delivering a milkshake. And then I panicked. I called my manager before I thought to call the police. I know it looks bad, but I didn't do anything." Detective Lancer eyed her thoughtfully, then sat down again, his demeanor shifting subtly. "Okay, let's say I believe you for a second," he started slowly. "You've got quite the puzzle to solve if you want to clear your name. We'll be digging into Mr. Vellum's background, But is there anyone you suspect might have had a grievance against the victim? Think carefully. Was there anything out of the ordinary during your deliveries here before? Sophia bit her lip, considering her options. Should she mention the collectibles, the hidden photographs, or the cryptic toy mouse? Yet she hesitated, the detective's question guiding her thoughts to the past encounters with Mr. Vellum. He was always polite, but distant, except for that one time he had answered the door arguing with someone over the phone. She recalled the anger in his voice, an unfamiliar edge to the usual formulaic pleasantries. I remember one time he was very upset on the phone, but I don't know who he was speaking to or what about, she confessed reluctantly. Detective Lancer scribbled something in his notebook, then locked eyes with her. Anything else? He pressed. Sophia shook her head, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to dig up some shred of information that would get her out of the steely gaze of Detective Lancer. No, that's all I remember. Just fragments of conversations I overheard when delivering shakes. He was a private person, she added. Detective Lancer leaned back in his chair, the metal legs scraping against the floor in a grating chorus. Private, you say? Yet you, a delivery driver, seem to be one of the few people who came into anything resembling close contact. You don't find that odd? His tone was piercing, skeptical. Sophia's heart pounded. She knew how this looked. A delivery person, present at the scene of crime, with no witnesses to vouch for her story. She could see the scaffolding of suspicion being built around her. People order food, Detective. It's a normal thing. It doesn't mean I know the ins and outs of their lives. Her own voice sounded hollow in her ears. Sophia's mind raced. She remembered the secret compartment, but revealing it felt like a double-edged sword. Without knowing what it contained or why it was there, it could tie her even more to the crime. She was already balancing on the edge of the detective's belief. There was a brief silence, then Lancer continued, his tone softening slightly. Look, Miss Sophia, I am trying to understand the situation from all angles. If there's anything you think might be relevant, no matter how insignificant it may seem, I need you to tell me. She was torn between holding back the information about the secret compartment or trusting the detective. His measured tone seemed genuine, and Sophia contemplated the risks of her silence. She chewed on her lower lip, weighing her options with the gravity they deserved. As she sat there, a thread of resolve began to weave itself within Sophia. She understood that remaining silent could implicate her further, yet divulging everything might dispose her of a crucial card. Yes, she would have to navigate this unsettling investigation, but she would not traverse it alone. Deciding who to trust was the challenge of the hour. She needed allies, someone with the expertise or understanding of the collector's world, someone who could help her piece together why a man in a cat costume would be laying dead in a house full of collectibles. The answer to this twisted riddle lay undiscovered, and Sophia knew that finding it could be her only exoneration. Her mind turned to old friends, to acquaintances from her college days who delved into pop culture and memorabilia with a passion that rivaled that of the deceased. There was Elliot, the comic store owner, who knew more about vintage figures than anyone she knew. Then there was Jenna, a former roommate with a knack for investigative journalism, now working for a local paper. Resolute, Sophia lifted her gaze to meet Detective Lancer's once more. "Detective, I want to help in any way I can," she said, her voice steadier now. I need a moment to think about something I found unusual at the house. Can you give me that time?" She hoped her request would not feed his suspicion, but instead show her willingness to help. Detective Lancer closed his notebook with a soft thud and gave her a long, evaluative look. "Okay, you'll have some time. But understand this. We'll be keeping a close watch on you. If you leave town or do anything that could be seen as obstructive, it'll just make matters worse for you." He stood up, indicating the end of the interrogation, for now. Sophia let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. Given time, she could think, plan, and reach out. She would start by contacting Elliot and Jenna, hoping that their combined knowledge about collectibles, and the individuals who obsessed over them, could shine a light on the mysterious and macabre world that had suddenly enveloped her life. Sophia's heart was pounding as she stared into Detective Lancer's piercing gaze. She was innocent, of course, but innocence didn't seem to matter much when the evidence stacked against you. As the detective leaned back in his chair, his scrutiny felt like the edge of a sharp knife against Sophia's resolve. "You said you didn't touch anything at the scene, right?" Lancer asked, his voice indicating he didn't quite believe it. "Yet we found your prints on the door. How do you explain that?" "Sir, I knocked," Sophia insisted, wringing her hands in her lap. "And when no one answered, I tried the handle to make sure it was locked. That's all." Lancer's gaze didn't waver. "Just a bit of advice, Miss Marino. The truth is, your only ally here. If there's something you haven't told me, now would be the time." Sophia held her ground, knowing that revealing the secret compartment without understanding its significance could only deepen suspicion. She had to get out of here and find answers. "I swear, that's the truth," she said with a firm nod. The detective studied her a moment longer before scribbling something in his notebook, his expression unreadable. "We'll be in touch," he said as he stood up, signaling the end of the questioning. Once outside the police station, Sophia took a deep breath. The air had never felt so thick, laden with the weight of the unknown. Determined, she pulled out her phone and tapped out a message to Elliot, her thumb hesitating over the send button. She was bringing him into something potentially dangerous, but she needed his knowledge. After a brief moment, she pressed the button, sending the text into the ether. Sophia didn't have to wait long for a reply. Elliot's message was succinct. "Meet me at the shop. We'll talk." His comic store was a treasure trove of collectibles and information, and Elliot had a mind like a steel trap when it came to comic lore and the people who lived by it. Next, she sent a message to Jenna, her journalist friend who had a knack for understanding the darker side of any story. Jenna's reply was equally quick and to the point. "I'm on it. There's more to this story, Sophia. I feel it in my bones." Sophia felt a small ember of hope flicker to life. With Elliot and Jenna on her side, she could delve deeper into the abyss of collectibles and those who obsessed over them. They would shine light into the darker corners, revealing secrets that the killer had hoped would remain undisturbed. As she hailed a cab to head over to Elliot's comic store, Sophia knew it was the beginning of a journey that might lead her to places she never imagined she'd go. But it was a journey she had to take if she was to clear her name. The cab ride was short, but gave Sophia adequate time to rally her wits. As the vehicle weaved through the bustling city streets, she sifted through her memories of the crime scene, trying to recall any overlooked detail that might serve as a clue. She could still smell the metallic tang of blood mingling with the scent of the Oreo milkshake that had gone unappreciated. She shook her head. Every second wasted was a second closer to someone else possibly getting hurt. Or worse, the killer vanishing into obscurity. The bell above the door chimed as she stepped into Elliot's comic store, a haven for the peculiar and passionate. Elliot's Emporium was etched in bold, vibrant letters across the glass, and as she navigated through the colourful shelves, she felt a twinge of comfort. Elliot had always said his store was more than just a place to sell comics. It was a sanctuary for those seeking escape from their ordinary lives. Elliot emerged from behind a stack of vintage Astonishing Tales comics, his face drawn with concern. "Sophia, are you okay?" he asked, closing the gap between them with a few quick strides. "I've been better," she admitted, managing a fragile smile. "But right now, I need your help to make sense of this mess." Elliot nodded and led her to the back room, where they could discuss the situation in privacy. It was a cluttered space, much like the house she'd visited earlier, but here each item was carefully catalogued and labelled. "Tell me everything," Elliot insisted as they both sat at a small table cluttered with action figures and comic book paraphernalia. As Sophia recounted the details, Elliot's brow furrowed. "You said the house was filled with collectibles," he mused, stroking his chin. "Special editions, rare pieces. It could be the killer targeted him for his collection." "But which piece, and why?" "Nothing looked stolen," Sophia added, frustration creeping into her voice. "Maybe it's not about what's missing, but about what's added," Elliot suggested cryptically. Before Sophia could ask him to clarify, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and frowned. "That's Jenna. She might be onto something. Let's see what she's found." Elliot put the call on speaker, and Jenna's voice filled the room, edged with urgency. Guys, you're not going to believe this. I've been digging through online forums and chat groups for hardcore collectors. It seems our victim was involved in a heated dispute over a supposedly cursed figurine. Cursed? Sophia interjected with a hint of skepticism. Yeah, I know how it sounds. But this community is superstitious. They believe some items can bring misfortune or, worse. The victim claimed to have acquired it recently, but nobody's seen it since the murder, Jenna explained. Elliot and Sophia exchanged a meaningful look. If we find that figurine, we might just find our murderer. Elliot concluded, Sophia's brow furrowed in concentration as she regarded Jenna. This cursed figurine, you're sure it's connected to the case? She asked, her voice lacing with both skepticism and an undercurrent of urgency. Jenna nodded earnestly. I wouldn't have mentioned it if I wasn't. The collectibles world is full of tales, sure, but this one kept coming up. After the murder, whispers started that maybe the curse had claimed another victim. Elliot leaned forward, resting his elbows on the counter strewn with comic books and action figures. So, we trace the history of this figurine. We find out who sold it, who wanted it, who might have wanted to go to extremes to get their hands on it, or away from it. His eyes were keen, animated by the thrill of the hunt. Sophia mulled over his words. We need to be careful, though. If this is genuinely tied to the scene I found today, then there's a real danger lurking. Not to mention, Detective Lancer is already breathing down my neck. Jenna interjected. You're right. And the community. They can be tight-lipped, especially about a thing like this. Trust is hard to earn, but essential if we want information. The three friends stood in silent agreement for a moment. Then Sophia set her jaw with resolve. We begin tonight. We talk to the sellers, the collectors, anyone who's anyone in the cursed figurine circles. Elliot, start with your contacts. Jenna, try the online forums. I'll hit the stores where these types of collectibles are likely to be sold. Elliot nodded, pulling out his phone to start making a list of the various collectors he knew would have the scoop on the darker sides of their hobby. Jenna began to draft a post, urging the online community for any leads. Sophia felt a rush of adrenaline, knowing that the investigation could lead them down some dangerous paths, but also feeling a sense of duty to clear her name and uncover the truth. Their mission was clear. Uncover the cursed figurine's past, confront the secrets it might reveal, and stay ahead of the law while doing it. Little did they know, the answers they were seeking would dredge up more than just the dark corners of their passions. It would unearth something far more sinister. Sophia's fingers drummed anxiously on the steering wheel of her DairyDash vehicle as she directed it towards her first destination, Magic Curios, a known haunt for niche collectors and sellers of oddities. If the cursed figurine had been through these parts, the store's eccentric owner, Mr. Pendrick, would surely have some inkling. Her thoughts were constantly interrupted by flashbacks of the gruesome scene and Detective Lancer's piercing gaze. She replayed their conversation in her mind, his questions probing deeper, like he was searching for a crack in her story. But she was innocent, and her alibi for the day of the murder was solid, backed by DairyDash delivery logs and witness accounts. Despite the evidence, Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that she was just one misstep away from handcuffs. Upon arriving at Magic Curios, Sophia greeted Mr. Pendrake, a man with eyes like keen, hunting orbs, shrouded by a mane of wild silver hair. He was apprehensive at first, but thawed as she mentioned her connection to Elliot. The cursed figurine, you say? He mused, stroking his beard, crinkled eyes squinting in concentration. After a moment, he beckoned her closer. Heard rumors about an item matching its description. Purchased by an elusive buyer who frequents the underground auctions. Not much is known about him, dead quiet on personal details, but they call him the Cat Collector on account of his strange obsession. Meanwhile, Jenna's digital forays had been fruitful. She'd found scattered mentions of a cursed figurine connected to a series of mysterious incidents. Every virtual breadcrumb she followed only added to the legend and the list of questions. Many claimed it brought misfortune, and others suggested it bore the curse of an ancient witch's grudge. There were no direct leads, but the whispers were enough to send shivers down her spine as she typed furiously, documenting everything. Elliot had his own revelations. A collector friend had recalled seeing the odd statuette in the possession of a few collectors over the past years. Each owner had reportedly experienced a swift and devastating downturn in luck, some veering towards lunacy, while others met untimely fates. As the trio reconvened later that evening, the puzzle pieces were starting to form a clearer picture. The cursed figurine was dangerous, sought by a collector with a penchant for the macabre, and capable of cloaking its owner in misfortune, or worse. "We need to get our hands on that buyer list from the underground auction," Elliot concluded, his face grave. The weight of their task loomed over them. Find the cursed artifact before anyone else fell victim to its twisted legacy. The air was thick with speculations and theories, but they knew they were playing a deadly game now. With the police inching closer with every clue they unearthed, the pressure was mounting. Find the figurine, find the cat collector, and perhaps in doing so, find the killer. Sophia's freedom depended on it. Chapter 5. Unraveling Clues. The narrow, winding streets of Lower Chilworth were like the arteries of a hidden world, each turn revealing more of its eclectic life. Along these paths, Sophia moved with a vigilance born of her newfound role as an amateur detective, her list of Greg's neighbours clutched firmly in her hand. Jenna and Elliot trailed behind, the former fervently documenting everything with her phone, while the latter kept a wary eye out for anyone who might recognise them from the DairyDash service. Their first stop was the residence of Agnes Worrell, a middle-aged woman with kohl-rimmed eyes and a fondness for tarot cards. Agnes lived in an apartment that breathed with the scent of incense, its walls adorned with tapestries that depicted the major and minor arcana. Greg, poor boy, always felt a shadow hung about him, Agnes murmured as she shuffled her deck. Her revelations about Greg were cryptic, hinting at an entanglement with forces beyond the ordinary, which only served to thicken the aura of mystery surrounding the case. Next, they visited the home of Reginald Reg Beck, an antique radio enthusiast whose cluttered living space was a shrine to a bygone era. Amidst the static of old jazz tunes, Reg spoke of Greg's visits. Always to sell and never to buy. He seemed desperate lately, like he was running from something, or someone, Red confided, his gaze distant as if filtered through the sepia-toned memories of the items he kept. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the ramshackle buildings, the trio made their last stop for the day at the house of the Weathervane sisters, elderly twins who seemed to communicate in a language of sidelong glances and unfinished sentences. Their collection was the most peculiar. Weathered barometers and wind vanes of all sizes crowded the space. The poor man in the cat costume, they sksked in unison, revealing that Greg had once admired a peculiar wind vane shaped like a feline. "He thought it might be lucky, you see," one whispered, while the other gave a knowing nod. The day's investigations shed limited light on the identity of the cat collector, but wove a tapestry of the strange undercurrent that seemed to run through this close-knit community. It was apparent that Greg had been more than he appeared, his life an intricate puzzle with missing pieces hidden in the unlikeliest of places. As they left the final house, Jenna received a message from an anonymous source. "The auction takes place at midnight," it read, the address following. A shiver ran down Sophia's spine. Tonight, they would delve into the heart of the secret auction, the very den of the figurine's cursed dealings. This was their chance to unveil the cat collector and untangle the web of deceit and superstition that had ensnared them all. The trio agreed to regroup and prepare. They had mere hours to slip into a world that thrived in the shadows, a world they hoped held the key to their salvation. The atmosphere was thick with speculations and theories, but they knew they were playing a deadly game now. With the police inching closer with every clue they unearthed, the pressure was mounting. Find the figurine, find the cat collector, and perhaps in doing so, find the killer. Sophia's freedom depended on it. As night fell, the trio's plan began to coalesce. Sophia borrowed a sleek black dress from Jenna, who had a knack for high fashion, despite their modest surroundings. Elliot, showing surprising knowledge about such events, suggested they use a set of sophisticated earpieces to keep in communication while inside the auction. "These look like they've come straight out of a spy movie," Sophia remarked, examining the tiny gadgets. Jenna just smiled, a sly edge to her voice as she said, "Well, we're practically in one, aren't we?" They knew they had to act fast. The auction was set for the next night, in a nondescript warehouse on the outskirts of town. With time running short, they agreed to split up to gather the last pieces of their ensemble. Sophia decided to pay a visit to a small-time hacker she knew, who could potentially help them navigate the security at the event. Sophia's contact, a wiry young man with a shock of bright green hair named Kip, had owed her a favor for months. After a brief explanation of their situation, Kip eagerly set to work, fingers dancing across the keyboard with practiced ease. Within an hour, he handed Sophia a flash drive. "This little baby will let you piggyback on the auction's private network. Once in, you can pull up anything that's not nailed down or behind 7 firewalls," Kip said with a triumphant grin. Sophia, in awe of Kip's swift work, offered a sincere thank you before she rushed to reconvene with Jenna and Elliot. Back at Jenna's place, they crowded around a small dining table that was now an operations command center. Maps of the warehouse and its surrounding neighborhood were spread out, alongside a hand-drawn diagram of the building's interior. Kip had managed to secure during his brief hacking stint. Jenna outlined their roles with a hint of trepidation in her eyes. Sophia would mingle among the guests. Elliot would work the perimeter, and Jenna herself would tap into the auction's security cameras. The night of the auction arrived with a tense atmosphere that enveloped the trio. As they approached the warehouse cloaked in darkness, it was evident that they were not the only ones incognito. Figures in an array of outfits and masks drifted through the shadows towards the entrance. Sophia felt her heartbeat escalate with each step closer to the looming building. The air was thick with the unknown. They entered, each absorbed in their role. Sophia scanned the room, noting the assorted mix of attendees. There were tycoons rubbing elbows with enigmatic figures who could easily be part of any underground syndicate. The space itself was more of a shrine to the macabre and the strange than an auction house. Items encased in glass varied from the simple, like a rare coin, to the bizarre, misshapen artifacts whose histories were probably as dark as the lighting in the room. As Elliot discreetly planted himself near an emergency exit, Jenna found a discreet corner to set up her laptop. Sophia was wandering through the crowd when a voice rasped in her earpiece. "I'm in. Cameras are looping now. Be careful, Sophia. There are eyes everywhere." It was Jenna, her tone underscored with the gravity of their deception. Sophia nodded to herself, steeling her nerves as she prepared to dive deeper into the night's secrets, cognizant of the ever-looming shadow of the cat collector and the twisted mystery they were entwined with. Sophia plastered on an air of casual curiosity, an act that would be crucial to navigating the treacherously affluent sea of guests. Each individual was a potential key to unraveling the night's enigma. Her gaze settled on a woman fervently examining a set of ancient coins, her fingers skimming over them with an expert's touch. Sophia approached, feigning an interest in the collection. "These are incredible," Sophia commented. "I'm always amazed at what comes up at these auctions. Do you collect anything in particular?" The woman glanced at Sophia, appraisal sharp in her eyes. "Only items that pique my curiosity. And you? Are you here for the spectacle, or do you have a vested interest?" Sophia decided to play it safe. "A bit of both, I suppose. It's hard not to get drawn in by all the spectacle." She gave a small laugh, hoping to come across as genuine. The conversation flowed smoothly, and through it, Sophia learned the woman was an appraiser named Marlene. With a bit more coaxing, Sophia deduced that Greg had been a frequenter of these auctions and had rubbed some of the regulars the wrong way with his eccentric bidding habits. "That man," Marlene sniffed disdainfully, "he could spot a rare item a mile away, but he didn't understand the unspoken rules here. He made quite a few enemies. Enemies. It was a lead, albeit a vague one." Sophia tucked the information away mentally and excused herself, scanning the crowd for her next interaction. Her eyes landed on a pair of collectors animatedly discussing a miniature steam train set, one of them wildly gesticulating as he emphasized his point. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Elliot kept a vigilant watch on the exits, his discreet earpiece keeping him connected to Jenna and Sophia. His eyes darted from one face to another, searching for signs of stress or guilt, some subtle cue that might betray a connection to Greg's untimely demise. Jenna observed everything through the lens of the security cameras, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she tagged faces and cross-referenced them with public records. "Guys, we've got a few hits here," she whispered. "A couple of guests with sketchy backgrounds. One's flagged for smuggling artifacts." Sophia's attention turned to Jenna's update. This night was revealing its layers, and every layer peeled back brought Sophia one step closer to uncovering the truth, or to becoming irrevocably caught in the web of lies surrounding the death of the enigmatic cat collector. Emboldened by Jenna's lead on the suspected artifact smuggler, Sophia's resolve hardened. She knew that if she was going to clear her name, every bit of information counted. She turned to approach the pair that were engaged in a lively discussion about the miniature steam train set, a set that she knew had once been part of Greg's extensive collection. The attention to detail on the set was impressive, and Sophia could almost hear the chug of the tiny locomotive. "Exciting piece, isn't it?" she remarked casually, inserting herself into their conversation. The pair, startled, turned to her. One of them, a man with thick spectacles and leather patches on the elbows of his tweed jacket, adjusted his glasses. "Yes, quite remarkable," he replied. "Greg's collection was always top tier." Sophia sensed an opening. "Oh, you knew Greg then?" she inquired innocently. "Knew of him," the man corrected quickly. "I'm Harold, and this is my associate, Annette. We're collectors ourselves." Sophia could feel the tension beneath their cordiality. She decided to push a little. It must be quite the shock, Greg's sudden departure. Harold's eyes, for a fraction of a second, betrayed a flicker of something dark before he covered it with a well-practiced smile. "Yes, one doesn't expect such violence in our circles," he said. Annette nodded, a touch too eagerly. "It's dreadful." Elliot's voice buzzed in Sophia's earpiece. "Be careful, Sophia. That guy Harold was seen arguing with Greg at the last event. Big fallout." Her stomach knotted at this revelation. "Did the two of you ever have a chance to meet Greg personally?" Sophia asked, her tone light but watchful. Annette looked away, while Harold hesitated, then cleared his throat. "Once or twice at most. Polite conversations regarding collectibles. Sad to see him go under such peculiar circumstances." Sophia nodded, feigning disinterest while she memorized every nuance of their expressions, every gesture that might signal deception. She excused herself politely, stepping away with a mind full of suspicions. As she mingled through the crowd, processing the new information, Jenna's voice came through the earpiece, urgent. "Sophia, we have a situation. I've picked up a signal from a tracking device hidden inside the train set. It looks like it's transmitting its location. Whoever placed it could be in this very room, potentially here to retrieve something from that set." Suddenly, the auction wasn't just about antiques. It was a nest of secrets, some possibly worth killing for. Sophia knew she needed to unravel these mysteries without drawing attention to herself. She gave a slight nod in Jenna's direction and readied herself to dive deeper into the enigma of Greg's demise and the strange cohort that surrounded him, knowing the danger that might lie in wait. Every person in this room could be a potential ally or a formidable foe, and Sophia had to tread the line carefully to emerge unscathed and vindicated. Sophia's heart raced as she weaved through the crowded room, her attention flitting from one bidder to the next. She clutched her notebook close, each new entry a piece of the puzzle. Her eyes settled on a woman in an emerald dress, cradling a porcelain doll. The woman's gaze lingered on the train set with an intensity that did not match the rest of her demure posture. Approaching cautiously, Sophia struck up a conversation with the woman, whose name was Clarice. With a soft voice that carried a secretive tone, Clarice spoke of her love for dolls and miniatures. There was a wistfulness in her eyes as she mentioned Greg's unmatched collection. Greg had an eye for the unique, Clarice said, her fingers lightly touching the glass case that housed the train set. "I believe he acquired some pieces that some might do anything to possess." Her cautionary words hung in the air, a silent warning that Sophia couldn't ignore. Meanwhile, Elliot mingled with the auction-goers, his ears perking up at the mention of Greg's name. He could sense the tension in the room, a mixture of greed and fear that permeated the air like a foul odor. And Jenna, her gaze seldom straying from the train set, noticed a man in a tattered tweed jacket repeatedly circling the display, a bead of sweat rolling down his brow despite the cool ambient temperature. Sophia thanked Clarice and moved on, her mind racing with questions. Who were these people, and what exactly were they after? She didn't have to wonder for long. With a dramatic entrance that commanded the room's attention, a flamboyant character strutted in. His purple suit and cane, an odd sight among the reserved attendees. His name, Sophia gathered from the whispers around her, was Monty, a notorious collector known for his ruthlessness in acquiring rare items. Monty's eyes quickly found the train set, and a twisted smile appeared on his face. Sophia felt a chill run down her spine as she registered the dangerous glint in his eyes. Whatever secrets the train set held, it was clear that Monty would stop at nothing to unearth them. Sophia jotted down another note, her task growing more perilous with every passing moment. Steeling herself, Sophia prepared to engage Monty in conversation, all too aware that this man could hold the key to unraveling the mystery. As she stepped forward, she caught sight of Jenna and Elliot, giving her subtle nods, affirming their readiness. They were a team, albeit an unlikely one, and they were slowly closing in on the truth. Sophia approached Monty with the poise of a seasoned detective, despite the butterflies doing acrobatics in her stomach. She reached the table where the infamous train set was on display, gleaming under the auction room's harsh lights. Monty, whose gaze had not left the intricate miniature locomotives, took a moment before he acknowledged her presence. "Beautiful piece, isn't it?" Sophia commented, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible. Monty's eyes flickered with a spark of interest. "It's the crown jewel of any collection," he replied, his voice low and gravely. Greg knew that better than anyone. Sophia caught the hint of something deeper in his voice. "You and Greg were acquaintances then?" She pried gently, observing Monty's body language. He hesitated, a veiled shadow passing over his features. "We moved in the same circles. Collectors understand each other." Monty's gaze returned to the train set, as if it called to him. Sophia decided to take a more direct approach. "Did you ever want to own this piece?" she asked. The words lingered in the air like an accusation. "I'd be lying if I said no," Monty confessed without looking at her, "but I respect the sanctity of a fellow collector's treasure. Greg's death, it's a loss to our community." There was sincerity in his tone, but Sophia wasn't entirely convinced. Meanwhile, Elliot and Jenna circled the room, their eyes sweeping over the attendees discreetly. They split up, hoping to cover more ground and to go unnoticed by the suspicious individuals they had been tracking. Jenna's attention was caught by a man who seemed overly anxious, consistently checking his phone and glancing towards the exit. Elliot, on the other hand, observed a woman who seemed to be signaling someone outside, her eyes darting to the door every few minutes. As Sophia continued her conversation with Monty, she subtly signaled to Jenna and Elliot, indicating that they needed to follow up on these leads. The trio knew they had to act fast and with precision. They could not afford to let any clue slip through their grasp as the auction continued to whirl around them. Sophia leaned closer to Monty, her voice a gentle whisper amidst the cacophony of the auction. "Monty, you must have known Greg quite well to be so interested in his train set. Can you recall anything unusual about the day he passed away?" Monty, who had been nervously adjusting his glasses, paused and looked at Sophia with renewed focus. Well, it was peculiar indeed. Greg was usually meticulous about his routines, but that day he cancelled our weekly chess game at the last minute, said he had an urgent matter to attend to. Never got to find out what it was, though. Sophia's ears perked up at this new piece of information. Greg's last day was indeed shaping up to be out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, Jenna and Elliot split up to shadow the two suspicious individuals they had identified in the crowd. Jenna followed a woman who kept circling back to the display case holding Greg's rarest comic book, while Elliot kept his eyes on a man who seemed a bit too interested in the attendees rather than the collectibles. The suspects were subtle in their movements, but Jenna and Elliot were seasoned in the art of discreet observation. Back with Monty, Sophia inquired further. "Was there anyone new or peculiar in Greg's life that you knew of? A new interest, perhaps?" Monty rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Well, there was this one gal, started showing up at the last few game nights, kept to herself mostly but seemed keen on Greg. Sophia took note, a potential lead. As the auctioneer called out the next item, a tension permeated the air. The community secrets were beginning to unravel, and the unusual lifestyle of the deceased was coming to light. What was initially a simple delivery had plunged Sophia into a tangle of motives and mysteries, where every detail could hold the key to solving the crime. Sophia narrowed her eyes, focusing intently on Monty. His nervousness was palpable, and he seemed eager to divert the topic away from the mysterious woman who joined their game nights shortly before Greg's untimely death. "Are you sure you can't describe her more? Didn't she say anything about herself that stood out to you?" Sophia pressed. Monty frowned, his fingers drumming on the table. She was odd. Kept to herself mostly. I remember she had a fascination with Greg's collection of superhero memorabilia. Said she was a collector too, that she had some rare pieces of her own. Sophia's mind raced. Collectors could be obsessive, and that obsession could sometimes turn dark. "Do you remember her name?" she asked. "Violet," he murmured after a thoughtful pause. "She introduced herself as Violet." Just then, Monty's phone buzzed, and his face paled as he read the message. "I'm sorry, I must take care of this," he said abruptly, standing up and leaving Sophia with more questions than answers. Jenna, meanwhile, continued to follow the mysterious woman who had inquired about Greg's rare comic book. She was careful to remain unseen, ducking behind shelves and pretending to examine collectibles whenever the woman glanced back. The woman finally stopped in front of a glass case containing an array of vintage toys, but instead of looking at the items, she seemed more interested in a conversation she was having over the phone. Jenna strained to listen, catching snippets about finalizing a deal and the cat suit is gone. Elsewhere in the chaotic house, Elliot watched the man whose gaze was fixed more on the guests than the displays. The man seemed cagey, making Elliot wonder if he knew more about Greg's death than he let on. He made a mental note to keep an eye on anyone who seemed overly interested in the people rather than the items up for contention. Sophia decided to explore other areas of the house and stumbled upon Greg's personal office. Amidst the clutter of papers and collectibles, she discovered an odd assortment of newspaper clippings about a local theatre group, numerous photos of Greg in various costumes, and a folder brimming with correspondences labelled Project Purr. Each new discovery seemed to plunge her deeper into the enigma surrounding Greg's life and death. Sophia's fingers trembled as they brushed over the folder labelled Project Purr. She hesitated for a moment, the eerie silence of the office pressing in on her. With a steadying breath, she flipped the folder open. The first few pages were covered in sketched designs for what appeared to be an elaborate costume, complete with intricate patterns and specifications for materials that seemed strangely high-tech. As she delved deeper into the folder, various emails and invoices outlined the commission of a costume that matched the very outfit they found Greg in. Sophia pondered if this was an innocent hobby that had taken a lethal turn, or if there was a more insidious connection. She tucked the most telling pieces of evidence in her bag. She would need them to unravel the web of secrets surrounding her. Meanwhile, Jenna discreetly listened in on the conversation nearby, her ears tuning into the words comic book and catsuit. It was clear the woman knew more than she let on, perhaps even the identity of the person in the Oreo shake order. Elliot, under the guise of fetching another drink, sidled up to the suspicious man who had not taken his eyes off the other guests. "Quite a collection, huh?" Elliot commented casually, trying to strike up a conversation. The man grunted non-committally, but Elliot was not deterred. He mentioned the local theatre group, watching the man's reaction closely. Sophia left the office, her mind racing. She needed to find out more about the local theatre group and their connection to Greg. The layers of Greg's life were starting to come together, but she felt the missing piece still eluded her. As she stepped out into the hallway, she heard the faint rustle of fabric from a nearby room. Greg's house kept its secrets well, but Sophia was determined to bring them to light, piece by painstaking piece. Sophia's heart thudded with apprehension. It was time to take a deeper dive into Greg's clandestine connections, beginning with the local theatre troupe, known for its eccentric performances and unruly cast members who dwelt in a world far removed from the prudence of DairyDash deliveries. She grabbed her leather jacket, knowing it would be a long night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the streets of the quaint neighborhood, Sophia parked her scooter a block away from the theater hall. A pulsing mix of adrenaline and fear coursed through her veins as she approached the entrance. The building was older, its bricks chipped and paint peeling, but it palpably vibrated with an energy that the dying light couldn't diminish. Inside, the theater group was in the throes of rehearsal. Sophia watched from the back, a spectre unnoticed amidst the chaos. Scanning for familiar faces, anything that could tie these individuals to Greg and the curious man in the Project Purr cat costume. A wiry man with a penchant for dramatics, identified by the troupe as Mr. Knight, seemed to hold a gaze that knew more than it shared. She would need to approach him, but caution was necessary. She made a mental note and edged closer to the stage. Meanwhile, Jenna found herself shadowing the mysterious woman from earlier. Bravery, or perhaps foolhardiness, had led her to follow the woman to a dimly lit cafe tucked away in a nook of the city predominantly known to the night owls. Pretending to skim through a menu, Jenna stole glances at the woman, who whispered into her phone with a coil of urgency. Elliot had struck up a conversation outside Greg's house with the man he had seen earlier. He learned the man was named Darryl and claimed to be a simple patron of the theatre. Admiring Greg's business acumen, Darryl was clearly holding back, and Elliot's instincts told him that this man was a key in deciphering Greg's messy end. As the evening drew on, the threads Sophia and her friends wove in their separate endeavours began to weave a tapestry rich with complexity and danger. Each step closer to the truth also took them deeper into a world where the line between performance and reality was perilously thin. Sophia's heart raced as she inched closer to the enigmatic Mr. Knight, a silver-haired man with a demeanour as serene as the velvet night skies he was named after. The noises of the theatre rehearsal were a distant murmur in her ears as she gathered the courage to address him. "Excuse me, Mr. Knight? I was hoping to speak to you for a moment," she said, her voice steady despite the nerves. She noted his slightest frown, the way his eyes seemed to peer right through her veil of feigned casualness. "I only discuss theatre matters here, my dear," he responded in a deep timbre, which somehow seemed to resonate with the shadows that caressed the stage. "But I suppose I could spare a moment for a fan." His words dripped with an aloof charm, and Sophia quickly realized this would be no easy conversation. Meanwhile, Jenna's heart thumped against her chest as the mysterious woman ended her call and slid her phone into her purse. The woman's finger traced the rim of her coffee cup, lost in thought. Jenna approached, her steps firm and her resolve stronger. "I couldn't help but overhear. Are you connected to Greg by any chance? The whole community is shocked by—" "What happened?" Jenna queried, her voice laced with a concocted concern. The woman's eyes fixated on Jenna with an unnatural intensity. After a long pause, she responded, "Greg's misfortune is a lamentable tale, but I assure you I hold no ties to the chaos that befell him." Her answer seemed rehearsed, yet genuine fear flickered behind her steely gaze. On the other side of town, Elliot's interrogation of Darryl outside Greg's house hit an impasse. Darryl appeared cagey, his gaze shifting frequently. Elliot knew the telltale signs of evasion. "Listen, Darryl. If there's anything you know that could help, it's vital you share it. Nobody wants an innocent party caught in the crossfire," Elliot pressed firmly, his words appealing to Darryl's conscience. Darryl sucked in a breath, clearly conflicted. "It's not that simple, Elliot. The web we're tangled in, it's more intricate than you think," he confessed with a weighted hush before turning to walk away. As the evening drew on, the threads Sophia and her friends wove in their separate endeavours began to weave a tapestry, rich with complexity and danger. Each step closer to the truth also took them deeper into a world where the line between performance and reality was perilously thin. Chapter 6, The Cat's Closet. Sophia found Mr. Knight to be an enigma wrapped in velvet and mystery. The man, if one could call him that, was the embodiment of the theatre, dramatic, elusive, and enigmatic. Nevertheless, Sophia was determined to unravel the threads that bound him to Greg's grim fate. "Mr. Knight," Sophia said, her voice firmer than before. "You keep spinning tales, but Greg's death was not fiction. It demands more than dramatic pauses and vague allusions. His life outside the spotlight, his passion for cats. What can you tell me about that?" There was a pause, longer than artistic, and Mr. Knight seemed to grapple with a confliction within. His eyes flickered beneath his ornate mask. "Ah, the feline obsession," he whispered. His gaze darted around the room as if the walls might topple upon the revelation of secrets long held close. "You are aware of the cutthroat realm of cat shows, aren't you? Glittering trophies, envious glares. The desire to be the top cat, the prime perfection, can drive one to extremes." Sophia sensed a vein of truth in his melodramatic delivery. With a mix of encouragement and urgency, she nudged Mr. Knight to continue. He did, recounting sordid tales of sabotaged pedigrees, spiteful rivalries, and whispered threats. The more he spoke, the more the picture of Greg expanded beyond just a simple cat enthusiast to a man entangled in the fierce competition that could indeed breed contempt, jealousy, and perhaps murder. Meanwhile, after her confrontation with the mysterious woman, Jenna's detective instincts had sharpened. The fear in the woman's eyes had been sincere, and Jenna was certain she knew more than she was letting on. Pushing gently, but with insistence, Jenna coaxed the woman to examine her conscience, to consider the gravity of the situation. Little by little, the woman's resolve began to crumble, dropping hints at professional rivalries and crimes committed not just against Greg, but against his beloved cats as well. On a separate front, Elliot's pursuit of the elusive Darryl led him down a path of shadows. Darryl was a slippery character, often blending into the background when he wasn't being brazenly confrontational. Elliot kept a discreet distance, observing Darryl's movements, identifying contacts, and gradually painting a picture of a man involved in dealings that went beyond innocent interest in feline finesse. Yet, as Elliot tailed his quarry throughout the evening, he became increasingly aware that Darryl, too, might fear for his own safety. What was the source of his apprehension? Was it the risk of exposure, or a deeper dread? Elliot's interest peaked. He knew he was on the brink of a breakthrough. As the evening drew on, the threads Sophia and her friends wove in their separate endeavors began to weave a tapestry rich with complexity and danger. Each step closer to the truth also took them deeper into a world where the line between performance and reality was perilously thin. Mr. Knight, the proprietor of the fringe cat accessory store Whiskers and Wonders, had given Sophia a dusty ledger filled with names and dates. It detailed substantial bets, victories, and the occasional competitive sabotage that tainted the underbelly of the cat show circuit. As she flipped through the yellowed pages, her eyes were drawn to a series of frantic notes near the margins. Warnings or premonitions, perhaps? They were cryptic, but alluded to a Siamese standoff at the upcoming Grand Paws Gala, an event Greg had been fervently preparing for. Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that this ledger was more than a record. It was evidence of the cutthroat nature hidden beneath the veneer of well-groomed felines and their doting owners. With renewed determination, she began to cross-reference the names with online cat show records, news articles, and the occasional gossip forum. The name Marla Tinkerton, a frequent winner with an air of arrogance around her posts, appeared often. A comment caught Sophia's eye. "Watch your back, Greg. The Siamese she's showing this year is a real killer." Sophia's phone buzzed. It was Jenna, her voice hushed as if every word were laced with dread. "You need to see this. I've got the mysterious woman to talk. She's been working for Marla, doing unsavory things. I'm at the coffee house across from the library." Elsewhere, Elliot's shadow was looming behind Darryl, the pet supply store clerk who suddenly seemed small and furtive like a mouse cornered by a vigilant cat. "I know you're scared, Darryl, but whatever you're hiding could be the key to solving Greg's murder," Elliot prodded, his voice a blend of empathy and insistence. Darryl licked his lips nervously, glancing around to make sure they were alone. "It's not just about Greg," he whispered. "It's bigger than that. There's something going on at the shows, something dangerous." His eyes were wide with fear, and it was clear that whatever he knew was significant enough to rattle his bones. Sophia felt a chill travel down her spine as she grasped the gravity of Elliot's words. If Darryl was frightened enough to allude to dangerous activities beyond petty rivalries and glitzy trophies, the stakes were higher than she had imagined. She needed to piece together the puzzle before her name was irrevocably tarnished by association with the crime scene she had stumbled upon. Resolving to discover the truth, Sophia closed her notepad brimming with information and set out to meet Jenna. Elsewhere, Elliot observed Darryl's jittery demeanor and knew he was on the cusp of uncovering vital information. "Darryl, you need to trust me," Elliot urged, his voice firm but reassuring. "Whatever is happening, we can help stop it, but only if you talk to us. This isn't just about competition anymore, is it?" Darryl's gaze shifted, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled with the decision to divulge his secrets. Sophia arrived at the quaint cafe where Jenna waited. The air was saturated with the smell of fresh coffee and pastries, providing a stark contrast to the grim facts they were about to discuss. "Hey," Sophia greeted, sliding into the booth opposite Jenna. She could see that Jenna had bags under her eyes. It had been long nights for both of them. "So, what did our mystery woman say about Marla Tinkerton?" Sophia asked, getting straight to the point. Jenna shuffled her notes, her fingers tracing the lines of text as if to draw strength from the words themselves. "It turns out Marla's been hiding her tracks well, but there's a lot she's involved in that doesn't sit right," Jenna explained. "Our source said Marla's been using her connections at the cat shows to smuggle." Sophia raised her eyebrows, waiting eagerly for Jenna to continue. "Exotic animals," Jenna finished. "She's been raising stakes higher than anyone realized. The cat shows were a front, and apparently Greg discovered this and was trying to expose her." Back with Elliot, Darryl finally cracked, the words tumbling out in a hurried whisper. "There are bets, big bets on these shows, not on the cats, on the fights, human fights. They arrange them after hours. It's sick, and Greg wanted out." The revelation hit Sophia and Elliot at the same time, though they were miles apart. Neither of them realized the extent of the underground ring they had just uncovered. The charming world of competitive cat shows they had thought they knew was merely a facade for something much darker. Sophia's mind raced as she stared into her lukewarm coffee, the murmur of the cafe around her fading into a hollow echo. Was Greg, the gentle soul with a passion for Persian cats, really plotting to dismantle an illicit smuggling ring intertwined with animalistic violence? She glanced at Elliot, noting the grim determination etched on his features. "We need to get to the bottom of this, Elliot. We've got to gather more evidence linking Marla to these activities without becoming targets ourselves," Sophia declared, her voice low but resolute. Elliot nodded, flashing a reassuring smile. "First things first, we've got to be careful who we trust. This goes deeper and is more dangerous than we thought. I believe there's only one person who's above suspicion in this tangled web of deceit." Sophia raised her eyebrows in question. "And who might that be?" "Inspector Ramirez," Elliot replied without a second's hesitation. "He's an old-school cop who values justice above all. I say we bring this to him, but only once we've collected irrefutable proof." Agreeing with Elliot's plan, Sophia went home that evening and pored over the notes Greg had left behind. She sorted through photographs of Greg's cat show triumphs, newspaper clippings on Marla's successes, and a scribbled ledger that she presumed charted illicit earnings from the underground fights. As she delved into Greg's records, Sophia found email exchanges that revealed veiled threats and boastful jeers between competitive cat owners, alluding to a fierce rivalry that bubbled beneath the surface of these genteel events. Among these communications, one email stood out. It was from Greg to Marla, just a week before his death, confronting her about the smuggling and hinting at damning evidence he possessed. The response was curt, a mere 2 lines, that read, "Consider your next moves very carefully. We wouldn't want your 9 lives to run out prematurely." Sophia felt a chill down her spine. She snapped a photo of the email with her phone and sent it to Elliot. "We have to show this to Inspector Ramirez. It's a clear threat," she texted urgently. Elliot's reply came quickly, tinged with the weight of the situation. "Agreed. Let's meet him tomorrow. Stay safe tonight." Sophia double-checked the locks on her doors and windows before settling into bed, her sleep fitful and troubled. The next morning, she would take the first steps in bringing Greg's killer to light. But she knew in her heart that there would be more to this than just exposing a single predator in the pack. The next morning dawned with a promise of revelations. Sophia felt her heart pounding as she prepared for the day, her night of disturbed dreams, leaving her restless but determined. As she sipped her morning coffee, she played over the information they had already collected. It seemed incredible that her delivery route would have tangled her up in such a web of intrigue. By mid-morning, Sophia and Elliot were sitting across from Inspector Ramirez in a small, stuffy interrogation room at the local police station. The inspector, a stout man with a reputation for being both thorough and fair, eyed the contents of the envelope they slid across the table to him with keen interest. Inside were the printouts of the email exchanges between Greg and Marla, a detailed list of potential rivals at the cat shows, and compiled evidence linking many of them to suspicious activities. "This is quite the trove you've gathered," Ramirez remarked, one bushy eyebrow raised as he shuffled through the papers. "We'd heard whispers of misconduct at these shows, but nothing as concrete as this." His gaze met Sophia's, and she felt a flicker of validation for their efforts. Before they could discuss the next steps, the room's door swung open and a junior officer approached, a nervous energy about him. "Inspector, you'll want to see this," he said, handing Ramirez a thumb drive. "We found this in Marla's office during our preliminary search. It's full of records, payments, threats, even what looks like rigged show results." The air in the room thickened with the weight of the discovery. Ramirez plugged the drive into his laptop, and the three of them huddled around the screen as damning evidence scrolled by. It painted a picture of an underground ring of competitive cat show insidiousness, which now seemed to implicate Marla as a key player. The newfound evidence shifted the conversation. "We'll need to bring Marla in for questioning. It's clear she's involved up to her neck," Ramirez concluded, now tapping at his keyboard, likely arranging for the interrogation. "Sophia, Elliot, you've done good work, but this is where it gets dangerous. I need you both to be careful. Someone with the influence to rig shows and intimidate participants won't hesitate to do worse." Sophia nodded, a mix of fear and determination etched on her face. She knew the danger, but felt a sense of duty to see this through, to ensure that justice was served for Greg. Still, the caution in the inspector's voice reminded her just how close to the fire she was flying. Elliot, looking paler than usual, swallowed hard but gave a resolute nod. As they left the station, Sophia's phone vibrated with an incoming message. She viewed the text, her eyes widening in disbelief. An anonymous tipster claimed to have first-hand evidence of the murderer's identity, insisting on meeting in a secluded location later that evening. It was the break they'd been hoping for, yet it reeked of potential peril. Sophia's mind raced as she stared at the cryptic text on her phone screen. "Meet at the Old Oak Park, by the Weeping Statue at midnight." The ominous tone of the message was enough to send shivers down her spine. She shared a glance with Elliot, whose concern was painted clearly across his features. "Do you think it's a trap?" Elliot asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sophia pondered for a moment. The backdrops of cat shows and competitive rivalries had led them to an unforeseen level of danger. "It could be," she admitted, "but it could also be our only chance to find out what really happened to Greg." Elliot nodded, and they both knew that despite the risks, the lure of solving the mystery was too strong to resist. "We'll need a plan," Sophia declared. "We meet the tipster, but we take precautions." Sophia proposed they arrive separately, with Elliot stationed at a safe distance to observe. They would communicate via earpieces, and if anything seemed awry, they had a code word to signify the need for an immediate retreat. Elliot suggested they also inform Inspector Ramirez about the meeting. "If things go south, we'll need backup," he said, his face set in determination. After a brief discussion, they agreed on their strategy. With the plan in place, Sophia sent a message to affirm the meeting, demanding proof of the tipster's claims. The reply was instant. "Proof will be shown. Come alone and tell no one." The day wore on, the shadows lengthening as the sun dipped below the skyline. Sophia felt a growing unease. The stakes were high, and the night was cloaked in ambiguity. She clutched at the small canister of pepper spray in her pocket, semblance of protection against the unknown. As midnight drew close, the two prepared to depart for Old Oak Park. The air was cool, carrying with it a sense of foreboding that seemed to resonate with the whispers of the trees. Sophia took a deep breath, steadying her nerves. This was it, the moment of truth, and she was ready to face whatever awaited her in the darkness of the park. Sophia checked her watch. The illuminated hands pointed just shy of midnight. She nestled herself beside the statue, its sorrowful demeanor a silent partner to her anxious heart. Elliot's messages came through with steady reassurance. All clear, his text illuminated her screen every few minutes. Her eyes darted around, trying to map the darkness, imagining shapes and shadows where perhaps there were none. Elliot was a reassuring presence even from a distance, a guardian through the night's veil. The chime of a distant clock tower punctuated the silence, signifying midnight. Sophia's attention fixated on the entrance to the park. Footsteps approached, their rhythm deliberate and cautious. Sophia's hand instinctively moved toward the can of pepper spray she had secured in her jacket pocket. As the figure emerged from the darkened pathway, Sophia's heart pounded against her chest. The person approaching was not in a grotesque disguise or clad in foreboding attire, but was rather an unassuming woman of slight build, with nervous eyes that darted around like a trapped animal. She appeared as uncomfortable with the meeting as Sophia, her hands wringing a small piece of paper she held. "Are you?" the woman began, her voice barely above a whisper. Sophia gave a small nod. "I'm the one you called." She kept her posture open but alert, her senses sharply attuned to the surrounding night. I know something about Greg," the woman stammered, looking over her shoulder. "I think he was killed because of the cat shows. They can get intense." Her words trailed off, as if scared to say too much. Sophia leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. "What do you mean by intense?" the woman gulped. "Rivalries, sabotage. It's a small community, but tensions run high. Greg, he was about to expose someone for cheating." Sophia's eyes widened as she processed this new information, realizing the stakes were higher than she had first thought. The milieu of competitive cat shows was a mystery to her, but now it seemed central to understanding Greg's demise. Elliot's message blinked once again. "You okay?" She replied with a quick, "Yes," but her mind raced with follow-up questions for the woman before her. As they delved deeper into conversation, Sophia became acutely aware that they were not alone in their intrigue. Shadowy realms of pettiness and competition had bled into something far more sinister. Sophia leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a near whisper. Who was Greg going to expose? The woman hesitated, glancing nervously over her shoulder before replying. "There's a name that keeps cropping up. Amanda Huggingkiss. She's been sweeping competitions with her Maine Coon, but there are whispers of doping." And more. Feeling a chill despite the warm atmosphere of the coffee shop, Sophia asked, "And Greg knew this for certain? He had proof?" The tipster nodded emphatically. Greg was meticulous. He wouldn't accuse without evidence. He said he was close to getting something incontrovertible. Sophia mulled over this revelation. If Amanda Huggingkiss was as competitive and ruthless as her success suggested, then she would have everything to lose should any allegations surface. But Greg never got the chance to reveal whatever he had discovered. The question that gnawed at Sophia was why her? Why did they try to frame her? Sophia's thoughts were interrupted as her phone vibrated. It was Elliot. "Sophia, you need to leave. Now. I'm picking up some chatter. A couple of suspicious types have been asking about a woman matching your description." His voice was tense. She understood the gravity of the situation instantly. Gathering her things, Sophia signaled the tipster that it was time to go. The air outside felt thick with threat, or perhaps it was just paranoia infecting her now troubled thoughts. They parted ways, the woman slipping into the anonymity of the bustling street, while Sophia briskly walked to the prearranged pickup location. As they drove away, Elliot glanced at her with concern etched in his features. "You got what you needed?" Sophia could only nod, her mind already racing ahead. The pieces were forming a picture, but each new snippet of the puzzle morphed the image further into confusion. Amanda Huggingkiss and her prize-winning Maine Coon, an apparently perfect facade with potentially dark underpinnings. And then there was Greg, his dedication to fairness in a competitive arena costing him his life. Sophia and Elliot knew the stakes were rising, and time was becoming their scarcest commodity. We need to look into Amanda's history, comprehensive. If she's involved, then we need to find the hard evidence, Sophia declared, her resolve hardening. Elliot nodded. I'll start digging through records, connections, anything that can give us a lead. Their plan was clear, but the path to proving it was shrouded in doubt and darkness. As the car emerged into the open radiance of the setting sun, it marked the end of one chapter and the precarious beginning of another. Sitting shoulder to shoulder with Elliot, the pale glow from her laptop illuminated Sophia's determined face. The DairyDash uniform she still wore felt incongruous to the detective work that had consumed her. She opened a new browser tab, her fingers dancing across the keys as she initiated a deep dive into Amanda Hugginkiss's history within the competitive cat show scene. Sophia started with the publicly available information, examining the records of past cat shows where Amanda's felines had taken top prizes. There were photographs of Amanda, always poised, a victorious smile playing on her lips, while her prized cats lounged in her arms, glossed to perfection. Yet, as Sophia clicked through more pictures, her eyes narrowed. The same few faces appeared around Amanda, their expressions tight, not quite smiles, more forced grins. Through forums and news articles, Sophia began to piece together the narrative. The camaraderie of the cat show circuit was a thin veneer for a simmering pot of rivalry and envy. "Elliot," Sophia whispered, nudging him with her elbow. "Look at these comments, the passive-aggressive jabs, the veiled threats. It's like a breeding ground for hostility." Elliot leaned over, his brow furrowing as he read over the snarky remarks left below pictures of Amanda's triumphs. Together, they constructed a timeline, plotting the crescendos of Amanda's winning streaks against the backdrop of heightened tensions among the competitors. In the corner of her screen, a chat notification popped up. Another cat enthusiast. They exchanged brief greetings before Sophia got right to the point. The chat unfolded rapidly, screen captures and scanned documents flowing in. Evidence of altered pedigrees, suspicions of drugged performance enhancers, and whisperings of bribed judges filtered through the conversation. With each revelation, the implications became clearer, the stakes ever higher. Someone with enough to lose could indeed murder to keep a scandal buried. "We need to meet with some of these people in person," Sophia declared resolutely. "They're scared to talk openly. But face to face, they might let something slip." Elliot nodded. "Riskier, but you're right. It's the only way we'll get the real story." As night cloaked the world outside, Sophia made a mental list of the most promising contacts to approach. She couldn't shake the nagging sensation that eyes bore into her back, watching her every move. In Greg's death, she had inadvertently stepped into a labyrinth of secrets and lies, and every step forward tightened the maze around her. As they collected their findings, Sophia realized the depth of the cat show world's darkness. It was one thing to suspect foul play, quite another to stumble upon a web of deceit so intricate it could provoke murder. The chapter was indeed coming to a close, but there was a sense that the story was only beginning to unravel. Sophia leaned back in her chair, her eyes tired from scrolling through forum post after forum post. Elliot was less visibly wearied, his determination fueled by the urge to clear his friend's name. "Look at this," Elliot whispered, hovering over a thread titled Amanda's Ambition. It was a long post by an anonymous user, depicting Amanda Hugginkiss as someone who would stop at nothing to win. Accounts of sabotage, from tampered cat grooming tools to mysteriously sickened felines on the eve of big shows, painted a portrait of a woman possessed by the need to be the best. Sophia rubbed her temples. "This is too much. Competing is one thing, but sabotaging other people's pets? That's downright criminal." Elliot nodded grimly. "We can't take this as gospel truth, though. We need to vet this information. Speak to the contacts." His words hung in the air, the weight of their next step settling on their shoulders. Their phones buzzed simultaneously. Messages from two different chat usernames, Whisker Watcher and Perfectionist, both people who had been in the competitive inner circle with Greg and Amanda, were ready to meet. Sophia's heart raced. This could lead them directly to evidence linking Amanda to Greg's murder, but meeting with rivals in the highly secretive world of cat shows was not without its dangers. "We have to be careful," Sophia said, a steely resolve entering her tone. "People in this circuit seem to play as dirty as it gets." Elliot nodded in agreement. "We will," he replied. "Let's set up the meetings. Neutral places, public spots where nothing unsavory can easily go down." They agreed to split up to cover more ground. Sophia would meet with Whisker Watcher, while Elliot took on Perfectionist. Sophia's mind was racing as she prepared for the encounter. She wasn't a detective, just a DairyDash driver who happened to deliver one milkshake too many to the wrong address. Yet now, she was deep into an investigation that was getting more tangled by the minute. The chapter ended with her stepping out into the cool evening air, the unknowns of her next meeting playing over in her mind. It was indeed the closing of a chapter, but the story of intrigue and deception was just beginning to truly unfold. Chapter 7. Feline Foul Play. Sophia's footsteps clicked against the concrete, keeping time with the pounding in her chest. Her rendezvous with the notorious Whisker Watcher was to take place in the back room of a musty thrift store, known to cater to the eclectic whims of cat pageantry enthusiasts. The air inside was heavy with the scent of vintage clothing and mothballs, each corner of the dimly lit space bursting with the vivid hues of feather bows and bejeweled collars. "It's a peculiar thing," Sophia muttered under her breath, watching from a distance as Whisker Watcher, an elusive figure shrouded in rumour, sifted through a rack of glistening tiaras. She approached with tentative steps, aware that the slightest misstep could send the wary informant darting into the shadows like a startled feline. "Whisker Watcher?" Sophia's voice had just the right touch of confidence and curiosity. The figure turned, their eyes assessing Sophia from beneath a wide-brimmed hat. "You're the DairyDash girl, aren't you?" Whisker Watcher's voice was clipped, coated in the slyness of one who traded in secrets. "Word travels fast. What do you want?" "I want to know about Greg." Sophia's request was direct, her tone unflinching. "And the connection to the recent championship." A long pause stretched between them, where the only sound was the soft shuffle of a deck of tarot cards from a nearby fortune-teller's booth. Then, finally, Whisker Watcher spoke. Greg was no saint. He had his claws in many pies, but one pie in particular was more lucrative than the rest. They leaned closer, eyes glinting. "The championship brings out the beast in people, and when pride mixes with envy, it's a dangerous cocktail." Elsewhere, Elliot was making headway with Perfectionist, a former champion, with piercing jade eyes and a personality to match. Seated at an outdoor cafe, they conversed over lattes topped with intricate foam art. Elliot carefully broached the topic of Amanda Huggingkiss, gauging the Perfectionist's reaction. "She always had to be the cream of the crop," Perfectionist said with a sneer, nose wrinkling with disdain. "But some say she took that need to win to dire extremes." Sophia felt a chill run down her spine as Whisker Watcher concluded, "See, Greg stumbled upon something he shouldn't have. Something about Amanda's methods. Something unnatural. He planned to expose her during the championship gala. Whisker Watcher's gaze flickered away, then back with resolute intensity. He never made it to the gala to spill the milk, so to speak. Armed with this new information, Sophia's resolve hardened like ice. Whoever killed Greg might do anything to preserve their secrets. She needed to be cautious, but dedicated. The truth had to come out, and she would see to it that it did. Sophia felt the weight of each collectible's gaze in the thrift store as she spoke with Whisker Watcher. The room was musty, filled with the scent of old books and fraying fabrics. The antiques seemed to whisper secrets of their previous owners, and for a split second, it gave her the shiver that amongst these watchful eyes, solutions to Greg's untimely demise could be uncovered. "Anything else you can tell me about Amanda Huggingkiss?" Sophia inquired, her hand absent-mindedly fiddling with a vintage locket on a nearby shelf. Whisker Watcher hesitated before leaning in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "She's been spending a suspicious amount of dough at black market breeder auctions. That's all hearsay, but I bet it ties into her championship wins. Cats that ain't just perfect, but super feline." His gaze darted nervously to the door and back again. Sophia's heart raced. An underbelly of deceit and exploitation lay beneath the glossy veneer of the cat pageant world. She jotted down a note in her pocket-sized notepad, tucked the pen behind her ear, and gave Whisker Watcher a quick nod. Outside, the clamour of the city felt intrusive after the quiet of the thrift shop. Elliot's text flashed across her phone screen. Perfectionist spilled. Hugging Kiss may have rigged the championship. The pieces are starting to interlink, she texted back, setting off to her next destination, a small pet clinic, rumoured to be Amanda's secret meeting spot with a questionable vet. Meanwhile, Elliot's encounter with Perfectionist had been more fruitful than he could have hoped. Over a cup of espresso that got cold in the engrossed conversation, Perfectionist had revealed more than just Amanda's alleged win-rigging. She had whispered about a banned hormone being slipped into prized cats' diets to enhance their performance. So Greg knew about this and was going to blow it wide open at the gala? Elliot asked, pushing the untouched cup to one side. It's what I've pieced together, but be careful, darling. Those who confront Hugging Kiss tend to meet unfortunate ends, or so the whispers go, Perfectionist replied, her eyes dark and serious. With dusk creeping up, Sophia felt the urgency to gather more evidence before confronting Amanda. She needed ironclad proof if she was going to expose what seemed to be a dark and dangerous conspiracy. Elliot stayed behind at the cafe, pondering their next move. We need more than just hearsay to bring this to light. Let's dig up documented evidence, he messaged Sophia. Meet up in an hour. There's someone I know who might help us with that. As they prepared to rendezvous, Sophia and Elliot were acutely aware that each step closer to the truth drew them further into the shadows of peril that seemed to loom around every corner. Yet they were resolute. The justice they sought for Greg and the integrity of the cat pageant world depended on their unbreakable determination. As Sophia veered her DairyDash delivery vehicle to the curb in front of the nondescript pet clinic, the chime of the engine's shutdown pulled her back from her spiraling thoughts. The building before her hardly looked like a place of healing. The signs of wear and neglect hung as heavily as the air of secrecy that shrouded Amanda's dubious activities. With a steadying breath, Sophia ventured inside. Veterinary clinics were no strangers to the nervous purrs and barks that filled their waiting rooms. However, the clinic's eerie silence was a shroud over the usual cacophony. The receptionist, a young woman with pinched features, looked up as Sophia approached, casting a glance that seemed to scan for more than just an appointment. I'm here to see Dr. Sable, Sophia lied, a name she had plucked from the directory outside. It's concerning, show business. Her voice tapered, probing for a reaction. The receptionist's eyes flickered with a hint of understanding. Please, take a seat. I'll inform him you're here. She hit a button beneath the counter, and somewhere within the clinic, a door buzzed open. Silence reigned again, as Sophia found refuge in a corner chair, the worn fabric smelling faintly of antiseptics and animal musk. Minutes drew on, and Sophia's unease multiplied. She had come here on a hunch, one that seemed increasingly justified as she noticed the scarcity of common pet ailments listed on the appointment board. But before the door to the inner sanctum swung open, her phone vibrated. It was Elliot, his message terse. Got evidence. Be careful. The brevity of the text was enough to spike her adrenaline. A man appeared at the door, nondescript except for the cold calculation in his gaze. Miss Scarlett, is it? Come with me. Sophia followed Dr. Sable into a gleaming back room, where the ambience sharply contrasted the neglected waiting area. Bright lights reflected off stainless steel tables, and the walls boasted certificates and accolades. Amongst them, to her surprise, were pictures of prize-winning felines and a familiar face. Amanda Hugging Kiss, smiling her pageant-winning grin beside a bevy of bejeweled cats. Dr. Sable settled behind his desk, steepling his fingers as he pierced Sophia with a look meant for dissecting secrets. Now, what exactly brings you to my clinic, Miss Scarlett? Sophia's mind raced. While evading direct confrontation seemed wise, she needed information that only Dr. Sable could provide. I've heard about certain enhancements, beneficial for cats in competitions. I represent an interested party. The vet leaned back, the ghost of a smirk playing on his lips. You're not the first to come seeking performance secrets, Miss Scarlett, but such matters require trust. He reached into a drawer, pulling out a nondescript vial and setting it on the desk with a meaningful tap. Trust is built over time, and unfortunately for you, I'm quite certain we've never met before today." Sophia could almost hear the veiled threat in his words. She was playing a dangerous game, one that needed to end before she landed in deeper trouble. Time to leave, and leave quickly. With feigned disinterest, she rose. "I'll convey your message to my employer. We'll be in touch." With the pursuit of more information at a dead end, she briskly exited the clinic. As she slipped back into her delivery car, the realization that she could have just sat across from the accessory, keep to the industry's darkest secret, chilled her blood. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit diner booth across town, Elliot's contact slid a USB drive across the table. "Everything you need is on there," she whispered, eyeing the other patrons with a skittish paranoia. "Cat doping, illegal bets, you name it. And trust me, you didn't get this from me." Elliot pocketed the drive, his sense of unease deepening. If half of what was rumored to be on the drive was true, it wasn't just Greg's murder they were uncovering, but a scandal that could rock the entire foundation of the pageant world. Sophia's heart hammered in her chest as she left the pet clinic. Dr. Sable's cold eyes and veiled threats lingered with her, even as she hastened to her car. Gripping the steering wheel, she took several deep breaths, steadying herself before driving off. She had hoped for answers, but found only further mysteries. Sophia knew she needed to be cautious. Whoever was involved in Greg's murder had extensive reach. Elliot, meanwhile, felt the weight of the USB drive in his pocket like a ticking bomb. Its content could either be a beacon of truth or a siren call to disaster. He made a beeline to his old, reliable hatchback, casting glances over his shoulder, half expecting to be followed. His friend, the whistleblower, had been adamant, "Trust no one." Elliot could hardly afford to ignore such advice. As she drove, Sophia's mind whirled with questions. Greg's involvement in the cat pageantry scene was seemingly innocent at face value, but the overheard disagreements and cryptic notes suggested there was a dark undercurrent to the glittering displays of feline grace. She switched her phone to speaker mode and dialed Elliot's number with trembling fingers. "Elliot, it's Sophia. We need to meet." Her voice was a mix of urgency and fear. "I agree," Elliot replied, the sound of his car's engine soft in the background. "You won't believe what I've got. Let's meet at the old factory. You know the one on Baker Street? It's deserted enough to be safe." "I'll see you there in an hour. Drive safe," said Sophia, ending the call. The old factory was a relic of an era long past, its rusting machinery and forsaken assembly lines a sanctuary for them. When they met, they both could sense the tension in the air, the uncertainty of what was to come. With a click, the USB drive was inserted into Elliot's laptop, and they leaned in to uncover the secrets it held. What they found was shocking. Images of cats wearing elaborate costumes and jeweled collars flashed across the screen, but it was the hidden folders that held the damning evidence. Doctored scores, bribed judges, illicit breeding practices, and whispers of a black market for rare and exotic animals. It painted a sordid picture of the cat pageantry underbelly that extended far beyond any innocent competition. Sophia scrolled through documents with heavy words. "Elliot, look at this," she said, pointing at a payment ledger that had a particular name highlighted over and over again. Dr. Sable. Money transferred in staggering amounts, all with cryptic references. For purring perfection, the golden whisker. It didn't take a genius to see they were fronted payouts. The further they delved, the murkier the water became. Emails between high-ranking officials and breeders discussing the removal of problematic contestants sent a chill down Sophia's spine. And then, buried in a coded file, they found a mention of Greg. The conversation was chilling, an argument about Greg's refusal to fix a competition. "Sophia," Elliot whispered, horror etching his features, "what if Greg knew too much? What if he became a threat to someone here?" Sophia nodded, suddenly feeling the enormity of the situation. They had wandered into a labyrinth more complex and dangerous than they had imagined. The motive for Greg's murder was becoming clearer, but so was the level of risk they were taking by digging in this dirt. They knew now that what they were dealing with wasn't just about greed or glory. It was about power and the lengths people would go to maintain it. So that was it, Sophia thought with grim realization. Greg was silenced for his integrity, for refusing to become a pawn in this twisted game. His love for the cats was genuine, too genuine for the crooked shadows looming over the contests. The stakes were high, and the players ruthless. As the artificial light of the laptop screen cast a harsh glow on their faces, Sophia and Elliot understood there was no turning back. The clues were converging into a narrative they couldn't ignore, one they had to follow to its perilous conclusion. The frigid air of the factory enveloped them, but not enough to chill the fire of determination in Sophia's chest. Elliot looked less convinced, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Confronting Dr. Sable is a bold move, Sophia. Are you sure you want to pull at this thread? It could unravel everything, he said, the concern in his voice evident. Sophia met his gaze, her resolve stealing within her. If we don't, Greg's murder will just be another footnote in Dr. Sable's ledger of crimes. And who knows how many others might fall victim to this. We need to expose the truth, she insisted, her voice carrying weight in the hollow space. Elliot nodded, understanding the magnitude of what Sophia was proposing. Then we need a plan. We can't just knock on Dr. Sable's door and accuse him of murder. They spent the next hour strategizing, considering their approach with a level of care and precision that a military tactician would admire. It was clear to both that the depth of corruption they were about to confront could have its tendrils in unexpected places, which meant that they needed to be discreet and prepared for the worst. After they had mapped out their plan of action, they parted ways, Elliot to dig deeper into the USB's contents from the confines of his home, and Sophia to do what she did best, blend in and observe. Her first stop was Dr. Sable's illustrious cat clinic, a front for the murky dealings they had unveiled. She watched from a safe distance, noting the clientele that passed through the ornate doors, a parade of wealthy cat enthusiasts, many of whom were likely oblivious to the crimes being carried out under the guise of feline healthcare. As the day slipped into evening, Sophia's phone vibrated with a message from Elliot, simply stating, "It's deeper than we thought. Be careful." Her heart skipped a beat. The grip on the steering wheel tightened. Sophia knew the next steps they took could be treacherous, but the truth was worth every risk. Brushing aside the growing knot of nerves in her stomach, Sophia lingered in her DairyDash vehicle, keenly observing the ballet of high society pet owners trot into Dr. Sable's clinic with their prized felines. Each one seemed more extravagant than the last, their airs and graces a clear exhibition of their standing in this exclusive clique. Inside her car, she rifled through the folder of evidence she and Elliot had painstakingly compiled, with incriminating veterinary bills, doctored pedigrees, and inflammatory emails between Dr. Sable and the cat pageantry judges. The malpractice in manipulating the results of the championships was glaring, but Sophia couldn't help but ponder what the connection to Greg's murder could be. After some time, her reflection in the rearview mirror reminded her to mask her resolve with the nonchalance of a delivery driver. Sophia stepped out of her disguise of contemplation and strode towards the clinic with feigned purpose. She gripped the evidence folder tightly to her chest, feeling its weight parallel the heaviness in her chest, the heaviness of impending confrontation. The bell above the door chimed harmoniously as she entered, yet the discord of tension was palpable. Dr. Sable, enchanting and clad in white, was the conductor of this hidden symphony. With the artfulness of an actress, Sophia approached the reception desk, her eyes scanning for any sign of distress or culpability. Yet Dr. Sable's face was a masterpiece of serene professionalism. "Sophia, what brings you here?" Dr. Sable inquired, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly. "I think you know why," Sophia retorted, her voice laced with the subtext of their private war. "I have something that needs to be discussed, privately." Dr. Sable's clinic was as pristine as an operating room, each surface polished, each corner radiating sterility. However, its outward appearance was now overshadowed by the filth of the scandal it housed. Taking her time, Dr. Sable led Sophia to the back office, away from prying eyes and twitching ears. Behind the closed door, the air suffocated with suspense. Sophia laid out the evidence on Dr. Sable's neat desk, watching carefully for any flicker of guilt on the vet's chiseled features. "Impressive," Dr. Sable began, with a tone too cool to comfort. "But then again, you're assuming I have anything to do with these discrepancies." "Greg's death was not a coincidence, was it?" Sophia pushed on, unwavering. "It started with the cats, but it ended with him. The seconds ticked by as Dr. Sable's eyes locked onto Sophia's, an intellectual chess match where the next move could very well be fatal. Do you realize, Sophia, stepping into this cauldron of secrets can have irreversible outcomes? Dr. Sable's voice was now nothing more than a whisper, a dangerous hiss that would make most recede. But Sophia was not most people. She held the stare, knowing that she had embarked on a dance with danger, one wrong step, and she could very well find herself shoved into the proverbial fire. Sophia's eyes didn't waver, despite the iciness cutting through Dr. Sable's gaze. You may have everyone else fooled with your pristine reputation and high-class clientele, Dr. Sable, but I've peeled back the wallpaper of your perfect little world. It's infected with rot, she stated coldly, placing the photograph of Greg's champion cat on the desk between them. Dr. Sable's facade wavered for a brief second before she regained her composure. Miss Sophia, is it? You're playing a very dangerous game, one that you don't seem to understand the rules of. Dr. Sable's voice was controlled, yet there was a detectable shake in her words. I understand the game just fine. It's the players who seem to be forgetting that cheating doesn't always get you the win. It can also get you caught, Sophia rebutted, her finger tapping on the desk right beside the photograph. Dr. Sable leaned forward, her palms flat against the cold wooden surface of the desk. Let's suppose, hypothetically, that there was more to the cat pageantry than what meets the eye. Even so, what makes you believe that I, a mere veterinarian, would involve myself in such affairs? Her eyes flickered to the picture, then back to Sophia. Sophia seized the moment. Because, Dr. Sable, your clinic sponsored the pageant. And not just any pageant, but the one where Greg's cat was a favourite to win, until he didn't, until someone made sure he wouldn't. Sophia watched closely as Dr. Sable's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. There was a heavy silence, filled only by the distant mewing of cats from the kennels. Dr. Sable finally spoke, after what felt like an eternity. If I were you, Miss Sophia, I would be more concerned about delivering milkshakes than dabbling in allegations. Some thirsts, she paused, are better left unquenched. Sophia's pulse quickened as she recognized the veiled threat, but it only fueled her resolve. I can't do that, because wherever this thirst leads me, it seems to flow back to a dead man in a cat costume, and to clearing my name, I'll follow it to its source, whatever that may turn out to be. She stood up, steadying her breath as she prepared to leave. Dr. Sable's smile was thin and sharp like a scalpel. Then I wish you luck, Sophia. You're going to need it, in abundance. Chapter 8. The Milkshake Alibi. Sophia walked out of the clinic with her mind racing faster than her heart. The air outside felt sharp in her lungs, a stark contrast to the stifling tension she had just left behind. Dr. Sable's parting words echoed ominously in her ears, but she was undeterred. She had a job to do, not just as a DairyDash delivery driver, but as someone unjustly entangled in a web of treachery and deceit. Settling into the worn seat of her battered old delivery van, she pulled out her DairyDash delivery logs. Her eyes combed over the details of each transaction, the addresses delivering to, the items ordered, the dates and times. The pages were a mosaic of her mundane routine until her gaze halted on a particular cluster of orders, all for Greg. Oreos shakes, over and over again, each coinciding with a significant date in his cat show calendar. Awards won, championships lost. It was as if a story was writing itself right before her eyes, a story where each milkshake was a marker of Greg's successes and failures. She considered the pattern, a glint of realization sparking in her mind. Greg's meticulous personality was reflected in his orders, each show's outcome celebrated or consoled with his favorite treat, delivered by Sophia herself. As she began to stitch together a timeline, cross-referencing the delivery data with Greg's cat show records she had gathered earlier, Sophia found her senses heightening. With each entry, her alibi strengthened, her resolve hardened. She was somewhere else when a man lay bleeding in a clown suit among collectibles, a man who loved his cats and his victories sweetened with the thick flavor of cookies and cream. This timeline was her shield, a tangible defense against the smearing cries of suspicion. Sophia's attention to detail, once a simple requirement of her job, was now the key to extricating herself from a terrifying predicament. But, as the sun began to set outside her van, painting the sky with strokes of deep orange and purple, she knew that this timeline was more than just an alibi. It was a pathway into Greg's life, a possible motive entwined in the fabric of his personal and professional passions. She clenched her fists, her nails pressing into her palms, and with resolute eyes fixed on her notes, Sophia made a vow. She would follow this sugary trail to its bittersweet end. Because if she didn't, Sophia feared there were darker flavors in this mix that could consume her whole. The DairyDash delivery logs were an unlikely lifeline, but Sophia held on tight. Her meticulous record-keeping now mapped out a timeline that could exculpate her from the messy accusations she faced. Each of Greg's orders, a small vanilla shake on the anniversary of his first cat show win, a double chocolate extravagance the Friday before every major competition, sketched out the life of a man who celebrated and soothed his stresses in equal measure with milkshakes. As Sophia stared at the constellation of dates and orders, she realized the pattern stretched beyond mere happenstance. It was ritualistic, the way some athletes don lucky socks or kiss a talisman. Greg's shakes were his preparation, his celebration, his comfort. And in that, she sensed the shadow of another presence, someone who knew Greg's rituals as well as she did now. From the annals of Greg's life, the spectre of the cat costume man began to split into possibilities. Was it a competitor, envious of his accolades, a jilted lover from the close-knit community of cat aficionados, or perhaps someone closer to home, whose silence spoke volumes amidst the chaos of collectibles? She felt the prickle of danger as she contemplated Dr. Sable's warning. Still, progress is born from risk, and Sophia was intent on threading the labyrinthine path ahead. Standing on the precipice of resolve and reckoning, Sophia made her decision. She would infiltrate the cat show circuit, blend into the background, and observe. Her instincts told her there was more to this picture than milkshakes and murder. Secrets were hidden within the plush folds of the velvet judging tables, behind the lustrous coats of the prized felines. She looked up the schedule for the next cat show and noted it was just days away. This was her chance to slip into a world she had only glimpsed from the fringes and to find the thread that would lead her out of the labyrinth. She rehearsed her cover story in the rearview mirror, reciting facts about breeds and shows she had hastily memorized. She would be a new enthusiast, eager to learn, unobtrusive. Sophia surveyed her collection of DairyDash uniform caps, searching for the least conspicuous one. She settled on a plain black cap, which least resembled her usual delivery attire. This would be her shield in a potential minefield of curiosity and suspicion. As twilight descended upon the city, Sophia plotted her approach towards truth, aware that the line she was about to cross could etch her destiny in ways unforeseen. Doubt and determination did a tense waltz in her chest as she packed a bag with essentials. A notepad, a camera discreetly tucked away, and her steadfast resolve were her allies now. This felt bigger than herself, than Greg, than DairyDash. She was stepping into a world laced with passion, performance, and purrs, but also perhaps peril. Tonight, she would not sleep. Instead, she memorized the cat show program, the names of judges, and the favorites for the top prize. Sophia knew that knowledge was armor, and she could not afford weak spots. With every page, she felt as though she was opening another door, behind which lay whispers of a truth yet to show its face. As she porched the last light from her van, Sophia whispered a promise to Greg's memory. She would solve this puzzle for both of them. Sophia's heart was pounding with a peculiar blend of anticipation and fear as she approached the vibrant bustle of the cat show, the concealed weight of purpose pressing on her shoulders like a secret armor. There was a discreet charm to her chosen attire, a plain, navy blue sweater that wouldn't draw attention, paired with comfortable jeans that hinted at her understated commitment to blending in. She had even gone as far as to pin a whimsical cat badge onto her lapel, a tiny token perhaps, but one that served to broker her entry into this eccentric congregation. The cacophony of meows, human chatter, and the occasional hiss resonated through the large auditorium, strings of brightly coloured banners dancing overhead. Sophia could see rows upon rows of elegantly dressed felines perching atop their owner-designed pedestals, eyes glinting like jewels under the bright exhibition lights. She could feel the air marked by a cocktail of pride, competition, and an underlying current of mystery that felt almost palpable. She wove through the crowd, her senses absorbing each detail as potential clues. Greg's presence was everywhere, and yet it led nowhere. Award plaques with his name engraved upon them dotted the booths, and murmuring of his legendary cat, Mr. Whiskers, served as a ghostly reminder of his absence. While sipping on a complimentary coffee, Sophia overheard a conversation between two competitors. "Did you hear about Greg's last win?" "Some say it wasn't exactly clean," whispered one, a sharp-eyed woman with crimson lipstick. "Oh, hush now, Elaine. This is no place for rumours," chided the other, a rotund gentleman with silver at his temples. Sophia's ears perked up. This was exactly the type of undercurrent she was searching for. She sidled closer, hoping to catch more. Yet, as she lingered on the edge of their conversation, a hush fell upon the crowd. A distinguished-looking woman took to the stage, announcing the commencement of the competition. As the audience's attention shifted, Sophia made her way to the back of the auditorium, where lesser-known enthusiasts and individuals of curious interest gathered in cliques. Every so often, she would pose a question about Mr. Whiskers or share an anecdote about a friend's cat that bore a striking resemblance to Greg's champion. The responses she received ranged from distracted kindness to guarded suspicion, but each provided a thread in the tapestry she was slowly unraveling. After hours of mingling, one peculiar character caught her eye. A man whose presence seemed to take up more space than his physical dimensions warranted. Known simply as the Cat King within these circles, his outlandishly themed suits proclaimed his affection for felines in a manner that bordered on defiance. The glint in his eye spoke volumes as he leaned in to whisper conspiratorially. Greg had many admirers, but equal numbers envied his success. "Watch your step, newcomer, for you tread a path that has undone greater than you." With that, he disappeared into the crowd, leaving Sophia with more questions and the faint scent of lavender and mustiness. She took a deep breath, knowing that her immersion into this eccentric world was necessary. Her instincts told her she was close to discovering something vital. As the cat show drew on and the final event neared, Sophia felt she was only beginning to scratch the surface of a much deeper and darker narrative than she had imagined. The hushed conversations that Sophia overheard as she wound her way through the throngs of cat enthusiasts and their pets were less about the felines and more about the man who had succumbed to an unfortunate demise, Greg. Whispers of his abrasive character floated through the air. The more Sophia discovered, the clearer it became that his brusque demeanor had rubbed many the wrong way. Reading between the lines, she realized Greg wasn't just a quirky collector. He was competitive to the bone, and perhaps that drive had led to his downfall. Sophia couldn't afford to be spotted eavesdropping, so she feigned interest in the nearest booth, peppering the vendor with questions about hypoallergenic cat breeds, all the while keeping her ears tuned to the murmurs around her. The vendor, a lady with thick glasses and a generous smile, seemed oblivious to the tension that Sophia was soaking in. "It's a tragedy about Greg," she sighed, mistaking Sophia's attentiveness for concern. "He was a bit rough around the edges, but he didn't deserve what happened to him." The words confirmed Sophia's suspicion. Greg's presence was missed, grudgingly by some, genuinely by others. The conversation steered eventually to the event's pièce de résistance, an immaculate Persian whose owner was the very Cat King Sophia had recently stumbled upon. The vendor couldn't help but gush over the Persian's chances of winning. "Ever since Greg got out of the way, it's been a clear path for the king's kitty," she said, tone dipping into what Sophia recognized as resentful respect. The implication was clear. A pathway cleared of competition could only be as suspicious as it was convenient. After making her exit, Sophia glanced furtively around before slipping into a corridor restricted to staff and participants. The walls here were less adorned, the air redolent with the musk of cat litter and antiseptic. She passed by open doors, glimpsing people and cats preparing for the final show. The tension was a palpable presence, a second skin that covered everyone she saw. It was within this labyrinth of the behind-the-scenes that Sophia found a chatelaine pinned to a cork notice board, a typical accessory for a show organizer, laden with keys that promised access to every locked door and cabinet in the venue. Without a second thought, she snatched it quietly and continued down the corridor, ready to unlock the secrets that this feline festivity harbored. Sophia felt her pulse quicken as the small, heavy ring of keys dangled from her fingertips. They were an unexpected boon, and she knew that wasting time was not an option. Glancing both ways to ensure she was alone, Sophia pocketed the keys and hurried along the corridor, her eyes scanning for the next critical juncture into the investigation of Greg's unsettling death. Moving with a confidence she didn't fully feel, Sophia made her way towards the administrative wing. She knew there would be rosters, with the financial records, and perhaps even personal items of the staff and organizers that could offer a lead. Her experience had taught her that a messy home often meant a cluttered office, and a cluttered office could be a goldmine of information. As she turned a corner, she came across a door marked Private, Organizers Only. With a steadying breath, she selected the key that seemed to match and inserted it into the lock. The mechanism gave way with an audible click, and the door swung open. Inside, the room was dimly lit, with just a single lamp casting shadows against the stacks of papers and binders lining the walls. Nearly tripping over a box of ribbons and trophies, Sophia moved to the desk situated at the far end of the office. As she rifled through papers, her eyes caught a glimpse of a show calendar circled with various dates and annotated with shorthand notes. Sophia's gaze narrowed as she connected the dates with Greg's incessant shake orders that matched his show successes and failures. Each order was a celebration or a consolation, a pattern of behavior that brought him comfort. As she studied the calendar further, it became apparent that the dates of his victory shakes coincided with the times she had airtight alibis. Her heart raced as she realized that this timeline could exonerate her. She could not afford to leave this room without evidence. Unbeknownst to Sophia, the faint murmur of conversation was approaching the organizer's office. Time was slipping away as quickly as the shadows flickered on the walls. A detailed map of the region. Pins and strings connected the various cat show locations to dates on the calendar. The precision of the arrangements spoke to the obsessive nature of the show's organization, or perhaps to something more personal. Sophia's mind raced. These weren't mere administrative notes. Greg had marked the dates with a passion that suggested the shows were the center of his world. Sophia brushed aside a stack of flyers, each showcasing Greg's award-winning feline, Mr. Whiskers, resplendent in his sable coat. The top flyer, creased and worn from handling, gave Sophia pause. Why was this particular one so special? Her eyes traced the connection string back to the calendar. The date was circled in red. The very day of the regional grand finals, and also, yes, that was the day she had delivered the triple-decker Oreo shake to Greg's house. The day everything went awry. With no time to ponder the implications, she tucked the flyer into her pocket as potential evidence. She scanned the room once more, her breath shallow and erratic with the building adrenaline. The voices outside were clearer now, a low ebb and flow of words that inched closer by the second. She needed to act fast. Her eyes caught on a small locked filing cabinet tucked under a desk. She hurried over, fingers deftly selecting Greg's keys from the ring she had found. Her hands shook as the key slid into the lock, and with a gratifying click, the drawer popped open. Inside, there was an array of paperwork, receipts, emails printed out, and at the bottom, handwritten notes that might as well have been gold. She quickly snapped pictures with her phone, aware that time was the most precious commodity in this moment. The door handle jiggled, causing Sophia to startle, her heart leaping into her throat. She glanced around frantically, spotting a slim gap between a filing cabinet and the wall. It was a tight squeeze, but her slim frame managed to slide into the space just as the door opened. She held her breath, her eyes fixed on the sliver of light piercing through the gap. Two figures entered the room, their conversation trailing off into stern whispers. Sophia couldn't make out their faces, but that didn't matter. What was important was the conversation they thought private. They spoke of a disagreement with Greg, a dispute that might have escalated. They didn't mention a name, but the implication was clear. Whoever stood here was connected to the tragedy that now entwined Sophia's life. As the men left, murmuring about needing to review shipping logs, The room sank back into silence. Sophia did not dare move until she was sure the coast was clear. Then, with the agility of a cat herself, she exited her hiding spot, hurriedly ensuring the filing cabinet appeared undisturbed. Slipping the keys back into their original hiding place, she made her escape from the office, clutching the evidence that could clear her name. Sophia's heart pounded as she navigated the labyrinth of the showgrounds. Every footstep sent a jolt of adrenaline through her as she anticipated the possibility of being caught with her trove of illicitly gathered evidence. With every step away from the private, organizers-only room, the burden of proving her innocence weighed heavier on her. She kept to the shadows, avoiding the bustling crowds and the inquisitive, searching gazes of the other show attendees who continued to move about, oblivious to the drama unfolding beneath their very noses. Her DairyDash uniform, usually so vibrant and noticeable, now felt like a beacon, drawing unwanted attention with every passing moment. As she ducked behind a large banner displaying the latest state-of-the-art cat grooming tools, she examined the contents she'd smuggled out. A compact USB stick, loaded with Greg's personal correspondence and delivery logs, and a frayed event schedule with marked dates. The information contained within those bytes and scribbles could very well exonerate her, and the sooner she could dissect it, the sooner she could breathe easy. She wriggled free from the banner's camouflage just as a group of show attendees rounded the corner. They were chattering excitedly about their favorite feline competitors and paid her no mind as she blended into the ebb and flow of the crowd, making her way towards the exit. Once safely outside the confines of the showgrounds, Sophia allowed herself a moment of respite, leaning against the cool exterior wall of the building. She exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling like she was temporarily out of danger. Her thoughts turned to what lay ahead. She needed to piece together the evidence and determine potential suspects from the conversations she had overheard, the incriminating correspondences, and the strange pattern of Greg's orders coinciding with the cat show dates. Sophia knew she had to approach the situation with caution. The person responsible for Greg's untimely demise wouldn't hesitate to come after her if they felt threatened by her investigation. She needed to devise a plan, a clever and discreet way to confront them, gather proof of their motive, and ultimately, clear her own name. As she walked away from the showgrounds, she mentally sifted through the names and faces she'd glimpsed at the event, trying to match them with the fragmented bits of conversation from the office. There was still so many questions left unanswered, but Sophia had a gut feeling that the truth was simmering just below the surface, waiting to be uncovered. Determined, she knew her next steps would be crucial. It was time to connect the dots, and for that, she needed the safety and solitude of her small but peaceful apartment. Only there, in the comfort of her own space, could she analyze the evidence with the meticulous nature it demanded. Sophia took one last glance back at the showgrounds, a place now etched with sinister undertones beneath its seemingly benign exterior. With the sunset casting long shadows across the pavement, she turned her back on the scene and walked steadily towards the haven of her home. The mysteries she needed to solve tucked securely under her arm. Chapter 9. Scratching Post Secrets. Sophia's heart pounded in her chest as she made her way back to her apartment, the eerie silence of the night accompanying her every step. Her mind was a whirlpool of theories and paranoia, realizing anyone could be the puppeteer in this macabre play. She needed to sift through the evidence thoroughly, create a suspect list, and piece together her next move. Safely within the walls of her small but cozy living quarters, Sophia finally exhaled, shaking off the chill of uncertainty that had cloaked her on the journey home. She peered through the peephole before unlocking the door, a habit that, under the circumstances, seemed more like a necessity than ever. The moment she entered, she sensed something amiss. It was subtle at first, the air slightly stale, a cushion on the couch askew. But as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, the telltale signs of an intrusion became dreadfully clear. Drawers slightly open, items not exactly where she left them, the faintest smell of cologne not her own. Heart racing, she checked the rest of her apartment. The door had not been forced. Whoever it was had a key or some other means of entry. Anger clashed with fear as the potential implications set in. Someone was trying to frame her. The thought constricted her chest like a heavy chain. Sophia's gaze fell on Greg's scratching post, inconspicuously standing in the corner. Something prompted her to examine it, a whisper of intuition perhaps. As she ran her hands over it, she noticed an abnormality, a seam that shouldn't be there. Fueled by adrenaline, she prodded and pried until a hidden panel popped open. Inside lay a worn, leather-bound diary. Her fingers trembled as she reached for it. This was no ordinary diary. It was meticulously filled with details of a blackmail scheme. Dates, amounts, names. But whose hand had penned this ominous ledger? The sight of her own name inked onto one of the pages was like an electric shock. It detailed an elaborate setup to implicate her in a crime she did not commit. She pored over the pages, a treasure trove of malice, when she stumbled upon something. A matchbook from the Dairy Queen, Greg's favourite hangout. The same Dairy Queen with an Oreo shake that started it all. Could there be a connection, or was it another breadcrumb left deliberately to mislead her? Sophia's hands trembled as she held the matchbook, its edges worn and cover stained with a faint trace of strawberry syrup, another flavour popular at Dairy Queen. She placed the matchbook aside and turned her attention back to the diary, her eyes scanning the meticulous handwriting that had plotted out blackmail against several individuals. Her name, underlined thrice, pulsed at her from the page like a warning signal. As she delved deeper into the diary, she realized that it didn't just contain empty threats. It was a ledger of completed transactions, receipts of secrets traded for silence. The entries were cryptic, but a pattern began to emerge. The victims had one thing in common. They were all connected to the local Dairy Queen in some way. Employees, regular customers, even the delivery drivers like her, they were all ensnared in the scheme. The diary's revelations had Sophia's mind spinning. She remembered the faces of the regulars, the snippets of overheard conversations, and tried to connect them to the damning evidence before her. Who among them would go to such lengths to orchestrate a blackmail scheme? And why involve her, a simple milkshake delivery driver? She pondered this as she flipped through the back of the diary, looking for any overlooked detail that might lead to the perpetrator. That's when she found it. Tucked between the pages was a Polaroid photo depicting a figure wearing a cat costume, identical to the one she found at the house with the body. But in this photo, the costume was being worn at a local charity event, and in the background was the Dairy Queen. Sophia's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the person in the cat costume. It was one of her regular customers, someone she'd interacted with countless times. The same person was now lying in a pool of blood. Could the answer be that simple? Or was she looking at another layer of the mystery? She knew what she had to do next. She had to revisit the Dairy Queen and confront the web of connections head-on. But first, she took careful measures to hide the diary. Her ace in the hole. Sophia understood the danger of holding such incriminating evidence, especially if the wrong person discovered she had it. Sophia stood in her apartment, with heavy thoughts swirling in her mind. She hadn't anticipated being caught in a cyclone of crime when she slipped on her DairyDash uniform that fateful morning. Folding the blackmail diary carefully in a cloth, she nestled it at the bottom of Greg's scratching post. Under the false bottom, she discovered. A meow punctuated her actions as Greg unknowingly stood guard over her precious find. As she slipped into her jacket, Sophia couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. She double-checked the locks on her doors and windows, noting that her place, once a haven, now felt like a carefully staged crime scene. Hers was the perfect setup for someone to point a finger. The musty air seemed thicker as she prepared to step into the lion's den, the Dairy Queen, where cold treats and heated secrets mingled. The neon lights of the Dairy Queen flickered as she walked in, alive with the hum of the city night. The locale was an Americana time capsule, filled with red vinyl seats and checkerboard floors. She scanned the dimly lit establishment for the familiar faces of the regulars. Her gaze halted when she spotted Leslie, the manager. His eyes narrowed with suspicion towards her, or perhaps it was just his general disposition. He never had liked the DairyDash competition. Sophia ordered a milkshake, as much a pretext to observe as to quench her parched nerves. Leslie eyed her but said nothing, pouring her drink with a steady hand. With shake in hand, she sidled up to the counter where a group of regulars gathered, sharing weekend tales and boisterous laughter. She recognized a few from her deliveries, but one in particular caught her eye. Dale, the man with the overeager grin who always ordered the oversized banana split. Sophia knew he was the key to unlocking more answers. "Hey Dale," Sophia said with feigned cheerfulness, "how's the split treating you these days?" Dale's smile wobbled, then stabilized. "Ah, haven't had one in a while now. Been laying off the sweets. Doc's orders, you know." He tapped his temple, a gesture meant to suggest wisdom, but one that Sophia found oddly rehearsed. She leaned against the counter, sipping her shake with what she hoped was casual interest. "You seemed pretty close with Mr. Whiskers." She used the nickname the community had given the victim, thinking it would sound less confrontational. Dale's face paled slightly. "Yeah, he was a character, wasn't he? Sad what happened." His eyes darted to Leslie, then back to his untouched coffee. Sophia pressed on. "I found it odd. Everyone here knew him, yet no one knows what happened. You know this town. Gossip travels faster than the flu." She fixed her eyes on Dale, searching for any sign of discomfort. "Anything you might have heard, Dale?" Dale shifted in his seat, the overeager grin slipping. "Sophia, right? Look, I don't know more than anybody else. It was a real shock is all." He glanced at his watch. "Speaking of which, I should get going. Early morning tomorrow." He stood up quickly, dropping a few bills on the counter. Sophia's suspicions deepened. She had touched a nerve, but before she could further unravel those threads, Dale was out the door, his escape too hasty to be innocent. It was a small victory. She now knew who she needed to watch. Turning back to her shake, she resolved to keep digging. Her next move would have to be careful but bold. As she slipped out of the Dairy Queen, the air felt different, charged with the electricity of a brewing storm. Sophia knew she couldn't let her guard down now. It was only a matter of time before the real story would spill, like cream overfilling a shaken milk jug. She just hoped she wasn't going to be the one to end up spilling. Sophia's mind raced as she paced back to her scooter parked outside the Dairy Queen. The encounter with Dale had left her with more questions than answers. Was it just her own paranoia, or did he slip away too swiftly after she'd mentioned the victim? Closing her eyes, she allowed herself a moment to process the adrenaline surging through her veins. She decided that digging into Dale's background was going to be her next move. She couldn't risk involving others until she had a better idea of what she was dealing with. As she kick-started her scooter and revved down the street, she couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling of being surveilled. Her eyes flicked to her mirrors reflectively, scanning for followers. Her apartment break-in was too close to what had happened for it to be a coincidence. Someone was trying to intimidate or frame her, maybe both. Reaching her apartment, Sophia's gaze was drawn to Greg's scratching post. She had never given it a second thought, assuming it was just another piece of cat furniture. But now, with a new layer of paranoia, she approached it carefully. Was it possible that even this innocuous object was something more? Gently, barely breathing, she prodded and poked at the post until she found what felt like a lever embedded within the sisal rope. With a sharp tug, the fabric peeled away, revealing a hidden compartment craftily hollowed out. Inside lay a small, battered leather diary, its pages dense with a meticulous script. Sophia's pulse quickened as she leafed through it, her eyes catching snippets of dates, names, and dollar amounts that seemed to tell the tale of a blackmail scheme, intricate and long-standing. Someone had been documenting the sinister hustle of squeezing money out of people whose desires or secrets made them vulnerable. The question that gnawed at her was clear. What was Greg's role in all of this? Or was the scratching post a plant by someone else to cast suspicion away from themselves and, more threateningly, onto Sophia? She couldn't risk taking the diary to the authorities without knowing more. It could be a trap. She decided to keep it hidden, take photos of the pages, and start researching the names mentioned within the clandestine entries. The discovery, though chilling, had ignited a fire within Sophia. If she could decipher the diary's codes and connections, she might unlock the mystery of who was behind the feline masquerade and clear her name. But she would have to be cautious and cunning. the person she was up against had already shown a propensity for theatre and violence. Sophia set the diary aside, her mind already turning to how she could subtly extract more information from the Dairy Queen regulars without raising alarms. The stakes were higher than ever, but Sophia was determined to shake out the truth. Sophia realized she couldn't just march back into Dairy Queen asking questions like a detective with a shiny badge. She had to be more fox than hound, careful and sly. Her regular customers now loomed in her mind as potential conspirators, or perhaps sources of inadvertent clues. She planned to use her delivery rounds to engage in casual conversation, hoping to pick up any useful information. Over the next few days, Sophia exercised both caution and curiosity. She tuned her ears to every word spoken by customers, her mind dissecting their offhand remarks for hidden meaning. She paid special attention to Dale, whose behavior had become increasingly erratic. Every time she delivered his favorite caramel frappe, he seemed more on edge, his eyes darting around like a cornered animal. She casually inquired about his expansive figurine collection, which led Dale to boast about a rare piece he had just acquired. It was an oddity, a cat figurine dressed as a detective that seemed to be mocking Sophia's current predicament. Sophia couldn't tell if it was a coincidence or a taunt. Remaining vigilant meant Sophia had to keep an eye out for any signs of being followed. Her paranoia wasn't baseless. She'd noticed the same nondescript sedan a few too many times in her rearview mirror to chalk it up to coincidence. She took different routes, circled blocks, and stopped abruptly to test her suspicion. One evening, her tactics paid off when the sedan passed her by, giving Sophia a glimpse of the driver. It was a face she didn't recognize, but she memorized it just in case. That weekend, Sophia spent hours poring over the diary from Greg's scratching post. The entries detailed a convoluted blackmail scheme involving several of her regular customers. Names she had known for years were interspersed with amounts of money and snippets of leverage. It read like a twisted ledger, and Sophia was shocked by the raw pettiness and greed smeared across the pages. The humane thing to do would be to bring it to the police, but Sophia had the unnerving feeling that doing so would put her squarely in the crosshairs. Instead, Sophia decided to delve deeper, combing through online records and social media to put faces to the names she didn't recognize from the diary. She uncovered a network of relationships that was complex and sordid, a web of interlinked debts and vendettas that was dizzying to unravel. Armed with this new knowledge, her next rounds at Dairy Queen would be crucial. She prepared her questions, framing them with the skill of an art restorer trying to reveal the original image beneath layers of overpainting. One entry in the diary kept drawing her back, a cryptic message that mentioned the last shake. Could that have something to do with the Oreo shake delivery to the house with the man in the cat costume? She bookmarked the page, sensing that it could be the key to understanding the entire scheme. Her mind was racing as much as her heart. The closer Sophia got to truth, the more she realized her predicament. She had entered a complex web of deceit, and the fact that she was being framed meant there was more at stake than just her reputation. She poured another cup of coffee, her fourth that night, and leaned back in her chair, eyes scanning the dairy's client list with newfound suspicion. Dale's name was just one in a lengthy catalogue. Info from the diary led her to cross-reference names with property records, online forums, and social media. She had to be cautious. Snooping around could spook whoever was orchestrating this mess. A discreet knock on her apartment door made her jump. It was late, and nobody should have been dropping by unannounced. With wary steps, she approached, peephole revealing a DairyDash uniform. A co-worker? She opened the door to find Josh, her shift buddy with frazzled nerves evident on his face. "Sophia, you okay?" he asked, his eyes scanning the room behind her as if expecting to find something amiss. "Heard about the break-in, just wanted to check in." His concern was touching, but Sophia's trust was at an all-time low. She thanked him, assuring that she had things under control. After he left, she double-checked the locks. Her sense of security was thinner than the crust of burnt milk on a forgotten stove. Returning to her laptop, Sophia opened a new tab, entering the username from one of the dairy's regulars she found in the diary. The screen loaded a private social media profile filled with vintage collectibles. This was a lead. Someone who had a treasure trove of valuables might have reason to get involved in a blackmail scheme. Sophia scribbled notes, cross-referencing this information with delivery schedules. The last shake might just be a transaction more sinister than it sounded. After hours that melted into the early morning, her efforts paid off. She found a pattern. The days when the last shake was mentioned coincided with sudden spikes in the collectible market. Items from the diary's listed victims seemed to resurface. She was onto something. The connection was undeniable, and it was hidden in plain sight. All those collectibles at the messy house. Could the man in the cat suit have been a collector, or worse, a blackmailed victim? The room was suffused with the pale glow of dawn when Sophia finally allowed herself a break. She stood up, stretching the stiffness out of her limbs. This was no longer just about deliveries or clearing her name. She was confronting a criminal enterprise using DairyDash as a front. Stepping over to the window, she watched the early stirrings of the city below, her resolve hardening. Someone was going to great lengths to keep their secrets, but Sophia knew that delivering milkshakes was about to become the least interesting part of her job. Sophia wrapped herself in her jacket, the weight of the diary in her pocket, a constant reminder of the dangerous game she had been unwillingly thrust into. The DairyDash app chimed, and she glanced at her next delivery. It was to Marlene Hobb. One of the names etched in indelible ink in the diary's pages of deceit, a collector of rare comic books according to the scrawls alongside her name. Perfect, Sophia thought, a legitimate reason to visit. She grabbed an extra Oreo shake, just in case, and set out with her insulated bag slung over her shoulder. The address led her to a quaint bungalow nestled between looming apartment buildings. As she walked up the path, she eyed the surroundings. Her senses heightened for any signs of abnormality. The door creaked open before she could knock, revealing a woman in her mid-50s with sharp, inquisitive eyes. "Marlene Hobb?" Sophia asked. The woman nodded, taking the milkshake, and motioned for Sophia to come inside. The interior was a labyrinth of comic book memorabilia, vintage posters adorning every square inch of wall space, and glass cases showcasing mint-condition comics. Sophia marveled at the collection before her, knowing that this was not just a hobby, it was someone's entire world. "You knew Greg Vaughan, didn't you?" Sophia ventured cautiously as she followed Marlene into her kitchen. Marlene's expression tightened, and for a moment, Sophia feared she had stepped too far too soon. But then Marlene sighed, a wave of resignation passing over her face. "Not as well as I wanted. He was involved in things. Things I tried to avoid," she confessed, casting a wary glance over her shoulder. Sophia pressed on, gently probing, while still respecting the woman's boundaries. "I believe he might have been part of something bigger, something that's putting others at risk." Marlene's gaze met Sophia's, and there was a flicker of understanding, or perhaps fear, that crossed her features. "I don't know the details," Marlene whispered, "but the rumor was that he wasn't just trading in collectibles. He was trading secrets, dangerous ones. And if you're not careful, this whole thing will swallow you whole too." Sophia left Marlene's house with more questions than answers, her intuition telling her that the rabbit hole was deeper and darker than she had anticipated. The diary in her pocket felt heavier now, burdened with the possibility that she was holding the key to unraveling this mystery. As she walked back to her moped, she couldn't shake the chilling sensation that someone or something was watching her from the shadows. Sophia revved the engine of her moped, her thoughts swirling as much as the autumn leaves that danced in the breeze around her. The diary tucked securely in her jacket was like a Pandora's box. Its contents could exonerate her or potentially implicate her further in this tangled web of deceit. There was no choice but to delve deeper into its pages, to connect the dots that Greg, the man now lying in a pool of faux blood, had so meticulously plotted out. After a few uneventful deliveries that hardly managed to occupy her mind, Sophia decided it was time to visit the next name scribbled in the diary. Her next stop was a quaint bungalow on the east side of town. The yard was overgrown, and a bike skeleton was chained desolately to the porch railing. It was a stark contrast to the mania of collectibles at Marlene's residence. As she approached the door, a figure darted across the window inside, causing Sophia's pulse to skip. She rang the doorbell, her other hand discreetly resting on the can of pepper spray in her pocket. She was greeted by an old man with a pendulous nose, introducing himself as Arthur. His once white tank top was as discolored as the wallpaper peeling in the background. He claimed not to know a Greg, but his eyes darted to a framed photograph on the mantelpiece, too often not to betray a lie. As Sophia handed him his milkshake, her eyes lingered on the photograph. A much younger Greg stood there, arm in arm with Arthur, both smiling at some long-ago event. Sophia knew she had to tread carefully, for Arthur might hold the answers she desperately needed. As she mounted her moped once again, a black sedan that had been looming down the street caught her attention. It had passed her once before, at Marlene's, its windows an impenetrable shade of midnight. It seemed to glide rather than roll, heavy and silent as a shark in deep water. A shiver ran down Sophia's spine. She had to assume she was being followed. Committing the license plate to memory, she vowed to remain vigilant. Sophia's adventures took her to 2 other homes from the list in the diary. Both encounters were peculiar, yet eerily void of anything tangible. A conversation with a parrot who kept repeating, "The milkman did it," and a retired magician who insisted on showing her a trick that made her DairyDash name badge disappear. Throughout, that black sedan appeared at least once, always at a distance, menacing in its persistence. As night drew its dark curtain across the city, Sophia felt a kinship with the shadows that had become her constant companions. The time had come to consider her safety. She would need more than just pepper spray if she were to delve deeper into this nocturne of mystery. It might be time to pay a visit to an old friend with less than legal connections. She parked her moped in the shadows and slipped into her apartment, her senses heightened to every creak and whisper of the building. Once inside, she bolted the door and went straight for Greg's scratching post. Sophia had to know more, to understand the motives behind the blackmail and the reason why she, a mere milkshake delivery driver, was now neck-deep in the mire. Flipping open the diary to the next unread page, she read by the dim light, oblivious to the hours slipping by. Little did she know, the secrets she uncovered next would not only seal her fate, but also shed light on a past long forgotten. Sophia's hands trembled as she turned the worn pages of the diary. The handwriting was meticulous, each entry penned with the same tense precision. Dates, times, amounts exchanged, and most alarmingly, coded references began to form a web in her mind. She squinted as she decoded an entry that related astoundingly to her own childhood neighborhood. Was it really possible that this web of deception reached back that far? Her pulse quickened when she saw her own name written in the margin, a childhood nickname she hadn't heard in years. The realization hit her like a freight train. The blackmailer had been monitoring her for longer than she had ever imagined. Not just a random target, but chosen, and for reasons she was beginning to understand, ones deeply entangled with her past. She knew she needed support. Rummaging through an old shoebox, she found the number of Leo, a friend from her not-so-reputable days. She hesitated, knowing that contacting Leo would drag her back into a world she had fought hard to leave behind. But the black sedan, still lurking on the outskirts of her vision each time she ventured outside, left her with little choice. Leo will know what to do, she thought, dialing the number. As the line rang, a mix of fear and relief washed over her. "Soph, is that you?" Leo's voice was unmistakable, a husky greeting laced with surprise and concern. She quickly briefed him on the situation, leaving out no detail. After a tense silence, he spoke firmly. "Lay low, Soph. I'll sort this. Just watch your back. Whoever's behind this, they're not playing games." The call ended with Leo promising to circle back after some discreet inquiries. Sophia clutched the phone in one hand and the diary in the other, knowing that the next steps she would take were fraught with danger, but necessary for the unwinding of the tightly knit lies. Chapter 10. Confronting the cat burglar. The DairyDash logo on Sophia's uniform was starting to feel like a beacon, drawing unwelcome attention with every delivery. She barely finished her shift that evening, her mind a restless whirlwind of suspicion and concern about the black sedan lurking in her periphery. Determined to confront one of Greg's known rivals, Sophia stopped at Bethany's antique shop. the timekeeper's haven. Just like the house she'd visited that fateful day, it was a shrine to nostalgia, dense with artifacts and lost tales. Standing amidst the clutter, Sophia caught sight of a music box she had seen among Greg's prized possessions. Her heart quickened as she approached Bethany, who was polishing a silver locket behind the counter. "Bethany, we need to talk," Sophia said, the music box's presence reinforcing her resolve. The woman looked up, her eye twitching slightly at the gravity in Sophia's voice. "About Greg. It's important." Bethany's erratic gestures betrayed her as she set the locket down too quickly, knocking over a stack of vintage postcards. "Greg? What about him?" she asked, her voice uneven. Sophia leaned on the counter, holding Bethany's gaze. "You know, I don't believe in coincidences. And seeing part of his collection here," Sophia gestured towards the music box, "tells me that your rivalry might have escalated into something serious." Bethany's eyes darted to the music box, and she laughed, a high-pitched, unnatural sound. "That old thing? It's just business, darling. People buy, trade, and sell. Collections like Greg's are meant to change hands, that's all." Sophia wasn't convinced. "So this has nothing to do with break-ins and bloodied costumes? Your hands are completely clean?" Bethany hesitated, her practiced composure cracking. I can't say more. You shouldn't be asking these questions. You know they say curiosity killed the cat, right?" Even as Sophia processed the poorly veiled threat, she realized Bethany knew more than she was admitting. "Those who are involved often fear the truth, Bethany. But remember, I'm trying to uncover a murderer, not play detective for fun. And if you know anything, it's not just my curiosity that will keep pushing for answers. It's my survival too." Bethany's eyes darted nervously around the cluttered walls of her shop, festooned with an eclectic assemblage of antiques and oddities. "Survival? Oh, please, dear," she scoffed with a strained laugh, but the solemn gaze of Sophia held her locked in an intense scrutiny. There was something desperate in the older woman's eyes that the light of skepticism could not conceal. "Let's not dance around the maypole any longer, Bethany. You have Greg's collectibles. Why?" Sophia's voice was firm, but not unkind. It was the voice of someone who had been dragged into a game they never wished to play and was desperate to find their way out. Bethany's facade began to crumble at the edges. All right. I took a few things, but only because Greg owed me money. A substantial amount. He'd been avoiding me for weeks." Her words sped out in a jumble, signaling the beginning of a confession. Sophia leaned in, her resolve as firm as the antique ironwood countertop separating them. "And did your method of debt collection involve a break-in, or did you have something to do with what happened to him?" Bethany's eyes widened, incredulous. "You think I'm a thief, fine, but a murderer?" she sputtered defensively. "I never broke into his place. I went there, yes, once he was, after the incident, to claim what was mine, while everyone was too busy rubbernecking to notice." Sophia fixed her with a steady gaze. "Just so we're clear, you admit to stealing from a murder scene, but deny any involvement in the actual crime." "Exactly," Bethany exclaimed, her hands flying up in a gesture of exasperation. She suddenly seemed to realize the gravity of her admission, clamping a hand over her mouth. She shook her head, the first real sign of fear spilling from her frame. "I didn't kill Greg, but there was someone else that night." Sophia's heart trip-hammered in her chest. "Who else, Bethany? Who else was there?" Bethany swallowed hard. "I don't know his name. A shadow of a man, enshrouded in black, face hidden. He was there before me, lurking by the side of the house as I arrived. I thought he was just a curious onlooker at first." She paused, then added in a whisper, "I heard him muttering something about retribution." A frisson of cold ran down Sophia's spine as she considered the implications. If Bethany's story was true, it provided a new lead, a mysterious figure lurking at the scene of Greg's murder. She needed to explore this new avenue, but she could not simply take Bethany's word for it. "I need proof, Bethany, something to substantiate your story or else." Bethany glanced at the door, as if considering an escape, then sighed. "Fine, I'll show you something." Turning, she rummaged through a drawer behind the counter. She produced a small, worn leather journal. Greg was paranoid, always scribbling notes. He dropped this the last time he visited, raving about someone watching him. Maybe you'll make sense of his ramblings. Taking the journal, Sophia knew this might be the key she was searching for. As Bethany trembled, clutching the edges of her shawl like a shield, Sophia prepared to delve into the mind of the victim. The next page she turned could change everything. With the journal clenched in her fingers, Sophia bid a curt farewell to Bethany and hurried to her DairyDash van, her mind a whirlwind of questions and theories. Safely inside, she reclined in her seat and flicked on the dim overhead light. Soft yellow light spilled across the worn pages as she opened Greg's journal to where a ribbon marked the last entry he made. Sophia's eyes raced over the scribbled lines, devouring the words that Greg had penned with fervent haste. The journal was a chaotic mix of mundane daily events, thoughts on his vast collection of collectibles, and sudden bursts of paranoia. But it was the last part that sent chills down Sophia's spine. Greg had been worried about someone following him, someone with eyes that gleamed like the abyss. Descriptions of a shadowy figure lurking at the edges of his property were scattered throughout the last few entries. His writing grew more erratic, the penmanship shakier as he documented his growing unease. One sentence stood out: "The catman watches, waiting for his moment." Sophia paused, perplexed. Catman? There had been no mention of such a character in any of the police reports. Was it paranoia, a figment of his imagination, or a clue hiding in plain sight? Her heart raced as she pored over the pages, searching for anything else that might provide a clearer picture of this mysterious figure. In between the lines of fear and suspicion, Greg's affection for his collection shone through, particularly a rare vintage action figure still in its original packaging, which, according to his note, will make history in the right hands. Could this be the motive behind Greg's untimely death? A sudden knock on the van's window interrupted her thoughts. She jerked her head up, heart skipping a beat, to see a figure standing outside, face obscured by the night's darkness. Sophia forced a steady breath and rolled down the window an inch. "Can I help you?" she asked, gripping the journal tighter. The figure stepped into the light, a police detective's badge glinting. "Sophia, I'm Detective Larson. We need to talk about Greg's murder and why your fingerprints were on the milkshake cup found near his body." Sophia gulped. Her quest for answers had just taken an alarming turn. She was now a suspect, and time was running out to clear her name. Sophia's mind raced as she sat in the cramped van, the once sweet smell of dairy now taking on a sour note of dread. Detective Larson's stern gaze held hers, awaiting an explanation she wasn't sure she had. "I deliver milkshakes," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "The cup, I have no idea how it's linked to that." She waved toward the array of emergency vehicles down the street, their lights slicing through the gathering dusk. Detective Larson nodded, non-committal. "Right, but it does link you to the scene, doesn't it? Ever had any issues with Greg?" Larson's question seemed casual, but Sophia caught the glint of severity in his eyes. Sophia shook her head. "No, just routine deliveries. Yours is the only job where you can genuinely say, 'The milk's always fresher on the other side,'" I joked, though the tone hung heavier than I intended in the small space of the DairyDash van. Larson didn't crack a smile. His concern was palpable, as was his suspicion that I might be withholding information. With a deep breath, I leaned forward. "Detective, have you looked into Greg's personal relationships? His journal suggested he upset someone recently." I watched his reaction closely. It was a risky move to bring up the journal, but it was a card I was willing to play if it meant diverting the investigation from myself. Larson tilted his head slightly, a subtle indication that he was listening. "We're exploring every angle, Miss Alvarez. You read his journal?" My heart raced. I had revealed too much. I happened to glance at a page while I was there. I deliver shakes, I'm not snooping around, but I saw names, perhaps they're worth checking? I tried to seem helpful yet uninformed. He jotted something down in his notebook, then fixed his gaze back on me. "Interesting. We'll take it under advisement. We've already interviewed a few people close to Greg." Larson closed his notebook and stood up to leave. As I watched the detective walk away, I felt a mix of relief and apprehension. I had steered him towards other suspects, but my mention of the journal could also backfire. I needed to act fast. I decided the next step was a confrontation. Greg's rival, Bethany, was my aim. The last time I saw her, She was as erratic as a cat in a thunderstorm, and given her occupation, a restorer and seller of rare collectibles, she had the means to get her hands on items stolen from Greg's collection. Upon arriving at Bethany's shop, an eclectic place teeming with relics and antiques, I found her behind the counter, polishing a Victorian brooch with meticulous care. Her eyes followed me as I approached, reflecting a wariness that trailed me like a shadow. "Bethany," I began, my voice cool, "we need to talk about Greg." She ceased her polishing, her hands now still but clenched. "What about him?" There was a tremor in her voice that belied a staunchness in her posture. "I found a list in Greg's journal. Your name was on it, alongside some very interesting items that resemble those stolen from his house." I watched her closely for cracks in her facade. For a moment, Bethany was silent. Then her gaze hardened. "Greg had a lot of enemies, Sophia, people who'd kill for less than a toy soldier from his precious collection." She resumed her polishing as if to end the conversation. I edged closer. "Is that why you were at his house last night? Looking for a particular toy soldier?" Her erratic behavior, her possession of similar collectibles, it was adding up. But was it mere coincidence or guilt? I pressed on, ensuring my tone carried the weight of my suspicions. "Bethany, there's blood on your hands. Figuratively, anyway. It's hard to believe you came out of his place clean." Bethany looked up sharply, and for a fleeting second, I thought she might crumble. Instead, she straightened her spine and glared at me. "You have no idea what you're talking about, Sophia, and you better be careful. Accusations like that have a way of coming back around." I met her gaze, unflinching. "Then tell me something that'll help me believe otherwise." Her eyes flicked away, focusing on a photo on the wall, an image of her and Greg at some sort of convention. There was something there, some untold story buried just beneath the surface. "Get out!" she hissed. I knew that leaving now would be as good as admitting defeat. There was more to this than a simple rivalry, and I needed to get to the bottom of it to clear my own name. I steadied my voice, calmer this time. "Bethany, look, I know this is difficult, but a man is dead, and for some strange reason, I'm tangled up in this mess. We both know you and Greg were more than just competitors. Tell me what happened between you two." Her fingers clenched visibly around a small trinket on the desk, something unremarkable to the untrained eye, but I recognized it as part of Greg's collection. Bethany's initial refusal to engage hung in the air, heavier than the dust motes that danced in the slants of sunlight permeating the antiquated shop. Finally, with a tremble in her voice betraying emotion, she began to unravel their story, bit by tantalizing bit. We were partners once, not just in collecting, close as two people can be." Her lips quivered. "And I know how that looks now, but I swear, Sophia, I didn't kill him." An antique clock ticked loudly in the silence that followed. Bethany wiped at an eye that might have been welling up if not for the stubbornness etched into her sharp features. I took a slow step forward, cautious not to push too hard, but eager to pry open the tight lid she kept on her feelings. "Was it a disagreement that split you two up?" I asked, voice softened. "You could say that," Bethany sighed. "Greg, he had a vision, but his ambition, it was too much, even for me. We clashed, professionally, personally. It was passionate, but toxic. We went our separate ways, but we never really let go, I guess." Her gaze drifted to the photo again. "I'm not heartless, Sophia. I've got items of Greg's here because he willed them to me if something ever happened to him. But someone knew that, used it against both of us." Her voice held a certain conviction that made my skepticism waver. "I can prove it. Just wait here." Bethany hurried to the back of the shop, leaving me amidst the curious collection of yesteryears. I glanced around, wondering just what truth lay hidden within these artifacts. It wasn't long before she returned, clutching a letter in her hand. A will. It was dated and signed. It stated clearly that should anything happen to Greg, Bethany would inherit certain pieces from his collection, pieces now residing inconspicuously in the shop. My mind whirred. Did this absolve her or further implicate her in some indirect scheme? There was more to figure out, but the letter shed new light on Bethany's erratic behavior. "Thank you, Bethany. This helps," I said earnestly, folding the paper gently. "Did Greg have any enemies? Anyone you think could have done this?" I fished for more information, hoping to build on my list of suspects. Bethany hesitated, biting her lip as if weighing whether to divulge a secret. There was someone from our past, but I can't. She looked genuinely scared now, abruptly stopping herself. I need to know, Bethany, for my sake and for Greg's memory. My plea seemed to hit a chord. Her eyes met mine, firm and decisive. All right, but not here, not now. Meet me later, at the Cat's Whiskers Cafe after dark. I'll tell you everything then. Her voice was a hushed whisper, carrying a gravity that left no room for doubt. She was scared, but ready to talk. Sophia's pulse quickened as she left Gryval's cluttered shop, the paper containing Greg's will crinkling in her pocket. It was imperative to maintain composure, though her mind raced with possibilities of what Bethany might reveal. Preparation for the evening meeting weighed heavily on her. She knew the gravity of the situation required both mental and physical readiness. Dusk bathed the streets in an orange glow as Sophia approached the Cat's Whiskers Cafe, an establishment belonging to another era, with vintage feline posters alluding to its name. A single bulb flickered above the entrance, like a beacon guiding her to the truth lurking in the shadows. Inside, the cafe was a cloak of twilight. Dimly lit tables lay scattered, some occupied by customers cloaked in the anonymity provided by the low light. Sophia spotted Bethany in a secluded corner, her eyes darting around like a cornered animal. She approached cautiously, sensing the tension in the air like a taut wire. Bethany's back straightened as Sophia slid into the seat opposite her. I've been afraid to speak of it, Bethany began, her words punctuated by the clink of porcelain from distant patrons. This is about someone we both thought long out of our, or at least Greg's, life. You need to know about the mess he got into, the sort of people he dealt with. It's bigger than his collection, Sophia. Much bigger. Sophia felt a chill skitter down her spine as Bethany leaned in closer, the scent of her fear mingling with the aroma of old coffee. The stakes were higher than she had ever imagined, and this clandestine meeting suddenly felt like stepping into an abyss from which she might never return. She steadied her breathing. She was ready to listen, ready to unveil the curtain of deceit and lies. The story of Greg's past was about to unfold, and with it, perhaps, the key to his murderer's identity. Bethany's eyes darted around the dimly lit Cat's Whiskers Cafe, as if she was afraid someone might overhear, even though the place was nearly empty. Greg was mixed up with some heavy people, she whispered, collectors who didn't just prize rare items, but the sort of things that consume lives. Sophia leaned in closer, feeling the gravity in Bethany's voice. Do you mean illegal stuff? Stolen artifacts, she ventured a guess. Bethany nodded, her fingers trembling as they brushed a stray strand of hair from her face. Yes, and much worse. They're not your run-of-the-mill collectors. We're talking about people who see a price in dark antiquities. Bethany's eyes were wide with fear. They believe in the power these items hold, and I think they thought Greg was getting too ambitious, encroaching on their territory. Bethany reached into her bag and pulled out a small, curious amulet. I found this at Greg's the night after the incident. Sophia took the amulet, feeling the cold weight of it in her hand. The carvings on its surface were intricate and appeared ancient. What is this supposed to be? It's an occult talisman, Bethany admitted, supposed to herald power and protection. Greg was bragging about it just days before his demise. He said it was from a clandestine auction. You must see, this isn't just about stolen goods. It's about belief, power struggles, and something much, much darker. Sophia felt chills running down her spine. Who could place such value on the dark and mystical to the extent of committing murder? Did Greg have enemies in these circles? Anyone who would have wanted to silence him for good? She asked. Plenty, Bethany confessed, but one name stands out, Marius van der Velde. He's ruthless, shrouded in mystery, and never shies from making an example of those who cross him. Her voice crackled with dread. I'd be careful, Sophia. Digging further could paint a target on your back too. Sophia pocketed the amulet as new determination set in. Despite the danger, she knew she had to pursue this lead. Thank you, Bethany. You've been more helpful than you know. Sophia stood to leave, her resolve growing with every step she took towards the door. She may have started this journey as a simple milkshake delivery driver, but now she was knee-deep in a conspiracy that clawed at the edges of reality itself. With the name Marius van der Velde on her lips and the occult talisman in her pocket, Sophia knew, now more than ever, she had to face the darkness head-on. Chapter 11. The Showdown Begins. The Cat's Whiskers Cafe was bathed in the silver glow of the moon as Sophia exited, her thoughts as tangled as the various clues she'd encountered. Detective Lancer was waiting for her outside, his silhouette blending with the shadows. His face, although obscured by the darkness, hinted at a similar determination and worry that had taken root in Sophia's heart. "We have a plan, Sophia," Lancer said as she approached, the talisman in her pocket feeling suddenly heavier. "Marius van der Velde is a regular at the local cat show circuit. There's an event tomorrow at the community hall. We go there, and we wait. The killer might show up, looking for van der Velde, or maybe hunting for more of these twisted collectibles." Sophia nodded, the gravity of the situation setting in. She wasn't just pursuing a murderer now, but a predator stalking in a world of shadows and whispers. The next day, the community hall buzzed with the energy of the cat show. Kitten enthusiasts, breeders, and the curious had gathered in a symphony of meows and chatter. In this peculiar camouflage, Sophia and Lancer moved discreetly, their eyes sweeping through the crowd, searching for van der Velde's known associates, or for anyone showing undue interest in the more peculiar objects some stalls were displaying. As the day wore on, the competition intensified. The judges were meticulous, and the tension among participants became palpable. Sophia could see the strain on the faces of the owners as they primped and coaxed their feline entrants. Yet even this competitive fervour couldn't mask an undercurrent of something darker, an anxious pulse that Sophia felt mirrored her own. A commotion at one of the stands drew their attention. An argument had erupted, the seller alleging that a valuable collectible had been stolen. A glance exchanged between Sophia and Lancer was all it took. They moved toward the conflict, their senses heightened. Was this a mere theft, or had the desperation of the killer surfaced? The crowd parted warily as they approached, their badges now visible. The chapter will continue as Sophia and Detective Lancer attempt to intervene in the tense altercation, seeking clues while trying not to spook the possible murderer lurking in the sea of cat lovers. Sophia and Detective Lancer moved closer to the center of the commotion, their expressions set with a firm determination to maintain order. The air was thick with the scents of grooming powders and catnip treats, a stark contrast to the bitter anger emanating from two main contenders in the midst of the uproar. One was a lean woman clutching an empty display case, her eyes wide with fury, and the other a broad-shouldered man pointing an accusing finger towards her, his face red as an overripe tomato. "That was a limited edition feline fantastique statuette," he bellowed. "And now it's gone. Stolen." Sophia exchanged a glance with Lancer. Both were acutely aware that the collectible scene had a dark undercurrent that could be linked to Greg's murder. The detective took the lead, projecting his voice over the cacophony of protesting meows and indignant yowls of gathered cat enthusiasts. "Everyone, please. We're here to resolve this matter. Let's talk it out," Lancer implored, signaling to the crowd to calm themselves. As the dispute simmered down to disgruntled murmurs, Sophia began to make her way through the witnesses, gently asking questions. It didn't take long for her to come upon a piece of evidentiary gold. "It's just so odd, you know. He was over by the north exit before the show, lingering. Nobody usually goes out that way," a suspiciously perspicacious Siamese cat owner whispered to Sophia, nodding towards the tomato-faced man. Sophia relayed the information to Lancer, who immediately went to speak with the man. Meanwhile, she continued to circulate, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized the reactions of the crowd. There were a few sidelong glances, the flicker of apprehension here, a quickly smothered smirk there. An undercurrent of unease rippled through the crowd as Sophia compiled mental notes. Her attention was abruptly drawn towards the opposite side of the hall when a soft exclamatory, "Oh!" echoed. A woman dressed in elegant cat show attire clutched her throat, staring in shock at a small pool of red liquid spreading slowly across the floor from beneath a velvet-draped table. Sophia's heart raced as she dashed across the room. The implications were too dire to ignore. This could be the break they were waiting for, or it could spell disaster for their already delicate investigation. Sophia's sneakers skidded on the polished floor as she arrived at the table, her eyes scanning the area for any signs of foul play. What she found instead left her momentarily bewildered: a tipped-over bottle of luxury perfect show red nail polish. Relief washed over her for a second before she collected the evidence, cursing herself silently for letting panic cloud her judgment. Outside the show hall, Detective Lancer was piecing together his own puzzle. The suspect, a slim figure draped in a nondescript hoodie and dark sunglasses, seemed more interested in the escape route than the parade of prime felines. Lancer approached with a casual stride, one hand resting on the badge concealed beneath his jacket. "Excuse me," he called out, just as the suspect began to edge away. "I couldn't help but notice you're quite the cat enthusiast. Mind if I ask a few questions?" The suspect's hesitation was barely noticeable, but Lancer had seen enough liars to know one when he saw hesitation. "Sure," the suspect replied, their voice steady enough to betray nothing of their internal calculus. Inside, amidst the elegant Persian and Siamese cats, Sophia sifted through conversations like a gold pan through silt, gleaning every valuable nugget she could find. One particularly voluble breeder couldn't stop talking about a rival who'd sworn revenge over a pedigree disagreement. Sophia took note, wondering if this passion for purring pets could indeed turn venomous. Slowly, the pieces of the puzzle began aligning in her mind: a stolen collectible, a suspect who fled, and now personal vendettas lying just beneath the surface of this seemingly serene community. The red nail polish was damning in its own way. It indicated premeditation and attention to detail, someone who knew just how to set the stage for a spectacle. Lancer outside shared his findings with Sophia through a quick text. The suspect had been identified as a known petty thief, recently bragging about a big score that was about to pay off. Their mutual suspensions grew into conviction. This was their man, but they needed undeniable proof. It was a matter of time, and amidst the meticulous grooming and competitive stares, time was something the killer was rapidly running out of. As the show neared its climax, with judges evaluating the final contenders, tensions in the hall rose palpably. The petty thief turned suspect growing more furtive by the minute, eyes flicking to the exits with increasing frequency. Sophia felt it, the net tightening around a desperate animal. Sophia moved through the crowd, her gaze never leaving the suspect. She slid between a lady with a Persian nestled in her arms and a tall man discussing the merits of the Russian blues coat. Every fibre of Sophia's being was on high alert, her senses attuned to the cacophony of meows, the scent of freshly groomed fur mingling with the tang of nail polish, and the nervous energy that electrified the air around the petty thief. Detective Lancer, meanwhile, had maneuvered himself closer to the suspect. His casual approach disguised the intent behind his movements. He was careful not to make any sudden gestures that could send the man sprinting for the nearest exit. Lancer signaled subtly to his two plainclothes officers positioned near the main doors. Their focused eyes and inconspicuous nods toward Lancer confirmed their understanding of the situation. Sophia turned her attention briefly to the judges. They were in deep consultation over the grand champion, oblivious to the drama unfolding mere feet away. The glint of the trophies seemed to mirror the shine of desperation in the suspect's eyes. Sophia returned her focus to the suspect and saw that he was now speaking hurriedly into his phone, his voice too low to discern over the surrounding clamour. As she weaved through the throng, her ears caught snippets of conversation. One exhibitor spoke animatedly about an upcoming pageant, but her words were soon drowned out by the announcement that judging was almost complete. Sophia's heart pounded as she imagined what the suspect might do when the attention of the whole hall would converge on the winner's circle. Detective Lancer took the opportunity to close the gap, striking up a casual conversation with the suspect. He joked about the whimsies of feline companions, elicited a strained chuckle, and deftly asked about the man's interest in the show. The suspect's answers were distracted and fractured by nervous glances. Sophia knew they were close. The suspect's facade of composure was beginning to crumble like a poorly constructed house of cards. Her own thoughts raced, trying to piece together this puzzle. The man in the cat costume, the Oreo shake, And now this thief all seemed to slot together in a haphazard jigsaw that didn't quite fit. There had to be a connection, a thread that wound through the chaos to bring clarity to the situation. Sophia's reflection was abruptly interrupted as the judges announced the grand champion. The applause that erupted was thunderous, but amid the celebration, she picked out a different sound, the susurration of fabric against fabric. The suspect was making his move, blending into the crowd while everyone's attention was fixated on the stage. Detective Lancer's eyes met Sophia's from across the room. Without a word, they both moved, their bodies synchronized with shared urgency. The suspect pushed through the attendees, his phone now clutched tightly against his chest like a lifeline. Sophia increased her pace, her pulse thundering in her ears. The throng of cat enthusiasts became an obstacle course that both Sophia and Lancer navigated with deft movements. As they did, they could see glimmers of the suspect's shiny, feline-themed belt buckle disappearing and reappearing amidst the sea of spectators. Lancer had taken out a small, inconspicuous pair of binoculars from his pocket to keep an eye from afar, and he signaled Sophia to flank the suspect from the other side. Sophia wove through the crowd, her DairyDash uniform catching the eyes of some curious onlookers. Each step brought with her a light tinkling sound, her name tag hitting against the DairyDash logo on her chest. The room was abuzz with excitement from the grand champion announcement, and nearly everyone was distracted, their attention fixed on the stage or their prized felines. The suspect, whose name they'd only just gleaned from a snatched conversation, was Leonard McGraw, known in certain circles for his collection of rare cat memorabilia. As he finally reached the edge of the crowd, Leonard tossed a nervous glance over his shoulder. His eyes locked with Sophia's for a moment, and a jolt of fear seemed to ripple through him. He dashed, suddenly quick, toward a set of curtains that appeared to lead backstage. Sophia's legs turned to springs, and before she knew it, she was darting after him, navigating between the last few people. Lancer was close behind, moving with the deliberate assurance of his experience. As they reached the curtains, they could hear the muffled sounds of a scuffle. Sophia held her breath as she pulled the curtain apart to find Leonard on the ground, a glittering brooch in his hand that she'd seen earlier on the lapel of one of the judges. An exquisite piece crafted as a homage to the rare Sphinx cat. Sophia's eyes narrowed as she turned it over, revealing an inscription of a date and, for eternity, Elise. She looked up to see Lancer examining something on Leonard's phone screen, his expression dark. Leonard, panting on the ground, was caught, his desperation evident in his eyes. There was something deeply troubling about his gaze, the way it seemed to plead and accuse all at once. Detective Lancer looked up from the screen to Sophia. "We need to talk off-site. I think we're holding the edges of a much larger picture." Sophia felt the tension in the air as Detective Lancer motioned to the officers to escort Leonard from the cacophony of the cat show to the silent sanctity of the interrogation room. Despite the bustling chaos, her mind was elsewhere, trying to connect the dots from that blood-splattered scene to the brooch clutched in Leonard's hand. As they walked, she couldn't help but turn back to gaze at the sea of feline fanatics, each person a potential clue or another dead end. Inside the sterile interrogation room, Leonard's facade began to crack. His hands were unsteady, the sparkle of the brooch dull in the fluorescent lighting. "Do you understand the severity of your situation, Mr. McGraw?" Lancer's voice was firm but not unkind. Leonard, his voice a whisper of defeat, simply nodded. As the interrogation unfolded, it became clear that the brooch was a prize he had won in a silent auction. An auction that the deceased had organized. He promised. He said no one would find out. But I received this threatening note. Leonard's story poured out, the brooch twinkling momentarily as it caught the light when he gestured to the note he pulled from his pocket. The inscription on the brooch, "To my eternal companion," meshed with the message of the note to suggest an affair that ended in blackmail. "I didn't kill him, I swear," Leonard pleaded as he recounted receiving the note on the day of the murder. "It said to return the brooch, or else my secret would be exposed to everyone." Sophia watched as Lancer meticulously documented Leonard's statements. At this juncture, everyone was a suspect, but she couldn't shake off the feeling that the true murderer was more cunning, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike again. As the interrogation neared the end, Lancer's eyes met Sophia's, a silent exchange that spoke volumes about their skepticism on Leonard's innocence. "Let's take a look at that note again, Lancer," Sophia suggested once they were back at the precinct, her mind heavy with the weight of the new revelations from Leonard. Lancer pulled out a plastic evidence bag and laid it flat on the desk. The note, written in jagged script, was both a demand and a threat. "Return what you stole, or everyone will know what you did with the judge's pretty trinket." It was unsigned, but upon closer inspection, Sophia noticed something, a faint watermark on the corner of the paper. Curiosity piqued. She fetched a magnifying glass from the forensics kit and studied the mark. It was subtle, a crest of some sort. This could be from a personalized stationery set, she mused. Could this be a clue to the sender's identity? "We'll check with stationers in town. Someone might recognize it," Lancer replied, jotting down the new information. As they reviewed the suspect list once more, a connection began to form in Sophia's mind. The auction where Leonard had won the brooch. Could one of the other bidders hold a grudge? Did the victim, in his secret dealings, cross paths with someone at that auction? As Sophia's wheels turned, she noticed a name that appeared in both the auction register and her previous delivery logs. Marjorie Tannen. "Lancer, I've delivered to Marjorie before," Sophia recalled. "She's obsessed with rare collectibles. I remember seeing a similar crest at her place. Something about a prestigious cat lineage." "That's it." Detective Lancer slapped the table with enthusiasm. "She was at the auction, and she breeds prize-winning cats. The brooch Leonard bought was adorned with a feline motif, wasn't it? She must have wanted it for her collection." With a new lead, Sophia and Lancer arranged to pay Marjorie another visit, this time with a few more questions than an Oreo shake delivery warranted. The chaos of the local cat show still fresh in their minds, they knew the collector's world was fraught with jealousy and rivalry, a perfect breeding ground for desperate acts. When they reached Marjorie's residence, the door was slightly ajar enough for them to hear the rustle of papers and the unmistakable sound of someone frantically searching for something, or perhaps hiding evidence. Sophia's pulse quickened as she locked eyes with Lancer. With a nod, they quietly pushed the door open and stepped into the lair of their most promising suspect yet. The air was thick with the musty scent of old paper and cat dander. Marjorie's house, once an orderly museum of feline memorabilia, now looked more like the aftermath of a whirlwind. As Sophia and Detective Lancer made their way through the disarray, they were careful to tread lightly, both to preserve potential evidence and to avoid startling their suspect. Marjorie Tannen was on her knees, her usually pristine floral dress tarnished with dust. She was stuffing papers into a shredder, her back to the door. She didn't seem to notice their entry, so engrossed was she in her task of destruction. Lancer cleared his throat loudly, and Marjorie let out a small yelp, her head snapping toward them as if she'd seen ghosts. "Miss Tannen, care to explain what you're doing?" Lancer asked, his tone deceptively calm. Marjorie's eyes shifted nervously. "Just spring cleaning, you know how it is with collecting. Things pile up." Her voice was shaky, a tremor of guilt, or was it fear, lacing her words. Sophia stepped forward, taking in the scene. Amidst the chaos, she noticed an ornate brooch resting precariously on the edge of a table covered in clutter. It was a striking piece. A silver cat entwined with a golden thread, the feline's eyes set with sparkling emeralds. Sophia felt a chilling sense of déjà vu. It was eerily similar to the crest watermark on the blackmail note. "Miss Tannen, that brooch," she said, pointing it out to Lancer. Detective Lancer picked up the brooch gingerly, observing it with a sharp eye. "Looks custom-made. Would you say it's unique?" Lancer asked, his gaze now fixed on Marjorie. She nodded, a bead of sweat trailing down her temple. "Yes, it's one of a kind. A prize from last year's regional feline fair for my Mandarin, best in the show. Why?" Lancer shot Sophia a knowing look, the brooch potentially the evidence they needed to link Marjorie to the crime. "Mind if we take a look around, Miss Tannen? Just to ensure everything is tidy," Sophia said, her tone implying they weren't there for the spring cleaning. Marjorie hesitated before nodding slowly, a look of resignation washing over her face. As she sat on a nearby chair, seeming to shrink into herself, Sophia and Detective Lancer began their careful examination of the home. Eyes peeled for the personalized stationery and any other clues that may cement Marjorie Tannen as their killer. The house seemed to groan under the weight of Marjorie's collections. Each room looked just as disheveled as the last. Walls were littered with framed portraits of showcats, their eyes following Sophia's every move as she sifted through piles of paper and knickknacks. Lancer was methodical, checking every drawer, under piles of competitor ribbons and cat toys. The atmosphere was tense, charged with the electric realization that they were potentially closing in on a murderer. "Sophia, over here!" Lancer called out, his voice cutting through the silence. Sophia's pulse quickened, and she rushed to Lancer's side, finding him holding a pad of paper. The header, with its flamboyant font, matched the threatening letters they had found earlier perfectly. With each page bearing the same header, there was a trove of potential evidence in their hands. It was a goldmine, but they needed a piece with handwriting to compare to the notes. Marjorie's eyes widened with fear as she saw them inspect the stationery. "Those are just for my show entries," she muttered, but her voice was tinged with a nervous edge that betrayed her anxiety. As she tried to explain, Detective Lancer carefully placed the pad into an evidence bag, his gaze never leaving Marjorie. "You're going to need a better explanation than that, Miss Tannen," he said coolly. The search continued. Sophia found herself drawn to a desk, cluttered with framed photographs and bills. Amidst the chaotic assortment, her fingers brushed against an envelope, the flap tucked in, unsealed. Her breath caught as she pulled out a letter, the paper catching the light. The handwriting was unmistakable, the same as the blackmail notes. Detective Lancer came over, and his eyes narrowed as he compared the letter with the note he had stored in a plastic sleeve. They looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. They had found their link, but exercising caution was crucial. Marjorie, now aware of the gravity of the situation, was a cat on a hot tin roof, unpredictable and possibly dangerous. Sophia's heart beat with the caution of a detective tiptoeing around broken glass. Detective Lancer spoke in a low, calm voice, his words deliberate. "Marjorie, let's sit and talk. There are things we need to understand." Marjorie eyed the exits like a cornered animal, but she sat down, her hands fidgeting in her lap. As they sat amidst the din of the cat show, with its competing meows and the smell of grooming spray thick in the air, Detective Lancer slid the letter and the blackmail notes across the table to Marjorie. Sophia watched carefully as Marjorie's eyes darted from the papers to their faces and back. The weight of the evidence seemed to settle on her shoulders, and her posture deflated visibly. I don't know what you're talking about," Marjorie stammered, but her voice lacked conviction even to her own ears. Detective Lancer leaned forward, steepling his fingers. "Marjorie, we know about the blackmail. The threats written on your stationery, your handwriting. It's a match." Marjorie's gaze flitted around, seeking an ally in the crowd of cat enthusiasts. Finding none, she swallowed hard, her next words quivering. "All right, I did it, but you don't understand why. I had no choice." Sophia's pulse quickened. They were on the precipice of the truth. The detective held up his hand to halt Marjorie's impending confession, his other discreetly signaling for backup. Before they could delve into Marjorie's motives, a commotion erupted from the other end of the hall. Yowls and shrieks merged with the alarmed shouts of attendees. Sophia and Lancer exchanged a quick glance before scrambling to their feet. Amidst the sea of chaos, a figure dashed past them. A figure in a familiar cat costume, one that did not belong to Marjorie. Detective Lancer, with Sophia close behind, gave chase, the urgency propelling them through the panicked crowd. As Marjorie faded into the background, caught between a confession and the fear of what was unfolding, the detective and the DairyDash driver surged forward, both understanding that they had not cornered their quarry just yet. Chapter 12. Unmasked. Detective Lancer's boots pounded the polished floors of the exhibition hall, his eyes locked on the fleeting figure in the cat costume. Sophia's breath came in laboured gasps. The chase was pushing her to her limits, but she refused to give in now, not when the truth was so close. Ahead, the costumed figure darted into a restricted area, knocking over a display of cat grooming products. A chorus of hisses and disgruntled meows followed as startled show cats recoiled from the disruption. A persistent staccato of gasps and shouts echoed in the cavernous event space as the two pursuers refused to relent. As they rounded a corner, the figure stumbled, and Detective Lancer took advantage of the misstep. They closed the distance rapidly, Sophia's sneakers squeaking against the floor. But just as they reached out to grab the elusive suspect, the figure deftly leapt onto a table and then through an open window, disappearing into the evening gloom. Sophia and Detective Lancer skidded to a halt, peering out the window to see a dark shadow vanish into a maze of alleyways. "We can't lose them now," Sophia exclaimed, her fists clenched. "There's something deeply personal in this crime, far beyond what we've seen," Detective Lancer muttered, his analytical gaze scanning the escape route. With a look that conveyed both determination and a trace of admiration for the suspect's agility, he led the way as they exited through the window in pursuit. The cool air outside brought clarity and a renewed vigor to their chase. The alleyway snaked between buildings, cluttered with refuse and half-hidden doorways, a labyrinth in the night. They could hear the faint sounds of fabric rustling and footsteps ahead. Here, in the confines of the city's underbelly, the costumed figure was just another shadow melding with the darkness, but Sophia and Lancer were close on their trail, each step a promise that justice would not be eluded tonight. The figure darted left, and a gut instinct told Sophia to go right, separating her from Lancer for a moment. Trusting her intuition, she rounded a corner, and there, gasping for air against a wall, was the figure in the cat costume. Their mask was askew, and in the dim light, Sophia could make out features that were undeniably not those of Bethany. It was a man, one she'd seen on the fringes of the cat shows, always in the background, never in the spotlight. It all came rushing to Sophia, the look of jealousy in his eye whenever the winners were announced, his proximity to Greg's circle, and the veiled anger when Bethany received attention. But before she could say anything, the detective arrived, weapon drawn and cautious. "Hands where I can see them," Lancer commanded. Slowly, the figure raised their hands, surrendering. Sophia stepped forward, her own piece of the truth ready to be shared. "Detective, this isn't Bethany. This is the man who's been skulking around the shows. He's the one we've been looking for." Her eyes were hard, her voice steady. Greg and Bethany were just pawns in his game, a game that's about to end. The man in the cat costume let out a sardonic chuckle, the sound muffled by the fabric. "Well, isn't the milkshake girl a clever one?" he sneered, breathing heavily. "But you have no idea what it's like to be overshadowed, unappreciated, condemned to watch the undeserving bask in the glory that should have been yours." As he spoke, Detective Lancer carefully removed the mask, revealing the man beneath, a disgruntled and weathered cat breeder named Lewis, known more for his complaints than his champion felines. Sophia's investigation had peeled back the layers of deceit and rivalry that plagued the cat show circuit, leading to this climactic unmasking. As the mask fell away, the room seemed to hold its breath. Detective Lancer stepped back with the furry disguise crumpled in his hands, and all eyes locked onto Lewis. There was nothing theatrical or mysterious about him now, just an aging man with a furrowed brow and hollow cheeks, marked by bitterness. Lewis looked around the room, desperate to find an understanding gaze, but only found distrust and disbelief. He was ushered into an interrogation room, the stark lighting a vivid contrast to the dimly lit house filled with cat collectibles and hidden vendettas they had just left. Sophia watched through the one-way mirror as Detective Lancer began the formal questioning, her arms crossed, a mix of vindication and sorrow etched on her face. She had done her part, but now the narrative was out of her hands. As Louis recounted his story, it painted a picture of a man who felt constantly overshadowed by the success of others. For years, he had been seething with jealousy, particularly towards Greg and Bethany, whose cats often triumphed over his at shows. He talked of their bright smiles and their congratulatory handshakes, which he perceived as mocking rather than friendly. In a twisted quest for recognition and to enact his version of justice, Lewis had orchestrated a scheme so convoluted, it was almost diabolical. He admitted to manipulating both Greg and Bethany, playing on their fears and their competitive spirits, pitting them against each other. He had skillfully forged evidence and left misleading clues, that hoping to frame one for the other's downfall. The Oreo shake delivery was meant to be his masterpiece, the final act in his vendetta, a murder disguised as a mere accident during a cat show celebration. But Sophia plunged into the midst of his plot unaware, her mere presence enough to unravel it. Sophia couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy for Louis. She could see the loneliness in his sunken eyes, the despair of someone who had dedicated his life to something, only to feel perpetually unseen. Yet, the weight of his actions was undeniable. His hands had crafted a tragedy, not just for Greg, but for Bethany as well, whose life would never be the same after being wrongfully accused. With each word Louis uttered, Sophia pieced together the final gaps in the mystery. The confrontations disguised as conciliatory gestures, the strange occurrences at the cat shows that no one could explain, and the sudden tension between Greg and Bethany. It had all been orchestrated by a man who believed he had nothing to lose. The detective turned to ask Sophia if she had any questions, but she only shook her head. There was nothing more to be said. Louis's future would now be decided by the justice system, not by cat show awards or Sophia's detective work. As Detective Lancer wrapped up the interrogation, securing a full confession from Louis, Sophia knew it was almost over. She had cleared her name, and soon she would return to her life, to the DairyDash deliveries and the comforting routine of her everyday existence. But she would never quite see the world the same way again. Now, she knew just how deceptive it could be. Louis sat, his hands cuffed in front of him. The sterile light of the interrogation room gave him a gaunt look, shadows playing tricks on his confession-weary face. Detective Lancer leaned back against the faded grey wall, his brow furrowed as he assessed the man before him. "All this bitterness, Louis," he said, the edge in his voice slicing through the heavy silence of the room. "Was it worth it? To throw away your life over a petty rivalry?" Louis's eyes, once teeming with a fiery resolve, now smouldered with something akin to resignation. "You wouldn't understand," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "In our world, these rivalries, they aren't petty. They're everything." He coughed, and the detective softened slightly, seeing before him not just a killer, but a man broken by his own misguided convictions. Sophia, from behind the one-way mirror, clenched her fists. Detective Lancer turned back to Louis. "Explain everything. Don't leave out a detail. This is your chance for some semblance of redemption." And Louis spilled it all. The sabotage, the deceit, the manipulation, how he had played Bethany and Greg like pawns in a game only he had known the rules to. With each word, the weight seemed to lift slightly from his shoulders, as if the truth, no matter how grim, was a release from the prison of his own making. Outside of the interrogation room, Sophia paced. She reflected on the chaos Louis had wrought, the intricate dance of deception that had nearly ensnared her. She was free, yes, but the world she had known was forever altered. Her innocence, once as pure as the milk she delivered, had been stained by the reality of malice that lurked in the shadows of even the most banal circumstances. Detective Lancer finally stood up, the recording of Louis's confession in his hands. "There will be some paperwork to process for the formal charges," he said, his voice echoing slightly in the coldness of the interrogation room. "And we'll need to begin the paperwork to release Bethany." Sophia's gaze lingered on Louis. Behind the remorse and the tired lines of his face, she thought she could see the faint outline of a man who might have been good, if not for the path he'd chosen. The door creaked open, and Lancer's partner, Detective Mills, stepped into the room, bringing with him the first draft of the outside world since Louis's cuffing. Stepping out of the precinct, Sophia breathed in deeply. The air was fresher somehow, or maybe she was just more aware of it. The sky was shifting from a dusky hue into the dark blue of evening. The stars would soon be visible, she thought, bright and untouchable, far from the muck and mire of earthly follies. Sophia started at the sound of a siren in the distance, a reminder that the city was alive with stories like hers, stories where all was not as it seemed. As she walked, her thoughts wandered to her own cat, Mr. Whiskers, and the quiet solace of her modest apartment. She thought of the DairyDash orders awaiting her return, the familiar hum of her blender, and the sweet satisfaction of her customers' smiles. She had been through the worst, but had emerged with new strength. The DairyDash uniform that once symbolized a simple job now represented resilience. As she walked out of the precinct, the harsh sun seemed blinding to Sophia after the sterile fluorescence inside. She felt a heaviness lift from her shoulders with each step. Detective Lancer had handled the final exchange with Lewis, whose crestfallen face and broken spirit stuck in her memory. A sense of surrealism enveloped her. The streets looked the same, but Sophia knew everything had changed for her. She watched from a distance as Bethany, clad in her own DairyDash uniform, stepped out of the precinct, a free woman at last. Her face told stories of sleepless nights and the anguish of false accusation. But as their eyes met, a muted understanding passed between them. There was no celebration, no dramatic embrace, only a nod, a mutual acknowledgement of the ordeal that tested their realities. Sophia could see the tired relief in Bethany's eyes, mirroring her own. Detective Lancer appeared soon after, offering them both a grim smile that spoke of closure. He carried the heft of law and order, but in that moment, he was just another bearer of the challenging human experience. "You're both free to go," he stated. "I hope you can put this behind you." His eyes met Sophia's for a moment, hinting at his recognition of her unexpected role in unraveling the case. Back in her own space, Sophia sat on her couch, lost in thought. The comfort of her apartment seemed alien after the chaos she'd endured. The collectibles that once cluttered her life now felt like unneeded baggage. She began to sift through them with the intent to declutter not just her living space, but her mind. Each item she chose to part with was another step toward the future, away from the darkness that had hovered over her. The DairyDash orders did await her return, but as she prepared for the next delivery, a peanut butter twist for Mr. Jenkins who lived 2 blocks away, she couldn't help but feel a heightened sense of awareness. Each ingredient, each blend, each customer interaction held deeper meaning. She was no longer just a delivery driver. She was a survivor, a contributor to the pulse of the neighborhood. As the sun began to set, its softening light spilled into her apartment, casting a golden glow on her DairyDash uniform. The shadows stretched across the floor, merging with the past, the present, and the whispers of what was yet to come. She knew that tomorrow, as she would blend another milkshake and deliver it with her signature smile, the threads of normalcy would weave into her life once more. But this normalcy would be tinted with the wisdom of her experiences. Sophia pondered her future endeavors. Could she perhaps aim higher than being a DairyDash delivery driver? Were there other mysteries in her path waiting to be solved? She let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding and turned her attention back to her surroundings, the mundane world bringing her back to the ground. Yet, she felt different, more connected, more alive. The DairyDash uniform would be worn with a new layer of pride, each delivery a reminder of the many faces and stories around her, each one complex, each one precious. Sophia's DairyDash delivery rounds that morning took on an almost ceremonial flair. Houses greeted her with a newfound respect, a shared understanding as though each customer had been part of her extraordinary investigation. She approached her task with an earnest dedication, ensuring that every shake was perfect, every greeting warm. With each doorstep conversation, she felt more rooted in her community, more responsible for the part she played in their daily lives. She found herself voluntarily cleaning up mail left astray on a widower's front porch, and spending an extra moment to ensure a lonely college student had someone to chat with, even if just for the brief instance he took to grab his strawberry smoothie. It was clear that these deliveries were more than transactions. They were connections, lifelines woven from the simplest acts of kindness. One afternoon, as she steered her DairyDash vehicle along its familiar route, the warm sun casting a glow on the houses she passed, Sophia felt a surge of possibility. The confines of her delivery truck began to feel less like a cage and more like a vessel of opportunity. She had solved a case as intricate as the very patterns of daily life she navigated. And if she could do that, what other potentials lay undisturbed, awaiting her touch? That evening, as a lavender twilight settled over the neighborhood, Sophia scrolled through local community college offerings, contemplating classes in criminology and psychology. The intrigue of unraveling mysteries had taken a firm root in her, and the idea of furthering her education was no longer a foggy dream, but a tangible plan taking shape. Maybe, just maybe, there was a detective badge in her future, along with the DairyDash logo. Her reflection in the dim light of her screen wasn't just that of a milkshake delivery driver anymore. It was the face of a woman who had dared to plunge into the unknown and had emerged not only unscathed but emboldened. As she shut down her computer and prepared for bed, she smiled at the thought of tomorrow. A new day, a new route, a new life burgeoning within the old, and with it, endless opportunities to make a difference, one doorstep at a time. With the dawn's early light washing over her small, cozy bedroom, Sophia awoke feeling like a woman transformed. The previous night's revelations had instilled in her a profound sense of purpose that now thrummed through her veins with an invigorating energy. Opportunities she had once considered distant dreams now felt tantalizingly within reach. Sophia lingered at the edge of her bed for a moment, letting the tendrils of a new future beckon. She had always believed in the pursuit of justice, but it was the satisfaction of solving the cat costume mystery that had ignited a spark within her, fueling a fervent desire to explore the realms of criminology and psychology. As her feet touched the cool floor and she began her morning routine, the idea of returning to school played on her mind like a persistent melody. Today was not just another day on the milkshake delivery route. It was the first step towards a life significantly expanded, towards a role where she could merge her passion for connection with her newly awakened investigative instincts. With every drop-off that day, Sophia felt a deeper connection with her customers, her community, and herself. Between deliveries, she found herself in front of the local community college's admissions office, a printed catalogue in hand. More than ever, the colourful pages seemed like doorways to the knowledge she sought. She took a deep breath and stepped inside. Greeted by the buzz of students and the smell of fresh textbooks, Sophia strode to the counsellor's desk, her heart pounding with the gravity of what she was about to undertake. She inquired about criminal justice courses and the process for enrolling part-time. The advisor was encouraging, outlining a path that balanced her current job with night classes and online coursework. Sophia could visualize herself in those classrooms, part of animated discussions, and contributing insightful points based on her real-life experiences. She left the advisor's office with a spring in her step, pamphlets and enrollment forms tucked under her arm. That evening, as she laid out the forms on her kitchen table, her DairyDash shift now finished, the ambition that had only just begun to take shape felt like it had truly set roots. It was a commitment, not only to her future career, but also to the belief in her potential to touch lives and unravel complexities in a way she never thought possible. Sealing her decision, she neatly filled out each form, her penmanship mirroring the careful resolve of her intentions. The morning shone with the glint of new beginnings as Sophia strode back into DairyDash, her enrollment forms for criminology and psychology clasped in her hand. She handed them off at the post office counter, her heart thrumming in her chest as she watched the clerk stamp and send her future into the educational system. It felt monumental, a shedding of the old fears and the embracing of a new chapter. With the weight of her decision lifted, she found herself floating through the day, her deliveries having taken on a different tint. The addresses and the shakes whizzed by, her interactions now peppered with a distinct sense of purpose that others could not help but notice. Time seemed to twist in her favour, and before she knew it, she was pushing open the doors to her first class. The room was filled with an assortment of individuals, each there with their stories and reasons. She settled into a seat near the front, her heart racing as the professor began. Her mind feasted on every detail, from crime scene analysis to the delicate intricacies of the human psyche. Juggling her job with classes was a challenge, but one that Sophia approached with the same determination she had shown in her investigation. Milkshakes by day, criminal minds by night, she was becoming adept at slipping between her two worlds, each feeding into the other, creating a unique blend of practical know-how and theoretical knowledge. Her days and evenings started melding together, a ceaseless cycle of work, study, and the occasional glance towards the future. She was working her final shift before the weekend, the glow of sunset casting long shadows across the interior of DairyDash. Assignments were piling up, the workload was getting heavier, yet Sophia's resolve did not waver. This was the path she chose, the path that made her feel more alive than ever. As she balanced the demands of her job and the rigors of her studies, Sophia became a living testament to the adage that with enough passion and perseverance, any obstacle could become a stepping stone. And tonight, as she lay her head down after another long day, she had never felt more certain of the journey she was on. Chapter 13, Clear Name, Curdled Motives. The bright fluorescence of the classroom lights had become familiar to Sophia. Juggling textbooks on criminal behavior with her daily routes for DairyDash, her story evolved into a remarkable transformation. With each delivery, whether a creamy strawberry delight or her signature Oreo shake, she'd offer a kind smile, but her thoughts remained entwined with her latest lecture on profiling or evidence analysis. Her blue DairyDash uniform, once a symbol of routine, now represented a bridge between her past and future. Her deliveries took her from quaint townhouses humming with the day-to-day of family life to austere office buildings where weary eyes would light up at the sight of her chilled treats. Yet no address was ordinary for Sophia, as her mind ceaselessly dissected clues and patterns that ordinary eyes would overlook. It was on a chilly Thursday evening, her backpack heavy with textbooks, that Sophia's dual life came to a pivotal moment. She handed her last milkshake of the night to a grateful elderly man who collected vintage radios. As he rambled about the golden age of broadcasting, she smiled, casting a forensic eye over the old knobs and dials, thinking of the fingerprints each one held. Detective Lancer had been keeping tabs on Sophia's progress, both academic and investigative. He couldn't hide the hint of pride in his voice when he spoke of her during precinct meetings, often mentioning her innate ability to connect dots that others didn't even see. The precinct had started to see her not just as the milkshake girl who had been wrongfully suspected, but as a valuable asset, a potential future consultant, or even a detective in their ranks. Sophia's thoughts often wandered to her future. She cherished her DairyDash job. It had given her independence and a window into countless microcosms of the community. Yet, as she scribbled notes in the margins of her criminology text, the allure of her new path was undeniable. She daydreamed of trading her scooter storage box for a badge, her insulated milkshake bag for a detective's kit. The road was still long, and the demands of her education would only intensify. She faced it all: deadlines, exams, shifts that ended only for her to dive into dense reading material. But Sophia navigated it all with a drive that stemmed from the need to decode the world, to protect the innocent, and to outsmart the cunning. And tonight, as she lay her head down after another long day, surrounded by the sanctity of her ambition, Sophia had never felt more resolute. Sinking into the solace of her bedsheets, her dreams were more vivid than ever. They were of not just delivering shakes with a smile, but of standing firm with a badge, a sentinel within the swirling chaos of humanity. With a determined heart and an unwavering mind, Sophia's journey was just beginning. Detective Lancer leaned against the cool metal of his desk, looking over at Sophia with an approving nod. "You've got a knack for this, Sophia," he said, his voice betraying a hint of surprise. "Most people would have run from the scene, but you dove right in. Admirable, and you've helped us close a case that could have gone cold." Sophia humbly shrugged, her mind still racing from the day's events. "I just did what felt right. And detective, when I saw those collectibles scattered, it all clicked. The Vintercat figurines, they weren't just clutter, they were a message." Her statement made Lancer raise an eyebrow, intrigued. Sophia continued. "Each position, each fallen hero in a plastic cape, it mapped out a very disturbed intent. I guess my criminology classes weren't just for the exams." The detective smiled, a rare sight, and tilted his head. "Any plans to take the badge for real? Could use someone with your eye." The possibility had flashed in her mind more than once, now almost ablaze with potential. Sophia's days following the confession blurred into her evenings of study. Psychology and criminology theories merged seamlessly with memories of her recent adventure. Her coursework took on new meaning. Every hypothetical person of interest in her textbooks was now shaded with the reality of the man in the cat costume. One afternoon, the buzz of her phone broke the silence. A text from Detective Lancer lit up the screen. Case at 5th and Elm. Strange patterns. Nobody can make heads or tails of it. Could use your perspective. Optional, of course. Sophia's heart leapt. The quaint comfort of DairyDash's routine deliveries battled within her against the adrenaline of a fresh mystery. Sophia chuckled to herself as she grabbed her keys. The prodding curiosity was too enticing. Just one look, she told herself, sliding into her compact car laden with the day's batch of milkshakes. After all, how could I turn down what may be part of my practical education? A grin spread across her face while she weaved between her jobs, the milkshake delight of DairyDash in the rearview mirror and the thrill of investigation beckoning. As days turned into weeks, Sophia found herself more frequently at crime scenes. Scribbling notes in her little green journal, she served as a bridge between the textbook and the tape. Her professors noticed the fervor in her questions, the meticulous detail in her papers. She was blooming, not into the image of just a student or a driver, but an amalgam of tenacity and intellect, eager to ingest the world in all its shadowed corners. Riding off into the sunset, the hum of her engine was a drumbeat to her thoughts. She savored the orange glow that painted the city's silhouette, mulling over the duality of her life. One foot in cream and sugar, the other stepping slowly into the bitter brew of crime. The badges and accolades didn't matter to her as much as the pursuit of truth, and the peace it brought to troubled lives. Her future, once obscured by the mundane, now glittered with the promise of impact. As the sun dipped low, Sophia's resolve soared high. This was her path, her calling, and she would follow it wherever it may lead. The initially sharp edges of Sophia's life had now melded into an intriguing mosaic of days, filled with cream-topped beverages and crime scene investigations. Not many in Harborview would have thought the girl who pedaled through rain and shine alike, delivering the daily dose of dairy, had a knack for unraveling the twisted tales of the city's underbelly. Sophia's routine at DairyDash had taken on a subtle new rhythm. She'd often be seen poring over case files in between orders, her eyes dancing across the details as she sipped a strawberry shake, the fuel for her analytical mind. Her small notebook was filled with meticulous notes and queries that caught even Detective Lancer off guard with their keen insight. One such day, Sophia arrived at the police station with a cooler bag of milkshakes for the precinct, a gesture that earned her a reputation amongst the officers. Detective Lancer awaited her with an armful of folders and a broad grin. "You're getting quite a following, Sophia," he remarked. A playful glint in his eye betrayed his professional demeanor. "They're starting to say you have a detective's intuition and a milkshake mixer's precision." Guffaws from the nearby desks underscored the jovial atmosphere, but the levity didn't undercut the reality of her achievements. With each case, Sophia's perspective broadened. Her theories tightened, and her conclusions proved increasingly accurate. She wasn't just a quirky addition to the police force. Sophia was proving an invaluable resource. The sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of orange and purple as Sophia straddled her bike, bag secured, and thoughts preoccupied with her double life. Mystery and milkshakes had become her motifs, her days coloured by crime scenes and cold cases warming under her touch. That evening, as she pedalled past Main Street, the neon lights of familiar storefronts blinked at her, feeling equal parts cheerleader and eerie witness to her transformation. Home was a modest apartment with a mind map of Harborview's criminal activity on one wall and a collection of milkshake glasses on another. Her boots clicked against the floor as she paced, processing the day's consult and pondering a particular detail that troubled her. The phone rang, slicing through her thoughts. Sophia answered to find Lancer's voice on the other end, carrying a call for help on the new case. A smile curled on her lips. It was back to work, with a side of whipped cream and a cherry on top. Sophia's old DairyDash van hummed along as she juggled her forensic gloves and a strawberry spectacular shake destined for Park Avenue. She marveled at the dichotomy of her life, a creamy balance between the sweetness of shakes and the bitter tang of crime. Tonight was an especially peculiar cocktail of both worlds, as she drove into the peculiar embrace of the urban night. The details of the new case Lancer briefed her on were scattered like the sprinkles on a sundae, each piece indispensable to the final, satisfying product. A string of thefts, all connected by a strange signature, a half-eaten apple left at every scene. It was as if the thief was taunting them, or leaving a trail of breadcrumbs for Sophia to follow. In between deliveries, she pondered over this detail, twirling a pen between her fingers like a baton. From the jittery night owls to the half-asleep wallflowers, she served them all, but her ears were tuned to the whispers of the city, her eyes catching the subtle tells of the restless underbelly around her. Then, while handing a cookies and cream concoction to a weary nurse after her shift, Sophia caught a glimpse of something. A man with an apple in his hand, taking a bite and then, seconds later, discarding half of it into the trash. Her instinct screamed, it was connected. And, with a polite nod to the nurse, she was back in her van, trailing the man from a safe distance. All while her radio dispatched her to her next shake delivery rendezvous. The pursuit led her through a maze of streets and alleys until Sophia had to park the van. From there on, it was stealth and shadows, her sneakers silent against the cool pavement. With every step, the DairyDash cap on her head felt like a detective's fedora, pulled low against the mysteries of the night. It wasn't long before her quarry led her to a nondescript home, the windows dark, the aura silent, but for the gentle hum of the city. She watched from across the street, noting how the man looked around before slipping into the shadows of the house. Sophia's shift was over, but her night had only just begun. She quietly reached for her phone and updated Detective Lancer. This shake run had turned into a stakeout, the cherry on top of her swirling life. She didn't have to wait long for backup to arrive, and together with the officers, they apprehended the man with remarkably little fuss. A burglar with an odd penchant for theatrical flair. Back at the precinct, she handed over her notes and observations to Lancer, who was once again impressed by her thoroughness. "Sophia," he said with a tip of his hat, "you've got a real knack for this detective work. Keep it up, and who knows where it might lead." Her name had been cleared, her prowess proven, and her future wide open. The DairyDash badge on her chest gleamed, but behind it now lay a badge of another kind, one of dedication, of courage, and of an unrelenting search for the truth. She strapped herself back in the driver's seat, the lingering adrenaline mixing with a sense of accomplishment. Her headlights swept across the road ahead, and like the final scene of an old noir film, Sophia drove into the beckoning horizon, her mind alive with the endless possibilities that awaited her. The engine purred a steady rhythm as Sophia navigated her trusty DairyDash van through the quiet streets. The neon glow of the Dairy Queen sign faded in her rearview mirror, a beacon of normalcy in her otherwise surreal existence. This strange blend of milkshake deliveries and crime-solving had not been the life she'd envisioned for herself. Yet as she gazed out at the dark blue tapestry of the night sky, she couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. Curiosity, it seemed, had always been at her core, and now it had molded a new path for her. In the solitude of her van, with only the humming engine for company, Sophia's thoughts wandered. Braving danger and confronting the puzzling behaviors of criminals had expanded her world in ways she never could have predicted. Each case was a jigsaw puzzle, and Sophia had developed an uncanny ability to snap the pieces into place, holding the image of justice together. Perhaps, she mused, this was what she was meant to do. Detective Lancer had seen it too, that innate detective instinct within her. His words, "You've got a knack for this," anchored in her memory, igniting a spark of possibility. Could she truly transition from delivering shakes to delivering justice? The idea was daunting yet intoxicating. Sophia's phone buzzed, startling her from her reverie. It was a text from the precinct. Another case had popped up, a mysterious incident at the local arcade. They needed her insight. A smile crept onto her lips. Her services were in demand. As the DairyDash van crested the last hill before dipping out of sight, Sophia felt the weight of her old life recede. Ahead lay a horizon teeming with mystery and opportunity. She was ready to chase down whatever storm brewed beyond it, one milkshake and one clue at a time. And with the soft hum of the engine as her steadfast companion, Sophia drove off, her silhouette blending into the twilight. The DairyDash queen had found her calling, not just in the sweetness of confectionaries, but in the pursuit of truth and the endless dance of intellect and intrigue. Conclusion: Shake, Rattle and Prowl was written by Cincinnius. If you enjoyed this story, please leave a review or check out my other work. Thank you.